section about a bag of sherbet mites. Warning, this video is not suitable for children because it references drugs. But no drugs were actually taken during this video. I just have bipolar and I'm just high on life. Me hugging a bag of red sand as if it was a bag of mites. With my autism, I like the sensory look and feel of certain textures. I love sand and even used to eat it when I was younger. I used to love playing with sand, and sand is like lots of little dots. Mites are like little dots just like sand, and I love the texture of lots of mites like a pile of sand. I'd love to run my hands through a pile of mites like sand. I especially love mites, bold and tense, red colour. Mites are my special interest, and a pile of mites is my sensory special interest. So here's a story about piles of mites. Also with autism, you can attribute human emotions to objects and animals like mites. Mites are like my little babies that I love, and I'd love to buy a big bag of red sand and pretend that every sand grain in the bag is one of my 1,000 mite friends, and I'd love to hug the bag of pretend mites. 6 months later, I'm going to climb inside a big bag of mites. I love mites, which are like little red dots and little orange dots. Orange sherbet looks like a big pile of orange mites, and it's fun to pretend orange sherbet is orange mites. My acquaintance bought me a big bag of orange sherbet, which is basically like a huge bag full of orange mites. The bag is 3 kilograms. They deliberately bought it because it looked like a bag full of mites. And they've been looking all over the place to try and get me red sherbet, and they just got me orange sherbet because mites can also be orange. I'm going to climb inside the big bag of sherbet mites. I want to be inside mites. Here's me inside a big bag of mites with sherbet. Here's me with a very long line of mites, bracket sherbet. Making videos about mites isn't making me happy anymore. It's becoming obsessional. It's like I'm snorting a line of mites as a drug. And I've become addicted to the point where I no longer feel the positive effects of the drug and just feel like I have to compulsively take the drug and compulsively draw and do videos. But I really enjoyed doing this drawing. Fun fact, did you know that if 3 kilograms of sherbet mites was 3 kilograms of cocaine, it would have a street value of £90,000? Although my OCD is telling me to fact check the value of cocaine because I worry I've made a mistake and my drawing is not accurate, don't worry, I won't compulsively research cocaine for hours just to make sure my video is correct. And I have never even taken cocaine in the first place. And I'm not even on any drugs at the minute. I do get naturally high with bipolar, but I'm not even naturally high at the minute either. So basically, I'm going to go mental with my giant bag of sherbet. 3 kilograms of sherbet that is meant to be mice. It's so huge that I could make sherbet angels out of it instead of snow angels. I could build sherbet men instead of snowmen, and I could throw some of the sherbet up in the air so that it rains down dendritic sherbet crystals instead of dendritic snowflakes. The sherbet's all supposed to be mite, and 3 kilograms is a lot of mite. I've been compulsively checking and researching that the sherbet is vegan for ages. I'm not vegan, but I don't want animals to die just so I can snort a load of sherbet and pretend it's 90,000 pounds worth of cocaine. I want to dive into the 3 kilogram of sherbet that's meant to be Mite. I want to impulsively buy a giant ladder and diving board off some random dodgy stranger on Craigslist. I have really bad dental anxiety and OCD. This means that I won't eat any sugary food in case it damages my teeth. I dread even needing another filling and my weight dropped down to 8 stone. I won't have any sweets or chocolate at all. It would be really nice to taste some of the 3 kilograms of sherbet Mite. It would be a really nice treat for a special occasion, and it would be really nice to see what it tastes like, because it's meant to be mites. My friend is giving me the 3 kilogram sherbet mites in 6 weeks' time. I'm not going to eat any sugar for 6 whole weeks just to save myself up for when my friend gives me the 3 kilograms of sherbet mites they've already bought for me. Due to my dental anxiety and obsessively worrying about eating any sugar or acidic food, I will only eat a few grams of the 3 kilogram bag of sherbet Mite. But what a few grams they will be. I've always wanted a giant bag of red sand that looks like mice for my videos. But my mum won't let me impulsively buy a massive bag of red sand, as she says it'll be really heavy, and how am I going to carry it home? In my story, everything in the whole multiverse is made of loads of mites. Even if I only eat a 1,000th of the present, I am very grateful for it. And the bag of sherbet is better than nearly everything my family has ever bought for me, apart from Mr. Mite, the cuddly toy Mite that my sister bought me. In real life, there are sweets in the shape of a flying saucer that contains sherbet. I want to be inside a giant flying saucer UFO. I want the giant flying saucer to be full of the giant amount of sherbet mites. There could be aliens made out of the orange sherbet mites. I want such a sugar high that I'm so high I go to Mars. I want to be so hyper with all the sugar that I zip and zoom across the cosmos at the speed of light. Part 2. Trigger warning, choking and suffocating. Shh! I am not an imposter made of sherbet mites. I am a normal human. I did not spontaneously form out of the massive bag of sherbet mites and gain sentience. I am the real David. I have not kidnapped the real David, and this is the same person narrating this video as before. My long manly chest hair is not made of sherbet mites. I am normal. I do not have periods of bipolar mania. I have periods of mundania, which is the mundane experience characteristic of normal humans, such as myself. I am the real David. I am not an imposter made out of sherbet mites. I definitely did not put the bag of sherbet mites over the real David's head and then proceed to suffocate the real David. I drew me suffocating the real David with the bag of sherbet mites. I drew this because I suffocated the real David, but when I say this, I just mean this hypothetically, and this cannot be proven in the court of law. I am the real David, so next time my family and friends see me, they will definitely be seeing the real David. If they do not believe I am the real David, then they are crazy, and they should feel very bad for accusing me of such an act. They are so crazy and bad for thinking I could have done something like that. How could they think that? I must be some horrible person. I must just be the worst person in the world, and they've really upset me.
Why were they annoyed and upset when they accused me of such an act? They were just being too sensitive, as they always are, and now I have to pay the price because their emotions make them crazy people. It is like living in an asylum in this house with all their mental health problems. I am a normal human and do a normal job. I run around doing this completely normal occupation, trying to provide for them while they sit on their backsides all day because they cannot work, and this is the thanks I get. I am a normal person, and I do not gaslight my family. Me and my family get on very well and do completely normal recreational activities like holding hands in a circle and singing Come by My Lord.
I'm being suffocated. No, it's the actual real David speaking. When I think about it, I thought the bag of sherbet mites was the most amazing present. I thought the bag of sherbet mites was the most perfect present. I thought I was in love with the bag of sherbet mites. I had the idealized image of the bag of sherbet mites. But then the sherbet mites turned into an imposter of me and kidnapped me. My mind didn't know what to do. My mind clung to the perfect idea of the sherbet bag, but in real life, my friend had not even given me the bag of sherbet yet. I don't even know anything about what the sherbet mites are like. I built up this version of what the bag of sherbet was like in my head. I built up this relationship in my head about me and the bag of sherbet. But the bag of sherbet doesn't even know me yet. How can we be in a relationship? When the bag of sherbet turned into an imposter of me and kidnapped me, I thought I could fix the bag of sherbet mites and that we could still be together. Now that the bag of sherbet has turned into an imposter and is literally suffocating me to death, I realized that the bag of sherbet is fallible like everything else, and the perfect image I built up of the bag when I didn't even know the bag was all just fabricated. I thought I was in love with the bag of sherbet mites, but really I was just in love with the idea of the bag of sherbet mites. I hadn't even been given the bag yet. How could I possibly know what the bag was like? Now I realize that the present my friend bought me is actually really the worst present I've ever been given, and I hope saying this triggers my friend's borderline personality disorder, fear of rejection, and sends them into a shame spiral. If my friend is watching this, I'm just joking, and I'm sure it will be a great present. But with borderline personality disorder, you can feel extreme emotions within seconds, so hopefully the damage is not already done.
It is me, the imposter. No, wait, I was meant to say that I was not the imposter. Oh, well, there is no point in lying anymore. I thought killing people would be fun, but it is just as boring as anything else in life. Everything is boring. But if killing people is no more fun than anything else in life, if being nasty is just as boring as being nice, then what is even the point of being nasty? I've realized that I may as well be good from now on. I will never gaslight people or try and suffocate them again. I am going to stop suffocating David before it is too late. There you go, David. I've took the bag off your head. I'm sorry, and you're free to go. I guess I feel so bored all the time because I have shallow emotions, and this is something I will work on in therapy and hopefully become a better version of myself.
Part 3.
The psychiatrist thought I was not in mania and that I don't have bipolar, and that they could not diagnose me with borderline personality disorder either. In the next part, I am quite upset about this. I feel quite bad about the next part because it's quite sarcastic, and I hope it's not nasty, but at the same time, I think it's important to show this part as it expresses how I was feeling. Sorry in advance if it is a bit nasty.
I drew a hill. From a distance, people can look like tiny mites, but don't worry, they're not really mites, they're people. They just look tiny from a distance. I don't draw mites anymore because I am so normal. I draw normal things like humans. All my mood fluctuations are completely explainable through my autism alone. I don't have bipolar or borderline personality disorder. I am completely normal and a stable human being and a functioning member of society, free to live a life of religious fulfillment. I drew two lesbian mountains holding hands in a mountain range. Happy Pride Month. I do not draw mites. The tiny dots are humans. They just look very small from a distance when compared to mountains. I did not draw orange Shabbat mites. I drew human beings from the planet Earth wearing orange clothes. I am a normal person and I am very supportive of my gay sister, who is genuinely so normal that I don't even normally make a video about her because there is nothing weird about her to make fun of. I am genuinely not being sarcastic. I drew this card for my sister before Pride Month because she likes normal hobbies characteristic of humans, such as geographical studies, which pertains to landforms such as elevations in Earth's surface, colloquially known as mountains. Mountain ranges formed during geological history. I no longer believe I have the tail of an obscure microscopic arachnid called a palpigrade. The bushy tail is now meant to be a squirrel tail. I now believe I have the tail of a completely normal type of animal called a mammal. Did you know mammals are a popular group of animals amongst humans? Mammals come from the planet Earth. I like mammals because I am normal, and normal people like mammals, not obscure arachnids called palpigrades. I am a normal human being. I am not a person made out of a eusocial colony of mites. I live on a completely ordinary planet to live on called Earth. This planet is made of rock and is not made of mites. This planet contains 4 layers: the crust, the mantle, the inner core, and the outer core. This whole time I have not been made out of mites, and I do not live on a planet made of mites. The rocks and minerals on this normal planet are malachite, not mite. The fossils are ammonites, not ammonites. There are stalactites, not stalagmites. Wait, stalagmites are normal too, but they contain the word mite. Maybe I am not normal and maybe I am becoming self-aware. Wait, no, I am normal because I wear items of clothing such as tights, and I do not wear mites. I experience the day and night cycle that is typical of the planet Earth. I do not experience day and night. I am normal because I have good sleep hygiene and do all the right things to help me sleep. I got 1 hour sleep last night, which means I am normal because to be diagnosed with hypomania, I need to go for consecutive days without any sleep at all. I am human. I am not made of mites. I am not an imposter. I am made of a skeleton made of the material collagen and the mineral hydroxyapatite. I do not contain a skeleton made of the mineral hydroxyapatite. So I did not do any research for this next part, and I did not use ChatGPT. I wrote a script, but the knowledge is just off the top of my head. Did you know normal people move their bodies in a process called exercise? I am a normal person. I extend my foot to make contact with a spherical object known as a football. Football is a popular leisure activity which lots of humans like myself engage in. When my team scores, I get a moderate and well-balanced amount of excitement, characteristic of mundania, not mania. I use my distal tarsal segment to kick the ball. No, wait, I am not made of mites or part of the broader group Arthropoda. I am human, and therefore only contain metameric segmentation. My vertebrae are just split into metameric segments because I am a chordate and descended from animals with a notochord and retain features of this fluid-filled precursor to a backbone. I contain fluid in my intravertebral discs known as the nucleus pulposi because I am a normal vertebrate and used to have a fluid-filled notochord. I function within normal range because I am a vertebrate and have a thyroid gland. This is clear because my completely normal relative Amphioxus and tunicates have a homologous gland known as endostyles. I have a completely normal and balanced thyroid because I am a normal human. My thyroid is not underactive or overactive. I secrete hormones from this normal human gland called tetraiodothyronine and triiodothyronine. I am a normal human, and therefore in my evolutionary history, my ultimobranchial gland fused with my thyroid gland. The ultimobranchial gland became the C cells, and now, because I am definitely a human, I secrete the hormone calcitonin. I am definitely not made of mites or any other arthropods. I do not secrete any weird arthropod hormones like juvenile hormones or ecdysteroids that help me molt. I do not periodically shed my cuticle at once. I am a deuterostome, not an ecdyozoan. I am not a malocrustacean. I do not contain an antennal gland. I have emotional functioning. I have the right amount of serotonin in my brain and gut. I have a normal enteric nervous system. I do not have stomatogastric ganglion because I am not a crustacean. I have completely normal levels of dopamine and do not need an antipsychotic. My levels of gamma aminobutyric acid are completely normal, and I do not need an anticonvulsant or benzodiazepine. My serotonin is fine. I do not need a tricyclic, tetracyclic monoamine oxidase inhibitor or an SSRI, an SNRI, or any other of the numerous reuptake inhibitors that affect serotonin, dopamine, or norepinephrine. I do not need the S-enantiomer of ketamine through nasal spray or injection because my glutamate levels are completely fine. I do not need Cobenfy because my acetylcholine levels are completely fine because I am a normal and functioning member of society. I'll just remind you I wrote a script, but this knowledge is just off the top of my head.
Part 4.
A couple of months later, I saw another psychiatrist, and they thought I might have bipolar and put me on a mood stabilizer. I am heavily sedated. I no longer talk fast, and I am calmer, and I am not even being sarcastic in this part because the medication has really helped me so far. And the new psychiatrist was very understanding. Everything is now normal and mundane, and I have been in mundania. A different psychiatrist now believes that I am not normal and I am made of sherbet mites. Instead of titrating
To a higher dose, I am going to mitrate to a higher dose. Mitrate as in mites with an M. This should help me feel less depressed and calm.
It's the real David here. Now before you judge this next drawing, I would like to say that I have been very unwell and I have had a very busy, stressful day. Now autosexual is a real term that means you're attracted to yourself. With my OCD, I irrationally worry that I'm attracted to mites even though I am not actually attracted to mites. While this is very distressing for me, it is fun to push the boundaries of what will trigger my OCD. Whatever I draw and make videos about will be in my head all day. So if I draw the real me in love with a version of me made of sherbet mites, will it trigger my OCD and make me obsessively worry all day that I'm attracted to me but made of mites? Because with OCD I worry I'm attracted to mites. So this may also make me worry I'm gay and autosexual, which means being attracted to yourself. While being attracted to yourself does not mean you're narcissistic, and people who are autosexual are not necessarily narcissists, with my OCD I have worried in the past that I'm narcissistic, so I'm unsure if the drawing will also trigger me to obsessively worry I'm narcissistic, especially because I've done so many drawings and talked about myself so much. That's all. See ya.
Hello, I am definitely not an imposter made of sherbet mites. Now, before you judge this next drawing, I would like to say that I have been very unwell, and I have had a very busy, stressful day. Now, autosexual is a real term that means you're attracted to yourself. With my OCD, I irrationally worry that I'm attracted to humans, even though I am not actually attracted to humans. While this is very distressing for me, it is fun to push the boundaries of what will trigger my OCD. Whatever I draw and make videos about will be in my head all day. So if I draw me the imposter in love with the real human version of me, will it trigger my OCD and make me obsessively worry all day that I'm attracted to me, but as a human? Because with OCD I worry I'm attracted to humans. So this may also make me worry I'm gay and autosexual, which means being attracted to yourself. While being attracted to yourself does not mean you're narcissistic, and people who are autosexual are not necessarily narcissists. With my OCD, I have worried in the past that I am narcissistic, so I am unsure if the drawing will also trigger me to obsessively worry I'm narcissistic, especially because I've done so many drawings and talked about me, the imposter, so much.
Part 5. Disclaimer. Real people with borderline personality disorder generally don't actually go around biting people's fingers off. My pet rock has borderline personality disorder, or BPD for short. My pet rock also became made of sherbet mites. My imposter is also made of sherbet, and my pet rock tried to eat my imposter and bit their sherbet finger off. How did their borderline personality disorder cause them to do this? There is a lot of stigma about borderline personality disorder. People with BPD can feel emotions very intensely, and this can mean people with BPD can be very empathetic. However, with humans in general, empathy can be selective and vary depending on the situation. For example, humans in general may feel more empathy towards people they like more, or animals they are more fond of, like dogs. This may explain why people would rather eat pigs than dogs, even though an animal's worth should not depend on their cuteness.
Humans in general may feel less empathy towards others that have done something wrong, or they don't like, and are therefore undeserving of empathy. With BPD, you can see yourself and others as all good or all bad. You can feel intense emotions like love towards people you see as all good, and intense hate towards someone you see as all bad. If humans in general feel less empathy towards people who in their mind have done something wrong or bad, and who they don't like and therefore are undeserving of empathy, this may contribute towards why someone with BPD may feel less empathy in this situation. Because people with BPD may see another person as all bad, when they feel anger towards that person, it may feel like righteous anger, or like they are just balancing the scales, as the person with BPD themselves may feel an intense amount of hurt from the other person. Another factor may be that with humans in general, when they are feeling a lot of distress and are overwhelmed with emotions, they may not have the emotional bandwidth to deal with others' emotions, and may be more focused on themselves and feel less empathy towards other people. Because people with BPD can feel emotions so intensely, they feel in such intense pain that it feels like they're dying, and that they would impulsively do anything to relieve the pain. This may mean that they're so overwhelmed by their own emotions that it is really difficult to deal with other people's emotions on top of that, and they have to preserve their own self and emotional safety. They may be in such distress that they may not feel as much empathy towards another person. With BPD, there is a big fear of rejection and abandonment. This can make conflicts very distressing for the person with BPD, which means in the BPD's person mind, their safety is being threatened by the other person, and their emotions are so intense and overwhelming, they have to protect themselves and can't act as empathetically towards the other person during an argument. When this is combined with extreme anger, which is one symptom of BPD, this can make controlling outbursts very difficult, as sudden intense mood swings can happen within seconds before your brain even has time to process what has happened, or even count to 10. Empathy in humans in general can also be selective. For example, any humans may not feel much empathy and do something bad because of their lack of empathy, but then afterwards feel shame and guilt, which is a sign of empathy. Psychopathy is characterized by a very little amount of empathy. Psychopaths may feel a very limited amount of shame and guilt. In some ways, this is the opposite to people with BPD, which can feel intense shame and guilt because their emotions are so intense. People with BPD can have a very harsh and critical inner monologue inside their head. This can lead to even more shame and guilt. This is a sign of empathy, and people with BPD can be intensely empathetic in certain situations. This means it can be very upsetting to say people with BPD are psychos or don't have empathy. This stigma can contribute even more to why people with BPD have such negative self-talk and shame and guilt. If people with BPD have another condition like OCD, where they worry about being a bad person, saying they are unempathetic may trigger their OCD and make them feel even more distress, shame and guilt about themselves, and possibly lead them to split on themselves and see themselves as all bad. People with BPD can also have unstable sense of self. This means the boundaries between themselves and others can become blurred, and it can be hard to distinguish whether emotions belong to someone else or whether the emotions belong to they themselves. They may not know whose emotions are their own. While this means other people's emotions can feel very contagious, there is less of a boundary between your emotions and the other person's emotions. So if the other person is feeling a lot of distress, you may then take on all that distress, which means you're less able to help that person because you're in so much distress that you yourself then need help too. Because the boundary between yourself and others can become blurred, you may try and help the other person by doing something that will help yourself, like eating sherbet rather than helping the other person. They might think, what they are doing will help the other person, but because their own emotions are so entangled with the other person's emotions, they do something that may just help themselves rather than the other person, even though they have the best intentions and want to help other people, want to help other people. That is why the sherbet version of my pet rock ate the sherbet version of me's finger. The finger just reformed out of new sherbet mites and everything was fine. One final thing to mention is that not everyone's empathy is so selective. For example, I am unsure if I feel empathy any stronger than other people, but my empathy does not go away if someone does anything bad or if I don't like the person. My empathy does not reduce even when I feel intense distress, and my empathy does not go away even when thinking about tiny creatures like insects, worms, and mites, which I feel empathy towards long before they became my special interest and I had OCD around worrying about accidentally harming tiny creatures. And I had OCD around worrying about accidentally harming tiny creatures long before they became my special interest. So in my case, even though I don't have borderline personality disorder, my empathy seems more broad and generalized rather than selective. My empathy is not conditional, and my empathy is still not conditional even when I'm very angry. Part 6.
My daddy, the real David, is in a relationship with the Mite version of themselves. I am the inbred baby. I am half human, half Mite. I only have one big tooth, but I make up for it by having 2 extra fingers. I have a big lump on my head. I am half made of sherbet mites and half made of
Human flesh!
I hate my 2 daddies for bringing me into this cruel and unforgiving world. They made me. They must have knew I'd turn out inbred. I wish I'd never been born, and I wish my 2 parents will burn in hell for all eternity for their transgression.
We are the many descendants of the real David and the Mite imposter. Long, long ago there was an apocalypse that wiped out all of humanity except David. It was David's task to repopulate the earth. However, with no other humans, David had to get very creative and started reproducing with household objects, as well as being in love with them self-made of sherbet mice. David was in a polyamorous relationship with their pet rock, called Bedrock, Dan the cooking pan, Morag the flag, Bert the t-shirt, and Luke the hook that was a coat hanger. David the bag of mites and all the household objects kept reproducing with each other until eventually the offspring became so inbred that the sherbet mites composing their bodies turned blue. Like that family that inbred so much they actually turned blue in real life. The sherbet mites inside colonies eventually became so blurred together that they merged into one super colony of sherbet mites. The offspring had my fringe and glasses. The offspring had so many extra heads and so many extra arms and legs. We are the offspring. Casey the staircase had got in on the action and also reproduced with me and my Mite imposter. Our polyamorous relationship between me and household objects like bedrock and Dan the Pan had blossomed. With no other humans left on Earth, I had bred with the bag of sherbet that turned into a version of me. I had bred with myself and objects that was not exactly a huge gene pool. The offspring that had descended from me, the bag of sherbet mites and the staircase, had turned blue from all the inbreeding, and the offspring was made of blue sherbet mites. It had extra heads, which each had a fringe and glasses like me, but some of the heads had extra eyes. The offspring kept reproducing with themselves until eventually the whole planet turned into blue inbred sherbet mites. Then the whole galaxy and eventually the whole universe had become made of extremely inbred blue sherbet mites. A 3-kilogram bag of sherbet had prospered and replicated itself until it became the most dominant organism in the entire universe. Everything had become assimilated into the hungry blue powder. Planets fell to the blue sherbet mites. They were all consuming, and consuming all they did. In my story, everything in the multiverse is made of mites. In the main universe, everything is just made of mostly red normal mites. In a parallel universe, everything is made of water mites, which are actually different colours in real life. In another parallel universe, everything is made of mites that can be see-through in real life. In that universe, my pet rock is invisible and lies in bed feeling transparent with their own feelings of emptiness, because they're made of see-through mites. In the universe in this video, everything is made of sherbet mites that have turned blue and all descended from the 3-kilogram bag of sherbet. I am the real me, but alas, no amount of Botox can make you live forever. And I am with the ancestors now, speaking to you from the other side. I was the last human, but my genes, though diluted by sherbet and inanimate objects, will live on. In the heart of every star turned blue, in every planet turned blue. If anything ever happens to me, my family can watch this video to remember me. I'm feeling safe at the moment though, so don't worry.
I was just feeling a bit depressed though. Section about rocks 2. My pet rock has a character arc.
Autistic people like myself can attribute human-like characteristics or emotions to animals or inanimate objects. I've made hours of videos personifying rocks, but I know rocks aren't actually conscious or people. I just like to pretend they are. People with psychosis can see faces and objects that aren't faces. So this is like how sometimes objects like clouds or rocks sometimes look like they've got faces in them. And this is known as pareidolia. Leading up to when I had a psychosis, I would see an object like a road sign and think it was a person. I'd look back at it and realise it wasn't a person. When I had the actual psychosis, though, I would be looking directly at an object and I still couldn't tell if it was an actual person. So this wasn't just seeing a face and an object like pareidolia is. This was the object actually looking indistinguishable from a whole human body. I coloured the rock in and added hair to show this. Could my autism's ability to personify objects have influenced what hallucinations I got? In real life, when I had the psychosis, although I thought I was other human people, I also thought I was the wolf from Shrek, and I wore a pink shower cap around the house pretending to be the wolf with their pink hat. The fact that this was a non-human character may show how autistic people personify animals. Now here's a fictional story about an ordinary rock before it became the pet rock, where my hallucinations made it human. The rock person was now human. They could move and talk as much as they wanted. They went skydiving. They felt exhilarated, excited, amazed. They could eat human food.
They didn't know what to eat, so they made ice lollies out of frozen soy sauce, curry sauce, chili sauce, frozen vinegar, and garlic mayonnaise. The Rock never wanted to go back to being a rock. If I took my antipsychotic tablets, they would, though. The Rock thought they wanted to be human for just a little bit longer. When would they get a chance like this again? They thought, but they felt guilty. They hid the tablets. I was wandering around the house pretending to be a wolf. The Rock person was amused and thought I was just joking on and having a laugh, and didn't take my illness seriously. I said to the Rock, "According to me, Mr. Wolf, it's 9 p.m. Where is my tablet?" The Rock person said, "You're making me feel guilty for not giving you your tablet, but you're just joking on. I shouldn't feel guilty. I feel angry now, and it's your fault." I replied, "I'm not the boy who cried wolf. I am the wolf." The stone person was going out drinking every night, trying to make the most of their time. They came home. I inquired, "Where are my tablets?" They shouted, "I was a rock. I couldn't move or talk for hundreds of millions of years. You've been psychotic for a matter of weeks. I've been ill much longer than you. I deserve to be well. I'll give you your tablets soon enough. You can wait." I shouted, "I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow this house down if you don't give me the tablet. I'll eat grandma. I may be in sheep's clothing, but I could hurt you." I wanted to be away from the Rock. I hit walls, I threw a chair. I was feeling so overwhelmed and angry and not myself. The Rock saw me being ill. The stone felt so guilty. They were angry with themselves. They felt awful. But if I took my tablet, I'd stop hallucinating and the Rock person would go back to being an ordinary rock. The Rock couldn't go back. The stone couldn't cope. They went in the other room. I frantically left the house in the night. I didn't have time to change out of my pajamas. The human stone saw the door was unlocked. They rushed out after me. They realised how ill I was, and they thought they'd been such a jerk. They felt worried for me and searched everywhere until they found me and convinced me to come home. I said, "I'm not taking my tablet." The human rock said calmly and lovingly, "I'll make you something nice." The stone began making an antipsychotic sandwich. The human rock said, "At first I just wanted more and more time to live a little, but I looked it up, and the earlier they intervene, the better you will do. I suffered for a long time, trapped in the cold, dark ground, but if I don't help you, you could suffer for the rest of your life too. I realize now how ill you are. Take this tablet." I took the tablet as the rock began fading away. "Goodbye," they said with their last breath. People with autism can also personify objects. In about 5 years' time, the rock developed eyes and grew arms and legs. They could talk and move. Their wish had finally came true, and I wasn't psychotic anymore either. Part 2.
So on the road, there's these sort of like stones embedded in the road, just part of the road, I think. But basically, so then some other stones, like this one here, it almost looks like a coral fossil. I don't know if it is a fossil or not, but it's sort of the pattern on it's a bit like coral. Like the white bits or like the lightish bits. And then some of the other sort of rocks embedded in the road also had like little white bits on. So I don't know what these are. It's just that one mainly, which looked a bit like a fossil. But anyway, so this is all real. But anyway, I thought, oh, I'll try and excavate the fossil. So it was quite difficult because there was cars coming past. So while I was trying to excavate a big lump out the road, I was having to dodge cars and then keep going back and forth with sort of like my geology tools and hammers and stuff like that. But anyways, so then when I did excavate all these things which could potentially be fossils. And it sort of left, because I took big chunks out of the road, it left like big potholes. And so I hope the council doesn't get on my back for taking big pothole for making big potholes in the road, because I sort of had to excavate around the fossils that I took out the road. But then afterwards, I thought, oh, I'll have a look for some ammonites and like stones and buildings and stuff, because like sometimes you get like fossil shells or ammonites or whatever in buildings. So I excavated big chunks out of the buildings. So hopefully the buildings don't fall down. I've got my fingers crossed. And I'll let you know if the council get on my back for creating big potholes in the roads. Okay, thanks.
I didn't want the council knowing, so to conceal the potholes, I covered them with long grass. So hopefully no one doesn't realize there's a hole there and falls down it. A policeman came to the door and they were chasing me round the table. I would go one way and they'd go that way, but then I'd keep changing direction so they couldn't catch me. Now I don't have a balaclava, so I'll just have to tie trousers round my head. The only problem is now I'm not wearing any trousers. I'll wear sunglasses to conceal my face. The only problem is they might not be that big, so they might not conceal enough of my face. Anyway, so I'm going to go on the run around the English coast path. So I'll try and excavate a load of fossils out of the path. Okay, I'll see you soon. I'm back. The council are still after me, but don't worry. We've got someone on the inside, someone who can infiltrate the council and tear them down from within. This rock. They work for the council now, as you can see by their uniform. They work from home, so they still just stay in bed all day. A council toppled by its enemies can rise again, but a council that crumbles from within, that is dead forever. We've been fossil hunting. The annoying thing is, there's rocks everywhere on the beach, so you pick up the rocks, check them for fossils, but you put them down and you don't know what rocks you've already checked. I think it's against the law to take pebbles from some beaches. Now that the rock works for the council, I have access to a big truck. So we just take truckloads of all the rocks on the beach home in the truck and sort them at home. It's easier that way because you know which rocks you've already checked for fossils. Anyway, I heard something about how people taking rocks from beaches leads to the beach being eroded away, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Taking the rocks back to the beach would be a right trek, so when it's dark at night, we just dump them out the truck into my neighbour's gardens. I really like this rock because it's the size, shape, and colour of a samosa. I don't know how a rock got a job at the council, but I guess that's what happens when they just ask for a CV and not an interview. I was taking more rocks home in the truck when a council employee followed me in their car. They were tailgating me. They were right behind my truck on the motorway. So I pressed the button on the truck and the load of rocks tipped back and onto the council member driving behind me.
They were dead, I think, so luckily they can't testify against me. Anyway, so I think I've started a war with the council. I'm going to have to get out of town. I only drive the council's truck, though, because if you want to buy a car, they ask for your driving license, and I don't have one. Now that I'm going on the run again, it's me and my rock's last meal together, so I'm giving the rock person the samosa rock. I've got cameras set up so I can record the rock person's meetings with the council while I'm gone. Here's footage of the Zoom call.
I like you, Rock. You're a good employee. You never argue or talk back to me. One of our trucks seems to have gone missing. You wouldn't happen to know anything about it. Judging by your blank facial expression, I'd say you don't know anything about it and are completely innocent.
I'm in hiding. I think the one place the council will never think to look for me is in the ladies' toilets. I need to get rid of the council, so I've bought this book in the For Dummies series. It's called How to Enrich Uranium for Dummies. I mean, what could go wrong there? I've been thinking, even if we do take down the county council, there are other counties and more councils out there. This is just the beginning of our journey. Anyway, I'm constipated, so I'll get back to reading the book. The vlog was meant to be about fossil hunting, but it turned into council employee hunting. Disclaimer. For legal reasons, I must say, no threat towards the council is intended.
Excuse me, are you nearly done in there?
2 hours later. I'm still constipated. 3 weeks later. Right, I've finally managed to go to the toilet. I'm going to come out of hiding now. Oh, I forgot they were waiting to use the toilet. I've came home and I'm reunited with my rock person. It's so good to see you. I've missed you so much. The next council meeting.
We've located the criminal. They live with you. Don't worry, Rock. I don't blame you. I know what roommates are like.
The council are coming. We need to defend ourselves. Now, seeing as this is a family-friendly vlog, I've just given the Rock a Nerf gun. Our audience is young and impressionable, so we'll just have to make do with foam bullets. Hopefully this vlog will replace In the Night Garden for the most relaxing show for 3-month-olds to watch before bed. The council have arrived.
How dare you point that Nerf gun at me while you wear the council vest and all the vest symbolises? You were like a brother to me. You were the chosen one. You will no longer have a seat on the Jedi Council. Sorry, I meant to say County Council, not Jedi Council. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium.
Rock, look. See how the Nerf bullets have got a hole in the centre? The uranium fuel rod goes in there. Disclaimer, this is a joke. I have no intention of doing anything bad, and I don't even have any negative feelings towards the council. So this was just a piece of fun. Back to the story. Update. So it's been a while. What I thought was uranium fuel rods were just straws crisps. Some of them are green, so that gave me the impression they were uranium. I had a kidney stone, who we called Pebbles, so now I'm a father of the stone. Becoming a dad has made me more caring, kind, considerate, and compassionate, and this made me not want to fight with the council anymore, and we've made a peace deal. Me and the council are even friends now. We've went out to dinner with council members. We've been to parties with council members, and we've even all held hands in a circle and sang Kumbaya, my lord. So everything's fine with the council, and everything is peaceful. The Rock even got to keep the council vest. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got to get back to singing Kumbaya, my lord. And smash that like button if you like this video as much as I now like the council. Part 3. Dating red flags. So now I'm in a relationship with a literal red flag. I'm dating a flag. So there's actually quite a lot of inanimate objects in our polyamorous relationship. They're red all the time, and so their color is giving off angry vibes. You know, I want to get on smoothly with them, but they won't really talk to me either, so I'm getting very passive-aggressive vibes from the flag. So some people don't like it when their romantic partner is more intelligent than they are. You know, the brain has folds in it that make you intelligent. The problem is, I'm dating a folded piece of laundry, and I don't know if the folds make the laundry more intelligent than me. I like to feel clever, but when my partner constantly corrects me, I feel stupid. I can tell they think I'm wrong just by the way they look. I'm in a relationship with the radiation left over from the Big Bang, the cosmic microwave background radiation. Some people say there's a bit of an age difference between us, but I like that when there's conflict in our relationship, they're very mature and grown up about it. I'm also in a relationship with a hook. I'm hooked on a feeling, do 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 do. I'm high on believing, do 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 do, that you're in love with me. I'm in a relationship with a cup of tea. They're just so hot. Too hot, hot damn. I used to have trouble talking to large groups of people, but since I've been in a polyamorous relationship with so many inanimate objects, my social skills have really improved. The other objects in the relationship have to sleep at the other end of the bed because of space. There's Dan the pan, some turmeric to spice up my life if I'm having a good time. And there's also an amber flag. There's so many of us in the relationship. I bet you're wondering what wild games we get up to in the bedroom. Actually, we play capture the flag. We have a team and flag at each end of the bed. The inanimate objects aren't very fast though, so my team usually wins. Even the kitchen sinks in the relationship. I've gone bankrupt. People are going to come and take all my possessions. They'll take my object partners away and split us up.
We have to stay and fight. We all have a child together. My kidney stone. We're doing this for them.
Here you all are, lined up before me, armed with forks. They can take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. A day may come when the courage of objects fails, when we forsake our partners and break all bonds of fellowship. But it is not this day. Dan the Pan, when I first met you, you couldn't handle the heat. Yet here you are. Captain Hook, when I first met you, you were controlling. Yet here you are, letting me take charge. Red Flag, when I first met you, you were red and angry. Yet here you are, channeling your rage for the greater good. I'm so proud of you all. For rise, for ruin. We won the battle. The Rock had worked so hard so their child could still see them. After the events, the Rock certainly wouldn't risk their child losing them. Would that ever change? Part 4.
I used the AI crayon to make images. Worms can come together and assemble into things like dinosaurs made of worms. Worms can battle things. This dinosaur's made of mealworms and has tiny arms. There could be armies of worms. When archers have a baby with worms, the baby is a worm-arch hybrid. There could be a place with lots of natural archways, but some of the archways could be worm-arch hybrids. Earthworms can come together and form brain-like superconsciousnesses. How big could these superconsciousnesses become? The council were building roads and pavement. Earthworms would dry out on top of the pavement. The worms had finally had enough. The worms came together and assembled into creatures like dinosaurs and brains made of worms and fought the county council. The worms stormed County Hall. The council had to call in the military and tanks arrived. The soldiers fired salt grit out of rocket launchers at the worms to kill the worms. The worms had to retreat. The worms had to infiltrate the council, so the worms dressed up as a gorilla and applied for a job at the council. The council employed Donald Trump to build a 20-meter high, impenetrable wall around County Hall, made of rock salt to stop the worms getting in. The rock salt wall had bricks made of rock salt. The wall towered above the worms, disguised as a gorilla. There was a pressurized door in the wall, so council employees could get through. The gorilla took one look at the door and plucked up the courage to enter. What would happen? The worms came to a rock for help. The rock had once fought the council, but had then made a peace deal with the council. The rock had a child now. The stone thought they had to look after their child and couldn't risk going to prison. The stone thought, not my problem, I have my own child to look after. The rock didn't help. The gorilla got the job and was in a council meeting. One person in the meeting said, "What should we do about the worms?" The worm gorilla replied, "Worms can't see very well. If we put tactile bumps around the pavement, the worms will know when they're about to wander onto the pavement. The worms can then change direction and not end up drying out on the pavement. Worms need to migrate though, so there should be gaps between the pavement. Bridges could then connect the separated pavements for people to use, and when worms want to migrate, they can travel beneath the bridges where there is no pavement." A council member replied with, "That would be too much time and money." "Anyway, how do you know so much about worms?" The gorilla replied with, "Know your enemy." The gorilla was trying not to raise too much suspicion. The gorilla thought, the council are going to have to die. There's no other way, it's justified. All the worms' lives are just the council's lives. The gorilla saw the council members' lives as just a statistic. One day a worm that was a plumber lay in distress upon the pavement. The rock gazed at the worm. The worm's cheeks were a pink and rosy hue, as was the rest of their body. The worm had a graceful wiggle. It was love at first sight. The rock didn't normally help worms, but thought putting one worm on the grass wouldn't be any inconvenience to the rock. The rock, feeling conflicted, placed the worm on the grass. The worm thanked the rock, and in return the worm said they would fix the rock's tap. The worm was coming to the rock's house to fix the tap. Was this a date? There was a council employee night out at a nightclub, and the gorilla was invited. The gorilla didn't want to get too attached to their colleagues, as the gorilla would be killing all of them. The colleagues offered the gorilla a beer. The worm gorilla had to keep their guard up as to not blow their cover. The ape kept insisting no. The colleagues kept asking. The gorilla felt pressured and had a beer, thinking they needed to gain their colleagues' trust. One beer turned into two, and eventually the gorilla was dancing with a beer in one arm and a co-worker in the other. The gorilla and co-worker sang merrily together, and the gorilla began to become emotionally attached to their co-workers. The rock and the worm plumber's day led to another, and eventually the rock and worm had a baby together. The hybrid baby's head is a rock with real tubes made by worms naturally attached. The baby wore a suit. The worm partner said to the rock, "The worms are preparing for war against the council. Why won't you help the worms beat the council?" The rock spoke. "Being the rock that I am, I have chronic fatigue-like symptoms. Helping the worms will be too much for me. Besides, I became friends with the council. I don't want to betray them." The rock's worm partner replied, "Don't you see? If you go to prison, your children still have you as a parent. If worms that are parents die because of the roads and pavement built by the council, then those worms' children won't have them as a parent at all." A colleague on the council spoke to the worms disguised as a gorilla. The colleague said, "I'm getting married, and I want you to be the best man." The ape replied with, "I'm sorry, I just can't." The colleague kept saying how much it would mean to them, and eventually the gorilla gave in and said yes. The gorilla stood there at the front of the wedding, feeling very uneasy and uncomfortable. They thought, "I have to kill them, it's for the greater good. I'm their best man, though. How can I betray them like that?" The worms are just about to invade. Tanks made of many worms assembled together began moving towards County Hall. A tank is shown here. They had the tank's pole bit made of a real giant tube worm. There were helicopters made of worms as well. The worm priests with their black and white priest collars prayed, "May the worm god be on our side." The worm priests were on their way to County Hall, ready to give the last rites to soldiers. Worm fairies were beginning to gather outside County Hall, ready to heal wounded worm soldiers. They could only heal so many. The rock, however, was just lying in bed. The rock began thinking they hadn't seen their worm partner in a while. The rock thought, "They're probably fine," but after a while, they decided to go outside and look for them. The stone began walking. There the worm was. The worm lay dead, plastered across the pavement. The rock's worm partner had dried out because of the pavement. They were long dead. It was too late. Not even a worm fairy could save them. The Rock hastily ripped off their council jacket. The Rock realised they had to help others. The Rock grabbed their gun and headed straight for County Hall to help the other worms. The Rock had put their partner in their pocket, ready for when to bury them. The Rock arrived at County Hall. There were creatures like worm dinosaurs, worm brains, and worm tanks and worm helicopters. The council had aerial defences, though. The stone's friends arrived to our rocks as well. The stone was riddled with vengeance and spoke to the worms. The wall surrounding County Hall is made of rock salt, which is sodium chloride. I will turn my rock legs into lava and pour the lava onto the wall. When I do, the chlorine in the rock salt will be released as chlorine gas. The council members will be gassed inside County Hall. The Rock's legs began glowing orange as they turned to lava. The Rock was about to approach the wall. To the gorilla, using chlorine gas seemed so inhumane, and then the gorilla realised, wait, war is inhumane. The gorilla began to interject. No, there must be something else we can do. The gorilla continued. I infiltrated the council wanting to destroy the council, but now I realise maybe there's another way. I've been treating the council workers like statistics, but they're people. The gorilla frantically tried to think of another way. The gorilla had an idea. If we blast the wall with water, the rock salt will dissolve in the water. The worms pumped water from the nearby river Wansbeck. Step back from the wall, shouted the gorilla to the worms. The salt may kill you. The pressurized door in the wall was sealed. Water began filling up inside County Hall. The water level was rising and the council workers were trapped in the building. Help! Shouted the council worker whose wedding it had been. The council worker shouted again. Where's my gorilla friend? The gorilla was standing outside the wall and heard the shouting. The worms were barricading the door through the wall and trying to drown the council members inside. The gorilla shouted, I have to help them. The gorilla banged on the door, but couldn't get through. The council workers would drown. The gorilla kept trying to get through. In real life, there is an astronomically tiny chance that all the atoms in your hand will line up with all the atoms in a wall, so that your hand phases through the wall. It seemed like a long shot. It was possible, though, and the ape had to try. It worked. The gorilla phased through the door. The ape rushed into County Hall. The salty water dehydrated them, but the gorilla was so focused on saving their council colleagues that they were oblivious to the dehydration. The worm gorilla was trying to focus in on the vibrations of their colleagues' screams. The gorilla grabbed the council members and pulled them out of the building a few at a time. The gorilla brought the council members to the salt wall outside of the building. It was an even more astronomically tiny chance that every council member would phase through the door of the salt wall, but it was possible. One by one, the council members made it through. The gorilla had pulled them out of the building and saved them. The ape was quickly sprayed with water that wasn't salty to hydrate them. The worm gorilla began to talk. We need to fight with dialogue, not weapons. The gorilla addressed the council. I'm not who you think I am. The gorilla took off their gorilla suit, leaving just a big pile of worms. The pile looked like it had a face made of worms. The council members stared at the gorilla in shock. The pile of worms exclaimed, I was sent to infiltrate the council, but you have families, lives, complex thoughts and feelings. I couldn't kill you, but worms have lives, thoughts and feelings too. Worms are more than just an expense to the council. That means that equally you shouldn't kill worms, just like I shouldn't kill you.
Witnessing the council members nearly drowning made the rock realize vengeance had taken them over, but the rock still wanted to help. The rock spoke to the council. We're all in this together. We'll have to help each other like the worm gorilla helped you evacuate. Even when it's tough and hard to help each other, we need to pull together. Otherwise, my worm partner just died in vain. The council members looked at each other and said, maybe we can implement tactile bumps around the pavement for worms to know when they reach a pavement. We can also put gaps in between the pavement and connect the separated pavement with bridges for humans to use and grass underneath the bridge for worms to migrate. The gorilla and the rock's speech had worked. The gorilla had saved the council members, and the rock had helped the worms. The rock still had their dead worm partner in their pocket ready to bury them. An intelligent worm brain spoke to the rock. Can we not heal your worm partner? The rock responded with, my worm partner's long dead. Not even a worm fairy can save them. The worm brain replied, you're right. A single worm fairy can't save them. But loads of worm fairies have all gathered here ready to heal worm soldiers. The conflict was resolved peacefully. No one was harmed, which means the worm fairies have not used up any of their power healing soldiers. The rock replied with, we would need a miracle for this to work, though. The intelligent brain worm replied again, loads of worm priests have come to the battle to give the last rites to soldiers. The worm priests can all pray to the worm lord for this to work. The rock pulled out their worm partner and laid them on the grass. The worm fairies gave all they could give. The priests used their connection with the worm god and prayed all they could pray. Then, the worm partner let out a graceful wiggle, and colour returned to their pink rosy cheeks. The rock was so happy to see their worm partner alive, and the worm partner was so happy the rock had helped the worms. The rock had lost their legs earlier when they turned to lava. There was just enough healing energy left over to give the rock new legs. The partly dissolved rock salt wall around County Hall was taken down. One thing remained, though. How did the gorilla and council members manage to get so lucky that they phased through the door? I guess the Worm Lord works in mysterious ways. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Part 5. Lichen on rocks can look light green and powdery. This rock has a light green lichen face mask. I drew on the rock with light green powdery chalk. Trigger warning, trypophobia and snakes. I've took photos of rocks from my local region around the northeast of England. In this series I will be personifying these rocks. All the photos will be mine of around the northeast. Can rocks breathe? When I was looking at rocks in puddles, there were really no bubbles in the puddles, except for around the rocks. This is like when you try breathing underwater and lots of bubbles appear. The rocks are having fun blowing bubbles. They're splishing, they're splashing, they're having the time of their lives. One of the rocks, though, never let on that some of the bubbles were from it farting. The rock felt embarrassed, but relieved that rocks don't blush. Why is this rock I found so attractive? This rock looks like a face with eyebrow ridges, a nose, and lips. This rock's face looks symmetrical, and symmetrical faces in humans are more attractive. Rocks may not need bilateral symmetry because they don't move fast. However, human beauty standards might have a cultural influence on rocks. Therefore, this rock I found is very attractive. The shape of lots of other rocks can also be symmetrical, and so the rock that's normally in bed
may be quite attractive to me as well. Their cheeks even stick out at the side, just below the eyes, so they have defined cheekbones that are high up on the face. Very attractive indeed. Rock haircuts. This rock only has hairy lichen on the top of it and must have short back and sides. These rocks have lines of hairy grass sticking up between them that look like mohawks. These rocks are punk rockers and like punk songs playing in their head. With autism, you can notice small details and be fascinated by them. Photos I take can be of small details. Grass growing on rocks is interesting to me because grass can need a thicker layer of soil to grow than moss or lichen. This rock still prefers the Beatles' songs and has a big grassy fringe. Moss on this rock looks like individual feathers, and so this rock is basically wearing feathers. The rock is therefore quite flamboyant and might be influenced by Elton John. Some rocks aren't mentally feeling that well. They have given up on hygiene practices, and the moss has completely taken them over. Lifeguards are seen with white noses due to them putting sunscreen on their nose, which is sensitive to the sun. This rock really wanted to be a lifeguard. They even put white lichen on their nose, as lichen can really have compounds that protect it from the sun. The rock couldn't move by themselves, but wanted the waves to wash the rock all over the place, saving other rocks in the process from the sea's harsh weathering nature. The rocks at the beach were riddled with bullet holes. Were they at a war with nature? Was something sinister going on? One rock, however, liked gardening and took advantage of this, and used its little holes as plant pots to grow moss. This rock has a positive attitude and could turn a bad situation on its head. It was tough climbing over the slippy rocks, but many pieces of seaweed always had a hand out ready to save us. Even stranded out of the water on their deathbed, the seaweed's last act was to try and save me. The seaweed was truly selfless. Not just rocks have consciousness, even the trees wear woolly moss leg warmers. This is evident by how on a lot of trees the moss is just at the base of the tree's trunk. This mossy piece of fashion was also feathery and very stylish. The dying piece of seaweed were still waiting to reach out their hand and hold on to someone to prevent the human slipping on the rocks. The seaweed thought, being seaweed, they've lived their life fixed to one place. All their life they've never been able to get up and help anyone. They never helped anyone. They thought before they died they just wanted to do something good and help one person. This was their dying wish. I held their hand. They had reached out and helped me. The seaweed could now die happy. Get some rest, I muttered gently to the seaweed. There was nothing else I could do. Moss and lichen growing on rocks weather the rocks, breaking the rocks down. Like sugary foods, rocks liked moss and lichen, but the moss and lichen would impact the rock's health. The flamboyant rock with a feathery moss coat was in love with their moss coat. The moss communicated to the rock that they would weather the rock, reducing the rock's lifespan, and that rocks normally loved other rocks, not moss. You're going against the norm, communicated the moss, and you'll die early. The rock replied with, I would rather spend one lifetime with you than spend all the ages of this world alone. You may be a feather moss, which are scientifically known as hypnales, but you've hypnotized me. I choose a mortal life for you. The dying seaweed was washed back out to sea. The seaweed was floating aimlessly, unattached to anything. Meanwhile, the lifeguard rock was washed out to sea. They were finally ready to save something. The lifeguard rock was washed around, allowing it to move. The waves washed the white-nosed rock onto the dying seaweed. The weight of this rock held the seaweed down, allowing it to reattach to the surface. The seaweed was saved, and the rock's dream of being a lifeguard was fulfilled. The rock's movement may have been dictated by the waves and not the rock's own volition, but human actions are just dictated by their environment and genetics, and not necessarily free will. Are the rock's actions any less noble than humans? Rocks having relationships with things that aren't rocks was becoming more normalized. However, when millipedes spent time with rock partners, they would still hide under the rocks, not wanting to be seen by anyone. The millipedes hid amongst these sandstone rocks from a local quarry. The millipedes were in a relationship with the rocks in a pile. Some of the rocks that made up the pile had already left. One had developed eyes and a body and had been living in my bed. One day I turned over a rock and the millipede hastily scurried out, embarrassed and fearful of my judgment. Even recently birds would poo on rocks for supposedly loving the lichen growing on them just because there was a lot of lichen growing on them. In real life, I found the rocks with bubbles around them next to a bank where there's lots of snakes. A snake was shedding its outer layer of skin. They needed a moist place where they could scrape their skin off. The snake entered the puddle and rubbed up against the rock. The rock felt the snake's warm embrace. The rock blew bubbles that tickled the snake. The snake giggled internally, thinking the rock was such a flirt. The snake smelled the rock with their tongue, as snakes do. A kiss, thought the rock. The snake turned and stared at the rock lovingly, and the rock gazed into the snake's eyes. Following this event, the rock and snake had many babies together, and the hybrid babies were made of the real mineral serpentinite, which has a texture like that of a snake's skin. Rocks can be formed from many fragments of other rocks that came before the rocks. Rocks therefore can have many parents. Hence rocks are used to polyamory, and the other bubble-blowing rocks got in on the relationship as well. The snake told the other snakes about the fun they'd had in the polyamorous relationship, and soon the snakes were all flocking to join in the fun with the rocks. If you're ever out, keep your eyes peeled for a snake rubbing their shedding skin on a rock. Who knows what the snake's really up to? A huge expanse of muddy field covered the land. An island of trees was surrounded on all sides by the sea of mud. The island was mysterious. Everyone walked around the field. They never ventured into the field's heart, where the island lay. It was the perfect secret meeting place. What schemes could be going on unnoticed and unchecked on the island? Was something planned? The rock had arms and legs, but they hadn't got out of bed despite being less tired than usual. The other rocks in the pile couldn't move or communicate. The rock with limbs had grew up with them and didn't want to overshadow them. The rock compensated for this by not moving. The rock felt a lot of guilt that only they could move. They couldn't face seeing the other rocks from the pile, and never visited the rock pile in the garden. The trauma of rocks being broken up at the quarry still affected them. I told the limbed rock that the pile of rocks were happy in their relationship with the millipedes, and that they were getting married. The limbed rock knew how important the wedding was, and felt a newfound desire to rekindle their friendship. The rock still couldn't face seeing them, and felt conflicted, pondering over the matter for hours. One rock was very cheeky, and loved their bums sticking up in the air. Of course, being a rock, they had no control over it, but they always giggled internally when someone walked past. One rock loved that they looked like they had a hairy chest. They thought of themselves as the alpha rock of the group. Rock gender is more variable than humans, and this was a hyper-masculine rock indeed, especially as many rocks are somewhere in the middle of the gender spectrum. One day the very masculine rock and the flamboyant feathery rock would meet.
The feathery rock thought they could add the manly rock to their relationship with the feather moss. The hairy-chested rock pretended not to be interested, but the feathery rock thought, who are they kidding? They're a bear. How did the masculine rock even get there? It must have been fate. Things were happening near the island in the mud. Grain by grain, the sand was beginning to blow away from the area in the howling wind. The sand must have knew something was coming and were trying to escape. The sand even actually blew into my face when I was on the path separated from the sand by a fence. The island and sand pile were close to home. Perhaps too close. It was the day of the wedding. The limbed rock felt an urge to go, but couldn't muster up the courage to. Rocks marrying animals was controversial. The limbed rock didn't exactly stick to dating other rocks either. Bivalves, the likes of clams, oysters and mussels, were part of a hate group against it. Bivalves can actually put holes in rocks and therefore harm rocks. There were actually bivalves inland in Newcastle city centre around a lake. I really spotted bivalves around a pond much closer to us at home as well. Were they coming for the pile of rocks and millipedes, I had to warn the limbed rock. The limbed rock knew they had to help and was finally ready to see their family. The limbed rock wasn't used to moving, and I had to help it down the stairs. The limbed rock went into the garden and gazed at their family, happy to see them. Their family gazed back and were happy they had made it to the wedding. The limbed rock felt a surreal feeling. They thought they should never have left their family. The limbed rock was now there for their family, no matter what the world threw at them. With autism, you can personify animals and inanimate objects. The story is very accurate to real life. Millipedes do hide under rocks, snakes do rub it up against rocks to shed their skin. The limbed rock never moved unaided. The events of this story could have happened. It's just up to you what personality and motives you assign to the characters. Part 6. Some people with autism can be interested in things deemed childish, and some people with autism have also been said to look younger than their age. Although the rocks may not necessarily be autistic, some may have some traits associated with autism. Early in the timeline, Harry was an adult but looked younger, was very dependent on others, and still liked doing childish things. Rock fragments like Harry were once part of larger rock. Rocks have some memories from millions of years ago when they were part of larger rock. Rocks liked watching nature documentaries about prehistoric times. It let the rocks learn about their past and brought back memories. Despite being technically millions of years old, Harry still watched the land before time. Harry was quite effeminate as well and liked the sound of music where the hills were alive. Harry felt bad about his childish interests. They felt ashamed and worried about what people would think about them. Harry suppressed their interests to the detriment of their health. Later, the rocks got together for some group fun. A baby was born. Harry felt they had to grow up and stop being immature. The other rocks, Bedrock and Big Lad the Boulder, didn't know who was the parent. Bedrock's siblings didn't have arms or legs, and so Bedrock didn't want to overshadow their siblings by looking after a child. Bedrock also had chronic fatigue symptoms and used this to justify not looking after their child. Big Lad the Boulder also didn't look after the child, as they both didn't even know whether the child was theirs. Harry carried the child on their back and looked after them. The child grew, and Harry realized he had raised a child and the others hadn't. Harry thought he was the mature one all along. Harry no longer felt embarrassed about their childishness and put on land before time. In later years, Bedrock would become a more caring person
and would look after a lizard, and their other children like Pebbles. Part 7. The rock's pregnant. As you can see, they've got a little baby bump, and actually the bump's a geode. So it's like a womb, the geode, and it's hollow, and inside it's the little baby. So as you can see, it's sort of like, I don't know if you can tell it, but it's sort of a bit pinky, the stone, maybe sandstone. So it's like the sandstone parent, but pinky, and it's got a little white tack body with 2 arms and 2 legs. So I got my rock partner pregnant, as you can see by the baby bump. I assume I'm the father, although I am in an extremely massive polyamorous relationship with hundreds of other objects. You may see YouTube videos about people getting stung or bitten by animals, so today I'm going to see if I can get kicked by the rock's baby, like a baby kicking. So, I'm Coyote Peterson, and we're about to enter the kick zone with this rock's baby. So this rock's little embryo is gonna kick me. So see how long I can survive. How I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Sorry. How long have we got left? It's really kicking. This rock's really kicking me. Ooh, how long do I have left? Come on. 10 seconds. I can do that. I'm doing this. Come on, breathe. One last kick. Right, I blasted. Okay. Yeah, this has been really painful and stressful. Oh boy, I really picked the wrong day to quit inhaling lead. This is lead, galena, the mineral. Okay, thanks. So they're still pregnant with the baby in the womb, so I'm gonna sing some nice songs to the baby. They're inside the parents. I'm gonna sing Something Inside So Strong. Again, you build your barriers, the taller I become, the farther you take my rights away, the faster I will run. Deny me, you can decide to turn your face away. Something inside so strong, oh. Something inside so strong. Now the next song I'm gonna sing is, cause they need to let the baby out. They're going into labor. Come on, let the baby out. So I'm gonna sing, shout, let it all out, cause you've got to let the baby out. Don't shout, let it all out. These are the things you can do without. Come on. Let it all out. Come on. Shout, let it all out. These are the things we can do without. Come on, final push. Come on, they're dilated 4 centimeters. The baby has been born. The pregnant rock's baby bump is actually a geode that acts as a womb. The rock in bed is the baby's biological parent, and the baby looks just like bedrock because they're a clone. The geode just acted as a surrogate parent and provided the womb. The baby is genetically the same as bedrock, and does not share DNA with the geode. However, the geode functioned like a womb. The geode was basically the surrogate parents, and with surrogate parents, the baby may not necessarily share DNA. Surrogate parents do provide the womb and therefore the internal environment. The surrogate parent's hormones and emotional state or stress has an impact on the baby's development. The surrogate parent's immune system has an effect on the baby's development as well, and the surrogate parent's microbiome can also affect the baby's development. So the geode may not be the baby's genetic parent, but through acting as a surrogate womb, the geode would have had an influence on the baby and their development. There may be bacteria on the geode, and so the baby may be influenced by the geode's microbiome. The problem with this rock person is that the rock is hard, so I can't keep them in the bed all the time. I therefore sewed together a smaller clone of the rock person who can stay in the bed all the time. When sewing, I copied the rock's details, like the lighter and darker parts, and the rock's curvy patterns. I made the rock's clothes and mittens out of soft, fluffy fabric. I put the clone in a fluffy hot water bottle case in my room. They stay in it all day and night. They're like a little teddy. I'm taking the baby to the mother and toddlers to play with other babies. The ferns are newly emerged and still all curled up like babies. The baby rock is playing with the baby ferns. The baby likes playing peekaboo. In real life, I found what looked like a coral fossil embedded in the road. Previously in my story, I tried excavating a big chunk out of the road. Now a crack I made with black felt has appeared in the chunk of road. The stripy stone is the head, and its hat and arms and legs have stuck out from the felt crack, as if the rock's body had been embedded in the road. I stitched purple arms and legs to the black felt crack. I stitched pink mittens and shoes to the rock limbs, and I stitched a yellow crescent moon to the hat. The rock had recently reunited with their family. Their family were doing well, and the bedrock no longer worried about overshadowing their siblings. The bedrock no longer wanted to compensate for overshadowing their siblings. They wanted to do something with their life, and they had the baby to make up for lost time. They cared for the baby, but it tired them out. I hand-stitched an outfit made of felt for one of the rocks in the wall. I made an orange suit and tie, and the suit wraps all the way around the stone. I stitched on dangling blue trousers and brown shoes. I drew a pair of eyes on each rock with chalk. In the story, this is a castle wall, and the castle was built out of rock people by humans during a conflict between rock people and humans. The rock had another baby, and now there were two clones of the rock. I used sandpaper for the clone because it looks like sandstone. There were three in the bed. The rock was even more tired. They had to rest, but they were too driven. They had two clone children, but their other children who aren't clones were all grown up. They felt they hadn't given them enough care. They needed to make up for it by looking after new children. The council were making roads and buildings out of pet rocks. There were so few pet rocks left. The bedrock wanted to fight the council all by themselves. Bedrock had more babies that were clones. One of them had a relatively small head. I put the small teddy-like clone's head on a regular-sized body. Another baby that was a clone was put on my keychain. I sewed that clone together as well. Bedrock was so tired from looking after the babies, they thought they couldn't go on, but they felt they had to. They felt conflicted. Bedrock sought medical advice. Despite being able to do more lately, they were diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome. The Rock had an excuse. They didn't have to live up to the same standards as everyone else. The Rock thought they didn't have to push themselves too hard anymore. But what about the conflict with the council? Bedrock thought they had to go and fight by themselves because the Pet Rocks counted on them. The Bedrock was still ready to take on the council all by themselves, but they could barely stand. The Rock's child Pebbles, who was now grown up, said to the Rock that you weren't able to do everything for me when I was a child, but you did what you could, and it all added up. The Rock realized you can just do a little bit, and it adds up. The Rock realized they couldn't go on doing everything. Then they had an idea. There were so many clones of them. Each version of Bedrock only had to do a little, and they could still beat the council. The army of clones marched towards the castle and took on the council. The clones fought hard together, and the battle was won. The Clone Wars were a success. Part 8. I'm going to sing The Boy Does Nothing by Alicia Dixon. And this is a really personal song because like there are rocks, so they don't really do the housework. So, yeah. So I've got my Wii remote, which I'll just use as a microphone, like just pretend it's a microphone. Okay. I got a rock with 2 left feet, and when it dances to the beat, I really think that they should know. They see them go, go, go. I got a rock with 2 left feet, and when they dance down to the beat, I really think that they should know that the rhythms go, go, go. Do they wash up? No, they never wash up. Do they clean up? No, they never clean up. Do they brush up? They never brush up. They do nothing. The Rock does nothing. They never wash up. Do they clean up? No, they never clean up. Do they brush up? They never brush up. They do nothing. The Rock does nothing. Hey, Rock, how you been? I got 1,000 lines. Where do I begin? Here, it's Evelyn. And really, and through, yeah, and she's dude. And then it's like, everything with them, as you say. Do they wash up? No, they never wash up. Do they clean up? No, they never clean up. Do they brush up? They never brush up. They do nothing. The Rock does nothing. No, they never wash up. Do they clean up? No, they never clean up. Do they brush up? They never brush up. They do nothing. The Rock does nothing. Now that the Rock had become more caring and selfless and had created clones of themselves, they thought maybe if they each try one plate, they could help with the dishes while in bed. I stumbled in on them and yelled, "Me and my clones do the housework. There's not enough housework for all of us. I can't work. I need to feel like I'm doing something helpful." I felt inadequate and anxious. The Rocks wanted to help too, though. The Rocks felt guilty, as if they'd done something wrong, but angry and hurt. They had tried to do a nice thing, going to the effort of bothering to dry one plate each, especially when such a task can be difficult for Rocks who struggle to move. When I scratch my skin in the bath, bits come off. In real life, I kept adding my skin together into a big ball. They were my clones, and the next night we dried the dishes. The Rock wanted to help. They explained that they would find it hard working too. I asserted, "You're a rock. You could be a paving stone or a roof slate. All you have to do is sit there. You barely move anyway." The Rock, even more hurt and upset now, thought that doing nothing all day on the ground was boring. I felt guilty for what I said, but I need a purpose, and there's not enough housework for everyone.
I could hear the birds banging and clashing around on the roof, making noise. We went to war over who did the dishes. On one side was the Rock and all their clones, armed with swords and a Nerf gun. On the other side, cowering behind a wall, was me and all my clones with swords. I slashed the Rock with the sword. The Rock screamed in pain and fell to the floor. What did I just do? I yelled, "Stop the battle!" and continued speaking. I wanted to do the dishes to help you, but how can hating you be helping you? By helping with the dishes, I was feeling better about myself. It was me I was helping, not you. Can you truly be altruistic? The Rock was okay, and we went home, but to our dismay, some of our roof tiles were missing. The birds must have knocked them off. I said, "I'll get them fixed." The Rock person said, "Wait, I've been thinking, and maybe I could be a roof tile. I can bring my phone and video games onto the roof with me to keep myself occupied." I replied, "If that's what you really want, then that's fine with me." We were happy and peaceful again. Part 9. Why do I only talk to inanimate objects? Why have there not been any humans in my videos? I was travelling to Mars. Finally, I could get away from people. I felt relieved, joyful, and peaceful. My family insecurely inquired, "Why are you leaving us? Will you ever call us?" I calmly said, "No, I will not call you. I have no need to." My family, hurt and upset, exclaimed, "Why?" I was irritated. I replied, "I've said this before. People's subjective experiences, called qualia, of things are different. For example, although two people may recognize objects as the same color, what they're actually seeing may be different colors. I believe that the same colors, lighting, shapes, and textures look different to different people. I think if people's qualia of the same things is different, when people like the same things, they don't actually like the same things, and so don't have anything more in common than the average person." The rest of the crew tried to bond with me. I didn't want to talk to them. I wanted peace. I felt angry and irritated again. Living with just them every day made my patience wear thin. "Why won't you do stuff with us?" they said. "We all like space and science." I replied with a rant. People with the same interests may like the same things like animals or rocks, but one person may only be interested in the animal's ecology, and another person may only be interested in animal anatomy. Someone may like rocks because of the science of them, another person may just like rocks because of how they feel. There is not truly overlap. People therefore do not have anything in common. There is no point sharing your interests with others, as you can't relate. Our mission was over. It was time to return to Earth. I wasn't going back with the crew. I made them think I was dead, and the crew went home by themselves. I felt really guilty. My family will think I'm dead. Part of me longed to see my family, but there's no point, I thought. Even emotions. People experience differences in bodily sensations to do with emotions. Some people find it more difficult to identify emotions. And people might express the same level of emotion, but really one may be feeling the emotion more intensely. People may process or regulate their emotions differently. We can't truly connect or empathize with others, as we can't really know what it feels like to be them. In real life, there is a piece of foil on Mars that is litter. The litter is really the same shape as my pet rock. I looked at the foil. It reminded me of my pet rock, and therefore home. I felt sad. I was starting to miss home, no matter how I tried to push it out my head. I felt isolated, longing for a connection, and I thought litter must be bad for Mars. I'll take the foil back to the base. I spoke to the litter. Maybe I do miss the crew. We went through the mission together. Then again, people can't experience the same event or do the same activities because their senses, their interests, their emotions, and the events that preceded them are different. Everyone reacts differently to things. I gave the foil eyes and made a little spacesuit for them. I said to the foil,
I can project my own emotions and sensations onto you. Only you can truly know what it's like to be me. I continued explaining my views to the piece of space debris. Two people may like different foods, so do people experience the sensation of taste differently? Two people may love the same one food, but that food therefore may still taste different to those two people who like it. People therefore don't share the same taste in food. You can't relate to someone who likes the same food as you, and you therefore can't really have anything in common with them. The litter remained silent, with a blank expression. With inanimate objects, I could choose their response. They felt what I felt, but I felt bored and apathy with its response. My mental health had deteriorated. I felt depressed, lonely, guilty. It got to a point when I finally realized I needed people. The stress had turned my hairline into the same shape as the foil's head. I related to the litter. We had been through the last few months together, and the stress of Mars had affected the top of our head in the same way. Wait a minute, I thought. If I can feel connected to a piece of foil, I can feel connected to humans. I couldn't take the isolation anymore. I contacted Earth. They said they were sending another mission to Mars to retrieve samples. I could come home. I felt apprehensive and fearful about contacting my family. What would they think of me? I knew it was the right thing to do. I told them I loved them, and then I returned to Earth. I'm going to talk to humans now. I've realized the strain of talking to people is less than the strain of not talking to people. Part 10. Warning mentions drugs not suitable for children. I have autism and I'm very focused on this rock. I've sewn together a Hollister top and a plant-themed outfit for the same rock. But what about alternate versions of the rock in my story? The Earth's mantle is actually a solid, but over long enough geological timescales, rocks can behave as liquids. Over millions of years, the new rock slowly dripped from a funnel into a beaker as if they were a liquid. I feel depressed a lot, but like the rock, I only shed a teardrop very rarely. Just like humans, rocks have versions of drugs, but rocks eat geological material instead. Rocks have a version of pink cocaine. Like pink cocaine, this rock version contains many different substances. The bag contains pink rose quartz, pink sandstone, pink drawing chalk, which is technically not chalk, and calcium carbonate powder. Like pink cocaine, because this drug mixes lots of substances, it's incredibly dangerous and no one should take pink cocaine. In fact, some of the rocks in the bag are baby rocks. The rock is eating babies, including its own and Harry's baby. I drew a fluffy bee. The rock is hexagon-shaped, and therefore for Halloween, they're dressed up as one hexagon in a honeycomb. He is the rock person and bee together in bed with a bee blanket on. There is a blue hexagon-shaped spot on Saturn in real life. I coloured the hexagon-shaped rock blue so that there's Saturn's spot. I coloured in the rock to look human. What if all these versions of the rock are not separate rocks, but the rock actually has what was known as multiple personality disorder? Some of the personality states aren't as distinct. That is why some of the rocks are just clones but at different ages. Some of the personality states are different rocks like granite and gneiss. Some of the personality states are the rock from other universes. Some of the personality states are the rock's spirits. And there is also a personality state that is a brain at the end of the universe, hallucinating what it is like to be the rock. Being a rock, they don't move or talk all day. They must do something to keep their mind occupied. They daydream excessively. Each personality state imagines themselves in a story. A cocktail of dissociative identity disorder, maladaptive daydreaming, chronic fatigue syndrome, and gender fluidity.
With autism, you can focus in on one very specific thing you're interested in, like this one character at the exclusion of other characters, but you can find a lot of detail and complexity in that thing, like all the versions of that one character, maybe even variety. This series shows this. The Rock's now old and wearing my grandma's cardigan and fluffy slippers. Most of the videos about The Rock are still The Rock's main personality state, just with differences in their appearance, like what they're wearing. These next clips are the same one personality state. Lichen on rocks can look light green and powdery. This rock has a light green lichen face mask. I drew on the rock with light green powdery chalk. I like this top that has a stripe of orange hairy bits. I made a version of the top with orange fluffy pipe cleaners for the fluffy part. I only stroke the pipe cleaner part. The rock moves so little they have green algae growing on them. Being a rock, they have chronic fatigue syndrome. The algae looks like long women's hair but with a green men's goatee beard. This is because the rock is gender fluid. The rock likes makeup, ferns and fashion, like crop tops and fake tan. I did the rock's makeup for a boyfriend does their makeup challenge. I contoured the rock's cheeks, although the rock's cheeks naturally look a bit contoured. One of the rock's personality states is a rayfish. I drew on the rock to make it look like the underside of a rayfish. The rayfish looks like it has little legs. There are more personality states, like a version that is a salamander, and a version that is a real piece of foil on Mars. And here they are together. Part 11. Lemurs may personify objects like humans do, but lemurs may rely more on scent. Humans personify things based on visual features, like if an object looks like a face. Lemurs may personify things based on scent. If someone smells happy and wears a top, the scent of happiness is then on the top. If they then take the top off, the top may still smell of happiness. A lemur may smell happiness on the top and then attribute the human emotion of happiness to the top. Because humans rely more on vision, humans may find visual things cute, like a round head or big eyes. Because lemurs rely on scent more, they may find things that smell like baby lemurs cute. If a baby was wearing the top and then took off the top may still smell like baby lemurs, and the lemur may attribute the lemur characteristic of being cute to the top. The lemur then personifies the top by finding the top cute like a baby lemur. The lemur doesn't wear the top but instead cuddles their little top like the top is their baby. The lemur feels loving and affection to their cute smelling top. The top smells happy and is like a ray of sunshine to the lemur, brightening up their day. The lemur has trouble socializing and is at the bottom of the dominance hierarchy. They long for a connection, and they have found it in their top. They want to care for their top and don't want anything bad to happen to it. Personifying things is a trait of autism. Autism can be studied in primates, and both humans with autism and primates with social difficulties all have lower levels of a chemical called vasopressin in their spinal fluid. There are experiments where monkeys are given stereotypically male toys and stereotypically female toys to see if the male monkeys will play with the male toys and the female monkeys will play with the female toys. Female lemurs are exposed to male hormones when they are developing in the womb, and female lemurs have more testosterone and are more dominant over males. Because female lemurs are more masculinized, female lemurs may play with stereotypically male toys, like cars. The female lemur loves their little toy car and personifies it like their shirt. The toy car and the shirt are like the lemur's friends, and they feel cozy with all their object friends together like a little tea party or teddy bear's picnic. The lemur was given all the clothes that are conscious that have appeared in my other videos. The folded blue shirt that is very intelligent because it has lots of folds like the brain. Bert the t-shirt that drank methylated spirits and turned purple. My mom's fluffy magenta dressing gown. The bright orange shirt that gave me bright orange belly button fluff, and the fluff became my baby. And my therapist's bright yellow trousers that triggered my OCD. That lemur plays in a pile of all these clothes and likes the different textures of them all. Humans can recognize themselves in the mirror because they rely on vision. Other animals that use smell a lot may recognize themselves by using smell, and their sense of self may be based on smell. When humans personify objects, they can project themselves onto the object. In real life, lemurs can rub toxic millipedes on themselves as a parasite repellent. The millipede then smells of the lemur, and so because the millipede smells of the millipede reminds the lemur of themselves, and the lemur projects their own thoughts and feelings and sense of self onto the millipede. This thing smells like me, so it must be a bit like me. The lemur therefore personifies the millipede and feels they can connect with the millipede and relate to them. The millipede's scent also gets onto the lemur, and the millipede becomes part of the lemur's identity. The lemur feels that the millipede and themselves have a mutual understanding of each other because they have exchanged scents and smell like each other and have therefore exchanged identities because a lemur's sense of identity is based on smell, not vision alone. The lemur thought, I'll be gentle with my little millipede friend. Humans are very good at recognizing and identifying people based on their face. Humans are so good at recognizing faces that sometimes inanimate objects look like they have faces, even though inanimate objects don't actually have faces. This can lead humans to personifying inanimate objects because the object looks like they have faces. Some apes and monkeys recognize other apes and monkeys based on their backside, and their backside can convey a lot of information. Apes and monkeys may have evolved to recognize backsides to the point where they see backsides in inanimate objects, even though inanimate objects don't have backsides. When apes and monkeys see inanimate objects like rocks that are shaped like backsides, it is like when humans see objects with faces on, and the primates personify the rock backsides and attribute monkey or ape-like qualities to them. Backsides convey a large amount of information to other primates, and the apes and monkeys may attribute different personalities to the inanimate objects based on what sort of backside they look like. My pet rock has a wide face, but what if the rock ended up with an orangutan? Dominant orangutans have wide faces with cheek pads, making their faces look wider. If an orangutan saw a rock that had a face on it that was very wide, that looked like it had cheek pads, the orangutan may attribute the trait of being dominant onto the rock and see the rock as an object that is high status and something to be respected or admired. The orangutan may look up to the rock and one day want to be like the rock, or the orangutan may feel comforted and more secure and safe with the alpha male rock watching over them and protecting them. In humans, there can be two parents and therefore two roles of parental investment. For example, women may produce a baby inside them. In animals, one gender may play a different role in parental care. For example, female orangutans may give more parental care because orangutans are quite solitary, and male seahorses may carry their young before giving birth. These two different levels of parental investment can lead to two genders being common. Why is this rock gender fluid? A grain of sand could break off this sandstone, and eventually the grain of sand could become part of a new rock, a child if you will.
The rock only had to give up 1 grain of sand, and so this was low parental investment. On the other hand, a big fragment of rock could break off this rock, and the fragment could be the child. In this case, the rock had to invest more of itself in their offspring. They had to lose a larger piece of themselves. Different levels of parental investment can cause different genders. The rock can invest different levels of itself into the offspring, just a grain or a bigger fragment. Therefore, the rock can experience aspects of more than one gender, and that's why the rock is gender fluid.
The rock's wide cheeks make the rock look like a testosterone-fueled alpha male to the young orangutan. The rock doesn't like this though, because the rock is gender fluid and the orangutan is misgendering them. Every time the orangutan treats the rock like an alpha male, the rock's gender dysphoria is triggered. The stone feels depressed, shame, and disgusted at itself for looking like a man. The rock's self-esteem plummeted, and the rock feels worthless. The rock hates itself and doesn't want to live with the orangutan anymore. They're desperate for me to come and rescue them, and all the other objects donated to the Primate Research Center. The rock and all the clothes were in separate enclosures. The objects all wanted to get back together in the comfort of my own house. This experiment has gone on for far too long, they thought. The objects were sick and bored of the experiment.
I broke into the zoo, ready to wrestle all the monkeys, apes, and lemurs, even the silverback gorillas.
But then I saw the primates treasuring the objects. I thought, wait a minute, look how happy the lemurs and orangutans are playing with the rock and clothes. The rock isn't really gender fluid or an alpha male. It's just how me or the orangutan choose to personify the rock. It's a matter of other primates' perspectives. I couldn't see past my own perspective, and I was projecting my own feeling about not wanting to look too manly. I don't want big muscles or a beard, and I don't want to go bald either. But one day the orangutan may want to be an alpha male. The orangutan is just projecting their own dreams and aspirations onto the rock. Just because I don't want to be an alpha male doesn't mean other people or primates don't want to be one either. The primate can keep the rock and clothes. It's their choice what they want to project onto the objects. Part 2. The rock has a wide head like some geckos. How would geckos perceive the rock? Male geckos can have broader, larger heads, and so geckos may see the comparatively huge and wide rock as a male. Other male lizards may be colourful, whereas some female lizards can have drab colouring. The rock is grey, and so some lizards may think of the rock as female. Although male lizards can have larger heads, females can be larger in general, because they have to carry eggs. The rock is large and females are large, and so the rock may be personified as a female by some lizards. Of course, lizards are very different to humans, but some lizards can mistake items like a sock for a mate. If a male or female lizard has been basking on the rock will smell of either a male or female, and so the rock may be perceived as male or female. Bigger heads can be associated with dominant males, and so the lizard might conduct a dominance display if the rock smells of another male. I personify the rock as gender fluid, and so in my mind it brings me peace and relief that the rock will be perceived as both male or female, depending on the animal. Here's a pet scaleless snake. Worms are the same shape as snakes, and so snakes may personify worms, or at the very least momentarily mistake a worm for another snake. Earthworms are small like a baby snake, but whether a snake would feel caring feelings or affection towards a worm would depend on snake's parental care. Some snakes care for their eggs, but not hatchlings, and so snakes may have caring instincts to egg-shaped things, but not things that look like already hatched snakes. Snakes may feel caring towards white, egg-shaped pebbles, but not necessarily earthworms. Humans find things that look like baby humans cute. Golden plover chicks look like moss, so they blend in with their environment. Golden plovers may find things that look like their chicks cute, and because their chicks look like moss, the parents may find moss cute. The birds may feel caring and nurturing towards moss and want to show moss their love and affection. That's how I myself feel about cute fluffy moss. I like that I can relate and connect with animals. I'm personifying animals, and the animals are then personifying rocks and moss, things I love, and also personify myself. It's like meta personification. Frogs can look after tadpoles and carry them on their back. Frogs may therefore feel caring towards tadpoles or find tadpole-shaped things cute. Sea squirts are vertebrates' closest living relatives, and baby sea squirts look like tadpoles. Some animals, like dogs, will adopt other species of animals' babies. Would frogs feel some sort of parental instinct to sea squirt babies that look like tadpoles? Would they even adopt sea squirts and carry them on their back as shown? Well, tadpoles generally live in fresh water, whereas sea squirts live in salt water. So frogs probably wouldn't come in contact with sea squirts, and I'm not sure if sea squirt babies are a similar size to tadpoles. In the future, a sea squirt would have to evolve to live in fresh water, and maybe then a frog could carry it on its back to help it disperse and find new bodies of water to live in. This is a rock called Dalmatian jasper. Its pattern is like a Dalmatian dog, so would a dog look after the rock like it's one of its own puppies? Dalmatian dogs have not evolved to be white with black spots, so they wouldn't inherently find the pattern cute, because the pattern hasn't been evolutionarily ingrained into them. If a Dalmatian dog had white puppies with black spots, the parent may associate the spotted rock with their own puppies. The parent may be filled with maternal hormones because they have their own puppies, and this may cause the dog to look after the rock like it's one of its own litter. And the rock is small and round, and the dog would find that cute. So far, all the animals I've talked about are real, but how might our current animals evolve in the future? Plethodontid salamanders are lungless in real life and breathe through their skin. In the future, plethodontid salamanders could grow to the size of a cat and become very intelligent. Becoming larger and having a big brain means the salamanders need more energy, and they need more oxygen to get that energy. The future salamanders could increase their surface area so they absorb more oxygen, and they could do that by evolving wrinkles and folds and a sail on their back. They could also evolve pink hair, like protuberances on their head, and this is because hairs have a high surface area, and if the hair-like protuberances were filled with blood, this would allow the salamanders to absorb more oxygen. Because these future salamanders are so wrinkly, they may find other wrinkly things cute. Some elderly humans can require as much care as children, but because elderly people aren't as cute as children, people don't want to give them as much care. That's where the salamanders step in. Their babies have lots of wrinkles to breathe through their skin, and so they would find old humans' wrinkles cute because they look like their babies. The salamander babies have skin folds much finer and smaller than the adult salamanders, and these small folds look like elderly people's fine wrinkles. The salamanders may feel caring and nurturing to elderly humans and become nurses and carers to look after them. It gives the salamanders purpose. They're helping humans. The salamanders feel whatever the equivalent of proud and fulfilled are. Section about particles and geckos. Top quarks and bottom quarks are real subatomic particles. Sometimes quarks are gay, like tops and bottoms. There lived a top quark and a bottom quark. Sometimes top quarks only wanted to date other top quarks because top quarks were more masculine. Top quarks had large jaws and hairy legs. A bottom quark felt very insecure and inadequate because of their femininity. They worried they weren't attractive enough to other gay quarks, but then the bottom quark met their top quark partner in a gay quark nightclub, and they lived happily ever after. It turned out the top quark was actually bisexual, not gay, and that meant the top quark could appreciate both the bottom quark's feminine side and the bottom quark's masculine side. The bottom quark was actually non-binary, and so this really helped the bottom quark express both sides of themselves in the relationship. But alas, top quarks and bottom quarks don't last long. They soon decay and turn into up and down quarks. Two up quarks and a down quark make up a proton. And so protons are themselves particles that are made of other particles called up quarks and down quarks. And then atoms are made of protons, neutrons, and electrons. So yeah, there's like whole particles made of particles made of particles. Me cuddling light particles and all the colourful things I like because of my autism. It's a group hug and everything is conscious, even light particles. And the light particles have little smiley faces on them. Pet rock. Intense, bold, red snout mite, and the snout mite is kissing me with his little snout. It's got lipstick marks on my head. There's a cute, soothing, pastel pink amoeba, an earthworm that's also pink, my coral-coloured t-shirt, bright and exuberant, my therapist's yellow trousers, happy, bright and amber, and unique and quirky for their colour. Moss that is lush and vibrant green. My mum, their face is red, pink and purple. Dan the pan that is shiny, reflective and metallic. And Mars with craters, and Mars is red and butterscotch like a delicious pudding. I love pink squidgy things like my mum, earthworms, and an amoeba in drag.
In real life, the Planck length, which is a distance of 10 to the minus 35 meters, may be the smallest unit of length in the universe. In the story, Planck elves are tiny creatures whose arm span is equivalent to the Planck length. Now I'm even personifying and attributing human characteristics to the smallest possible length in the universe. And I sound high-pitched because I'm tiny. I'm a little Planck elf. Eyes are real lemurs that have a long finger. In the story, tiny eyes have fingers as long as the Planck length. All the tiny trees in the Planck realm are all as tall as the Planck length. And in the story, tiny chameleons have tongues that are as long as the Planck length as well. I like small things like mites and amoebas, and tiny things like the Planck length are cute because small things are cute.
Electrons can orbit an atom's centre in what's called p orbitals that look round. Imagine if the atom was conscious and the p orbitals were made of flesh. I like soft, squidgy, fatty lumps because of their sensory aspect. I worry I'm being perverted and like the atom's electron orbitals because they look like boobs. But round things are cute and have soft, soothing shapes and edges, so I probably just like electron orbitals in an innocent way. Helium hydride is a helium atom bonded to a hydrogen atom. Helium hydride may be the oldest compound in the universe, so I drew a helium hydride with lots of wrinkles and folds and loose fat like an old person. I like loose fat, like on people's arms or neck. Old people have the best loose fat to play with. People who weigh more have more fat. I worry my love of loose fat is a sexual thing, because boobs are loose fat. However, this is just my OCD making me irrationally worry. If it really was a sexual thing, I would be dating obese 80-year-olds, which I'm not. It is interesting, though, how your autistic love of sensory things like loose fat can confuse you into thinking you're attracted to someone. This is because if you get an intrusive image of a boob, you're going to like the sensory aspect related to loose fat, and the OCD is going to make you confuse this for being attracted to them and being perverted. I have intrusive images about atoms. The issue is, I think about my videos all day, so if my videos are drawing intrusive images, I'm going to think about those thoughts all day. Then that makes me think I'm more perverted, which makes my OCD worse. Because my OCD is then more prominent, I am more likely to make videos about the OCD, and the cycle repeats and reinforces itself. I live with emotional and psychological abuse, but lately it has been quite extreme. Me and my mum are like chromium atoms with a really strong quadruple bond reinforcing us. I'm bonded to my sister like the oxygen atom as well. I feel really scared and not safe. I'm clinging on to my mum and sister at all times, as if for dear life. Our arms and legs are the bonds, and me and my mum have very hairy legs, as shown. My mum naturally has a purpley pinky red face though, so don't worry, no one's been hitting us. A couple of therapists have said me and my mum are so close because of the abuse. Part 2. I have autism and I really like stroking soft and fluffy things, like dressing gowns, and I like the look of them as well. This is a sensory thing, and I actually became really interested in microscopic hairs on gecko lizards. I then became really interested in hairy plants and hairy invertebrates. And I made art and fictional stories about the hairs on geckos, and then about hairy plants and hairy invertebrates. The hairs on geckos' feet called setae are microscopic. This means a special microscope called an electron microscope has to be used. Visible light is colourful, but the hairs are so small that visible light's wavelength is too big for the microscopic hairs. The resolution wouldn't be good enough. But if you use an electron microscope to fire electrons at the hairs, you can see the hairs better, just not in colour, like you would with visible light. I added an electron to the video because this video is like being viewed through an electron microscope, where everything is black and white. The gecko's tiny hairs, called setae, are very small, so I also added a mite and an amoeba to the video. You may ask, how do geckos' toe pads stay clean and how are they able to be used multiple times? Setae ends help this. These beings live on geckos' toe pads and resemble the branched, tree-like and hair-like parts that they live amongst. Toe pads in geckos are thought to have evolved independently, and so setae ends may have evolved independently. A fantasy version of a partial or whole genome duplication may have led to setae turning into both setae and setae ends. Setae ends started out shorter with less branches. These setae ends had evolved diamond-like patterns like the early trees on Earth, called scale trees, that may increase the setae's surface area for possible friction enhancement or adhesion. These scale setae ends evolved taller sizes and more branches, although independently to modern setae ends. These early beings kept their diamond pattern like the early setae they lived amongst. As time progressed,
Technology for making gecko-inspired adhesives evolved, and some of these adhesives had hierarchical structures, like some gecko-inspired adhesives on Earth. Magic also progressed, and some of the artificial setae produced were turned into artificial setae ants. These magical beings help with artificial setae maintenance, helping the artificial adhesives be used multiple times, and they also protect the artificial setae. They fit together like Lego and can form towers in order to look out above the artificial setae for danger. The smaller parts on top of artificial setae ends can also become buds and form new setae ends. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Non-fiction. Geckos can have mechanoreceptors called cutaneous sensilla. On these cutaneous sensilla there can be structures called bristles. Bristles can have structures on them called setials, although I'm not aware of if any geckos possessing both although I'm not aware of if any geckos possess both setials and setae. Arboreal geckos can have setials, so maybe some geckos could hypothetically have both if they don't have them already. Fiction. The setial people felt anxious. They didn't want to move their arms or even talk to each other in case they set off the mechanoreceptors. Whether this would actually have set the mechanoreceptor off was irrelevant. They were just worried about anything to do with setting off the mechanoreceptors. Then one setial person had had enough. They sprouted legs and wanted to move to somewhere better. The other setial people on the bristle followed, and they settled on the surface of setae like epiphytes. Like ivy, some became connected by a stem-like structure, or whatever that is on ivy, whereas others clumped together like moss. Hopefully the shapes of the setials are relatively accurate and I haven't drawn something separate. Okay, thanks, I hope you enjoy. Thanks for watching. Female setae ants, based on ant wives. Female setae ants left the setae forests and they then cared for other protuberances on geckos. These protuberances on geckos can actually be antibacterial. The female setae ants gave these protuberances their antibacterial resin, which were healed and not repelled, like how water on geckos can be repelled. Some female setae ends branches face downwards and possibly have parts that can resemble berries. Some of the female setae ends weren't happy with the gender roles, but were discouraged from working in the setae forests of the adhesive toe pads, and so they set up their own adhesive pads on the tails of geckos, and that's why some geckos can actually have adhesive tail pads. This assumes adhesive toe pads are a prerequisite for adhesive tail pads. Geckos can actually have adhesive tail pads though. I also assume geckos with adhesive tail pads can have other protuberances which may make the gecko antibacterial. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed. While setae ants may live on geckos' feet, beings like gecko barnacles may live in geckos' feet, in digital blood sinuses in the toes, which I think may support the melee. Gecko feet dinoflagellates may be found in digital blood sinuses, and mangrove setae may live below the surface of gecko feet, with their roots projecting into the digital blood sinuses. Amphibious lizards may travel between the surface of gecko's feet and the digital sinuses within. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Warning talks about harm OCD. Geckos can have bumps on their skin, bump-like things on their skin called tubercles. Glyptodons are real fossil armadillo-like animals. Tubercle glyptodons now dwelled upon a gecko's surface. They extended their necks, ravaging the surface, in the process consuming the surface where there were mechanoreceptors called cutaneous sensilla and the mechanoreceptors bristles. The gecko was left less sensitive. Then, when the outer surface had been near devoured, a predator got a hold of the gecko. The gecko, not noticing this, didn't think much of it until it was too late, and the predator carried the gecko off. That gecko had no adhesive toe pads. However, tubercle glyptodons invaded another gecko with adhesive toe pads and setae. A group of a few of the creatures approached the gecko foot. The setae ants feared the worst, but plucked up the courage to save the setae. The setae ants felt they were nothing and had no purpose without the setae forests they tend to. Helping setae brought them great joy. Would the tubercle glyptodons take this all away? The setae ants poked the giants in the head and eyes with spears, with thorns on the end, trying to get the creatures to stop. The creatures didn't understand and kept devouring the setae. The ivy-like setae epiphytes wanted to help the Mite, as they knew the geckos and Mite ants depended on them, but as well as possibly having mechanoreceptor themed OCD, where they worried about setting off the mechanoreceptors, they may have had harm OCD, where they worried they would harm beings. Harm OCD is a real theme in OCD. The Mite epiphytes wanted to help the Mite, but they were far removed from harming anything, and feared the thoughts of harming the creature, partly thinking if they thought it they might do it. They knew they had to act, and they knew what to do. Instead of poking the creatures with spears with thorns, because the Mite epiphytes can resemble ivy, they wrapped around the creature's legs, like in Star Wars, stopping them from moving so the creatures wouldn't devour any more Mite. The Mite epiphytes didn't want to stress out the tubercle glyptodons, but just held on long enough for the Mite ends to gather round and unpeel the tubercle glyptodon's feet so that they fell off. By this time female Mite ends had arrived, and they helped lift the glyptodons off the gecko's toe pads. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Sleep disturbances may be linked with OCD, and glycine can help with sleep. When the tubercle glyptodons ate some Mite and some of the gecko's skin, in some places a beta layer became exposed. Beta layers are real layers in gecko's skin, and they can really contain glycine-rich proteins. The Mite moss were the first beings to colonize the areas now without Mite, like moss, in what's called ecological succession. These Mite moss can be Mite epiphytes and live on the Mite like the Mite ivy, with a large absence of other things to taste. The Mite moss tasted some of the exposed beta layer, and the glycine-rich proteins in it helped them sleep. The Mite moss decided they wanted to sleep, and when new skin and Mite formed, they returned to the beta layer for more glycine-rich proteins. Some stayed in the beta layer, and they began to resemble more burrowing animals, and elongated, with their hind limbs becoming flap-like in appearance, like real limbless geckos. These beings were present in low numbers as to limit harm caused to the geckos. I'm not sure whether glycine eaters would have evolved multiple times on different geckos with cuts or scrapes on their toe pads. I'm not sure how other parts and proteins would affect sleep, and I also assumed a new layer wouldn't cover the beta layer for a while, or until the gecko next shed, and I'm also not sure how glycine-rich the beta layer is as a whole. Maybe the glycine eaters are inspired by CM Koseman's All Tomorrows. Thanks, I hope you enjoy. In real mythology, serpent-like beings can encircle the earth, and beings can have their tail in their mouth. There's also a video about a so-called longest creature in Spore by the YouTube channel Bogboy. I'm not sure whether the beta layer in other parts of geckos contains glycine-rich proteins, but in other parts of the real geckos, I think the beta layer can be thick. Some glycine eaters may spread out to the beta layer of other parts of the gecko, possibly to dilute potential damage caused to the gecko. However, some glycine eaters may become longer and encircle the gecko while staying in the beta layer, if that's possible. If not, they may be at least partly in the beta layer. They may sometimes put their ends in their mouth. This may be a body-focused repetitive behavior, or BFRB. This real term can include hair pulling and skin picking in real life. I may have got the idea for this being from the YouTube video mentioned earlier. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed. The gecko worlds were not just inhabited by beings. Gecko's skin can contain layers. In the fantasy world, in the group that includes geckos, faults like geological faults can occur on members of this group's skin. Geckos can shed more so in one piece, and so faults may be rare on geckos.
There is a tiny version of my pet rock living on the gecko.
The rock is sleeping in bed. Because the gecko's skin is like layers of rock, geckos have their own geology with tiny rocks made out of keratin, and keratin is just what skin is made out of. That's why there is a version of my pet rock made out of keratin living on the gecko.
There weren't just beams and geological features on the geckos. Real-life knobtail geckos can have round things at the end of their tails. In the fantasy world, these things are like stars with planets orbiting, possibly adding a cosmic dimension to the world. The geckos are still their regular size and live on the world just with miniature planets orbiting the tips of their tails. The inhabitants of the geckos may desire to explore the planets. I may change the colour of the gecko in the picture. In the beginning, the star on a gecko's tail was dimmer, and a darker shade coated the gecko, such as that of the knobtail gecko, Nephrurus asper. Geckos can have cutaneous sensilla, which can be mechanoreceptors. Beings landed on the gecko. Nephrurus asper in real life has bristles on cutaneous sensilla, which have been described as resembling maces. The beings that landed on the gecko picked up the bristles, possibly enchanting their properties, and fought each other with the mace-like bristles. The people on the bristles were forced to stay on them during the battles. Instead of having stars at the end of their tails, some knobtail gecko-like geckos have black holes at the end of their tails. Smaller geckos can also live on the gecko. The pull towards the black hole is stronger for the beings on the gecko closer to the black hole. The closer beings on the gecko are to the black hole, the larger their adhesive feet therefore are, in order to stay on the gecko and not be sucked into the black hole. Some geckos close to the black hole may have some of their feet closer to the black hole than their other feet. Their feet closest to the black hole are larger, as the force of gravity of the black hole may be stronger for those feet. Non-fiction. The sort of tree-like structures called Mite on geckos' toe pads can have gaps between them. I think there may have been thought that sometimes there is air between Mite in what's called a Cassie-Baxter state, but sometimes water can penetrate the gaps in what's called a Wenzel state. I'm not sure if these states occur under natural conditions and whether they are still thought to occur, because the gaps may be filled with air or water. In the story, both water and land, fictional creatures can inhabit geckos' toe pads. Fish called little skates in real life can push off sandy bottoms with pelvic fins. Fiction. In geckos' toe pads, Mite skates have toe pads where little skates' pelvic fins can be, and can roam the Mite forests and can climb Mite. Mite monkeys can climb the branches of the Mite on geckos' toe pads. In real life, some geckos may have lost adhesive toe pads. When some geckos lost their adhesive toe pads, Mite primates had to stop living in tree-like Mite and gradually turned into miniature humans. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. The beings that live on geckos and their toe pads can have their own toe pads in order to stay on the geckos. On these gecko dwellers' toe pads there can be smaller Mite. These smaller Mite can be called bonsai Mite, and smaller beings living amongst those smaller Mite. Those smaller beings can have their own toe pads with even smaller Mite, and even smaller beings living amongst those Mite. The cycle continues. In string theory, the universe is sort of made of strings. As the toe pads and their Mite get smaller and smaller, they get so small that there becomes visible strings making up the Mite. These Mite are known as string Mite. Although I think geckos' toe pads may not self-adhere in real life, the smaller magical toe pads in the story can adhere to larger toe pads Mite, but not to the toe pads of the same size as the smaller toe pads. I don't know if in real life the gaps between the Mite would also be made of strings, but in the story you just see strings in the Mite. Thanks, I hope you enjoy. Thanks. In the story, there can be smaller geckos living on geckos' toe pads. In the story, there can also be geckos larger than regular geckos, and some of these geckos are so large that individual setae more visible to the naked eye, and they are also large enough for blood to flow through the setae. The setae together have an enormous surface area, and instead of the gecko using their feet for adhesion, the setae are used to supplement breathing and respiration. And the large surface area allows oxygen to flow in and carbon dioxide to exit. These geckos may still hyperextend their toes, meaning they peel their toes back from the surface, in this case, to get more oxygen to them. The blood inside setae gives them a pinkish red colour. Setae ends may be found amongst the blood-filled setae and may also be filled with blood. The blood-filled setae ends may keep the setae moist and remove blood-sucking parasites from the setae, possibly in some cases to prevent the spread of diseases, although I'm not sure that would work in real life. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Parts of non-gecko organisms can also be called setae. Beetles can have mushroom-shaped setae in real life. Possibly before large trees were around, in real life there may have been giant fungi known as prototaxites. Maybe before tree-like proboscitae and scale tree-like proboscitae, there were towering mushroom setae known as prototaxites setae. Smaller mushroom-shaped setae inhabited geckos later in the story, and some glowed like real bioluminescent fungi. Lichens are a symbiotic relationship, including fungi and algae or cyanobacteria. Some mushroom setae evolved a symbiotic relationship with setae epiphytes. Lichen can have cup-shaped fruiting bodies, and in cladonia, trumpet-shaped parts. Lichen setae epiphytes can drink out of cups and play trumpets shaped like parts of cladonia lichen. When they blow into the cladonia trumpets, they disperse the spores. Some gecko setae forests on their toe pads contained relatively large branched protuberances that looked a bit like regular setae, but they were actually coral mushroom setae and evolved from mushroom setae and looked like coral fungi, which are real life fungi. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Real geckos can have what are called lateral digital tendons in their toes. These and their sort of branches can look a bit like appendages of radiodonts, which are real fossil animals that include Anomalocaris. The larvae of lateral digital tendon radiodonts make their way into the gecko's toes. Their appendages may replace the gecko's lateral digital tendons, and they may use magic to animate the gecko's foot. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed. In real life, geckos can have things near the skeletal elements of their toes, known as paraphalanges or paraphalangeal elements. Paraphalanges in real life can be cartilaginous or bony, and in real life they may support things called scancers or webbing between toes. Scancers can be on geckos' toes. In the story, paraphalangeal elements can look like eyes and legs and feet. And in the story, these may be found in some geckos' feet or outside their feet. I'm not sure how adhesive the feet of the geckos are that these paraphalangeal elements in the story are based on, although I'm not sure what geckos' adipose cells look like. In other organisms they may look quite spherical. Waxworms eat lipids, and adipose cells can contain lipids. In real life, I think geckos may have adipose tissue in their feet, which may be cushioning. I think they're found in toes. In the story, miniature waxworms may eat lipids in the adipose tissue in geckos' feet. These insects, being young larvae, love playing amongst the possible adipose cell ball pit and can have dummies. I don't know if in real life organisms would be able to move freely between adipose cells. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. The information in this episode may not be specific to geckos, and so the fictional beings may or may not be found in gecko cells, and real geckos' feet may not adhere in the environments in this video. Motor proteins are found in real cells and can apparently be bound and unbound to filaments and move cargo along filaments and cells. In an animation, they can appear as though they're walking with feet. In the story, tiny motor geckos move cargo along filaments and cells using adhesive feet to adhere to the filament and cargo. Here's the fantasy being's frogolipids, whose hind limbs resemble depictions of the two tails coming off the heads of phospholipids. Like phospholipids, frogolipids can move around in cell membranes, and there can be two layers of them. Motor geckos may carry things with membranes, and frogolipids may be found amongst phospholipids in the membranes. Phospholipids may be found in geckos' footprints, and so fictional frogolipids may also be found in their footprints. The frogolipids may then explore their surroundings. Here's some non-fiction. In real life, geckos may use Van der Waals forces, but in real life they may also use other mechanisms for adhesion, which can be called capillary forces, acid-base interactions, and triboelectrification. I don't know that much about some of these mechanisms, and I'm not sure whether acid-base interactions and triboelectrification are related or can refer to the same things. Acid-base interactions can encompass hydrogen bonding, although I'm not sure whether hydrogen bonding is used as a mechanism for adhesion in geckos. What are referred to as polar head groups of lipids may be exposed at the surface of Mite, though, and acid-base interactions may take place between them and the surface. Although I am not sure whether head group is referring to phospholipids and or other lipids. This is interesting, as gecko feet can be hydrophobic, and it was previously hypothesized that non-polar lipid tails were exposed. So real geckos may use van der Waals forces, capillary forces, and acid-base interactions, and geckos may use a combination of mechanisms for adhesion. Here's some fiction. In the story, some geckos use the force to adhere to surfaces, as in the force from Star Wars. In Star Wars, midichlorians may live in cells and may affect force abilities. In the gecko cells in the story, there can be midichlorians, like in Star Wars. Some geckos may use the Star Wars force in combination with other mechanisms, like van der Waals forces. The large surface area of gecko Mite may give them a large area for the Star Wars force to act on, enhancing adhesion. Midichlorian people in the cells of geckos can resemble Jedis with robes and magical lightsaber-looking devices, and the midichlorian people may help produce the Star Wars force, helping some geckos to adhere to surfaces. With an extra force in the story, the maximum size geckos could reach and still adhere to surfaces increased. At least some midichlorian people may have eyebrows. Thanks, Elvin John. Squamata is a real group that includes lizards and snakes, as well as Mite ants meant to resemble gecko Mite. Other beings, called prong rabbits, are meant to resemble other real squamate protuberances, like prongs. Non-fiction. Mite can have spatulate tips, and spatulae can be triangular, and Mite can be capable of adhesively supporting the whole body during static clinging and locomotion on vertical low friction surfaces. In our world, in the past, structures that might not be Mite by this criteria have been called Mite. Prongs can have blunt tips, but both Mite and prongs can be branched. Prongs can also have flattened tips, and these have previously been called seta, prong intermediates, in annolizards, which aren't geckos. Unlike protuberances called spinules, protuberances called spines, and prongs can be over 1 micrometer. Fiction. In the story, prong rabbits resemble rabbits, and the branches resemble the ears of rabbits. The drawing is based on a diagram of prongs and not a photo, and so the diagram may be too simplified. The information is also based on one gecko paper, but a 2021 paper. Mandrakes are beings from Harry Potter. Mite mandrakes, parts above the gecko's surface, resemble gecko's protuberances. However, below the gecko's surface are humanoid-shaped parts of the beings. Mite mandrakes may be found on gecko's feet, which, like some real gecko's feet, can have shorter, so-called setae. These so-called setae may not meet a 2021 paper's criteria for setae. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed. Parts of organisms that aren't geckos can get called setae as well. Algae, called diatoms, can have parts called setae. Diatoms can fuse setae together to form chains. Gecko setae may not self-adhere to each other in real life. According to one real paper, gecko setae may have a positive charge. I think the possibility of the same charge may help prevent setae from sticking together. I assume because like charges repel. I am not sure whether other factors affect setae not self-adhering. Fiction. A bit like diatoms, gecko diatoms put their toe setae together to form chains of gecko diatoms. Gecko diatoms don't necessarily live on or in geckos. Gecko diatoms can be quite small, and small gecko diatoms may be found in geckos' blood, sinuses and toes. The magical, possibly mini setae in small gecko diatoms may have the same charge as other setae on the same gecko diatom. This may help prevent their setae sticking to other of their own setae. Some gecko diatoms, however, have setae that are positively charged, and some gecko diatoms have setae that are negatively charged. This means while setae on the same gecko diatoms don't necessarily stick together, setae can adhere to differently charged setae on other gecko diatoms. In this story, this allows gecko diatoms to form chains, although if there are other reasons gecko setae don't self-adhere, this may not work, but I hope you still enjoyed. Thanks. Warning talks about harm-OCD. Geckos can have things called cutaneous sensilla, which can be mechanoreceptors. Cutaneous sensilla can have projections called bristles, and bristles can have projections on themselves. Previously, projections, like people on a gecko's cutaneous sensillum, left the bristle and settled on the setae as epiphytes. Their descendants became setae ivy, glycine eaters, and setae lichen. In order to leave the bristle, they sprouted legs, but when they're on Mite, they don't have legs. Mite ants use equipment to clean the Mite, but they don't always carry equipment, so where do Mite epiphytes, legs, and Mite ants equipment go when they're not using them? They go to another dimension, the leg dimension. Usually beings could only travel from a leg dimension to one certain gecko. Something was happening. The leg dimensions from multiple geckos were becoming connected. Using the leg dimension, beings could now travel to other geckos. An army of demon protuberances came through the leg dimension and invaded the geckos. They had branches resembling horns. The gecko dwellers also travelled through the leg dimension to other geckos to help fight. Midichlorian people travelled from gecko cells to the surface. The midichlorian people thought there were more beings on the geckos than the invaders, and so justified harming the invaders. The midichlorian people swung their lightsaber-like devices and fought side by side with the Mite ants. Some midichlorian people stayed inside the gecko in case of any invaders inside the gecko. While on some geckos, female Mite ants may have since been allowed to be on the same toe pads as male Mite ants. On one gecko, only male Mite ants could be found on the toe pads, and the females weren't deemed worthy. The Mite ants were going to need help. Should we let the females help? Said one Mite ant from the segregated gecko. Another Mite ant from the same gecko replied with, "Not very ladylike." Some female Mite ants came anyway and joined the fight. Rhizines are real protuberances on lichen that can anchor them to a substrate. Some Mite lichen projected into the Mite like rhizines and hid there. There were bigger beings coming, like tubercle glyptodons. The larger beings were mind-controlled. Previously, like in Star Wars, Mite ivy wrapped around tubercle glyptodons like ivy to stop them moving, and they were then peeled off the gecko. There was a whole army this time, more than just Mite ivy were needed. Some glycine eaters that had previously became very long helped wrap around the beings. Gecko diatoms emerged from the blood of geckos like the blood sinuses in toes and linked toe pads once more. The carbon and diamond can form 4 bonds, and geckos can have 4 feet. The gecko diatoms encircled the beings and took on a diamond-like configuration that was hard to break. Although in real life, diamond may be hard, I'm not sure how tough it is. The Mite ivy, long glycine eaters, and gecko diatoms helped hold the mind control beings, while others unpeeled them without harming them. More help was coming. Mite mandrakes weren't large enough to stun larger beings with their screams. Mite lichen can drink out of cups shaped like the fruiting bodies of lichen. The Mite lichen's cups filled with a magical potion. The Mite mandrakes were taken to other geckos, and the Mite lichen gave the potion to the Mite mandrakes. The Mite mandrakes grew, and if they weren't already, they grew into proper Mite, which met 2021 papers criteria for Mite. They had spatulate tips, and depending on how many of them there were, could collectively support the whole gecko on low friction vertical surfaces. The proper Mite mandrakes still have branches. The proper Mite mandrakes stunned the large beings, but their scream did not kill. A demon leader had appeared that was larger than the demon protuberances. The Mite ivy, gecko diatoms, and long glycinitas all wrapped around the large demon together and held it still. The proper Mite mandrakes selectively tried to stun the demon with their screams, trying to help hold it still. The screams didn't appear to cause the being very much pain. If they unpeeled the demon would just harm other geckos. The Mite ivy's ancestors, on a bristle, had OCD about setting the cutaneous sensillum off. The Mite ivy had harm OCD and worried they would harm beings. Previously, they managed to not harm tubercle diptydons. They thought if they harmed the large demon, would it be a stepping stone towards harming other beings? But if they didn't harm the being, other beings that lived on and in the gecko would get harmed. If they killed the being, its mind control would cease, and the other beings would be saved. Was the being too strong to be sealed away? Did they have to harm it? They couldn't hold the demon for much longer. Were the Mite mandrake screams actually hurting the demon, and were the Mite ivy helping facilitate that? The uncertainty of whether the Mite ivy should help kill the demon may have affected the Mite ivy. The Mite ivy and gecko diatoms may have stayed wrapped around the demon leader, helping hold them while the long glycinita constricted large demon to death. The Mite ivy may have helped kill the demon. A being may have been killed because of them. How could this affect their mental health and harm OCD? The demon leader had been either sealed or killed, and the army retreated. But a gecko had been badly affected. The Mite were gone. The gecko may fall. Was this the end for the gecko dwellers? Mite lichen can have trumpets shaped like parts of cladonia lichen. The Mite lichen blew into their cladonia trumpets and summoned the worms. These were no regular worms though, these were Nemertians. Nemertians are real worms that can have proboscises, which can appear branched. The worms came. They stood up on the gecko's feet, and their branched proboscises came out. The worms adhered to the surface the gecko was on. The gecko was saved, The worms had replaced the setae using their proboscises. This part was inspired by Majora's Mask, a Legend of Zelda game. The proper setae mandrakes had now turned back into their normal form, and the female setae ends had proved themselves worthy. The female setae ends were now allowed to work on the gecko's toe pads. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Warning talks about Harmo Sadie. The demon leader was dead. The Setae Ivy were anxious. They had helped kill a being. If they stayed on the gecko, they thought they may harm other people. They decided they would leave the gecko and create their own organism with a barrier like a cell membrane or cell wall separating them from others. In order to create and maintain their own organism, they took on a new form. Themselves and the ivy, like thing connecting them, took on the form of a double helix, like in DNA. The new organism was photosynthesizing and didn't eat other organisms. Thanks. Non-fiction. Hopefully my drawings of spatulae are accurate in this video. Geckos and anole lizards can have protuberances called setae. Gecko setae can end in triangular and flat tips, which can be called spatulae. Anoles can also have spatulae tips. Anole setae can be unbranched with only one spatula tip, whereas gecko setae can be branched with multiple tips. In the story, living on gecko's feet and anole lizard's feet are spatulae Pikmin. These resemble Nintendo's Pikmin, but with spatulae tips instead of leaves. In real life, gecko spatulae can be 200 nanometers wide. I think, or about that, yeah. Whereas anole spatulae can apparently be over 3 times wider. In the story, because of this, anole Pikmin may be larger than gecko Pikmin. I may give some setae climbing gecko Pikmin tails. Like real compound leaves in the story, geckos can have compound spatulae on setae, although I'm not sure how effective that would be in real life. Spatulae clovers may be found on the setae forest floor of geckos. Spatulae people can live on the ends of setae and may help the gecko adhere to surfaces. Their facial features are sunken in and do not protrude, as I think that may interfere with adhesion. The holes may go straight through, so they can see in both directions. Some may study the surfaces geckos climb on, and may be fascinated by these surfaces. Hopefully I didn't copy off a similar being without realizing. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed. Some gecko diatoms that don't live on geckos evolved adhesive tail pads like some real geckos. This meant they could now form 5 bonds. Geckos can have flattened and triangular tips on setae called spatulae. Some setae lichen took on a flattened appearance like lichen and resembled flattened spatulae tips. These setae lichen can be flat against a surface. On these spatulose setae lichen there are cup-shaped fruiting bodies. Some setae lichen became branched like real fruticose lichen with spatulate tips as well as cup-shaped fruiting bodies. Thanks. Warning talks about staring OCD. A pandemic swept the beings on a gecko. Gecko dwellers died, and to compensate, some of the gecko dwellers developed the ability to reproduce. This, however, led to new OCD themes. Staring OCD is a real OCD theme where people can worry they're staring at people out of the corner of their eyes or staring at people's privates. If someone says don't think of a pink elephant, the harder you try not to think of it, the more you may think of it. The same may be with staring OCD. The harder you try not to stare at people, the harder it is not to stare at them. People with this OCD don't want to stare at anyone, and straight people with it can stare at people of their same gender. The setae lichen didn't want to stare at anyone, but they worried they were. There were beings all around them they couldn't turn away, so that they went in their field of view. Some real geckos can lack eyelids, and so can setae lichen. This meant they couldn't close their eyes. The pandemic meant they didn't want to touch their face, and so couldn't cover their eyes. Real lichens can have protuberances that anchor them to a substrate called rhizines. The setae lichen projected into the setae and became the rhizine people. Other animals that aren't geckos can have setae in real life. High proportions of the elastic protein resin can be incorporated in the tips of adhesive ladybird setae. The tips of ladybird setae ants can be very elastic, and this allows them to stretch their head and tips of limbs a lot. In real life, there may be higher proportions of resin on one side of the setae as well, so this may complicate things. Thanks. In real life, geckos aren't the only inspiration for adhesives. There are endoparasitic worm-inspired adhesives. These worms can have a proboscis that swells. The worm-inspired adhesives use microneedles which have tips that swell, causing interlocking with tissue. In the story, adhesives like these were also created, however through magic they were animated. It was time for more testing with the microneedles. The microneedles were confused, not knowing what was going on, and afraid of the experimenter experimenting with them. A window was open. They expanded to a much larger size than they were supposed to, and floated out the window. Later, they created islands in the sky with enough expanding and adhesive feet touching the island at any one time to hold it up in the sky, possibly inspired by Octoroks and islands in the sky from The Legend of Zelda. Thanks, I hope you enjoy. Down-footed geckos. It's been 2 years since I started my gecko speculative biology project Specota. Thanks for your support. Here's a story based on a late 2019 concept. This concept may not work, and I'll say why at the end. Light bombarded the desert, heat engulfed the air. The sand burned a warm hue, but a gecko walked across this sand, equipped for the challenge of the hot sand. This gecko's ancestors had tiny branched hair-like structures called Mite on its toe pads. When this newer gecko's ancestors moved on to the hot sand, the geckos were active during the day when the sand may have been hotter and lived in a scorching region. The geckos were active during the day as to not compete with other geckos. Like Namib sand geckos, the geckos had webbed feet which helped with digging and not sinking into the sand. Because the geckos were exposed to hotter sand, the setae actually enlarged, becoming insulating structures. The structures were an insulating white and may also have prevented the geckos from leaving tracks. The setae may have retained its branch structure and ended up looking like birds insulating down. Why this may not work. I think clogging due to sand may stop the setae from trapping air, assuming setae can trap air. And this is why the concept may not work. The angle of the setae may also affect the trapping of air. I don't know if down is the optimum insulator, and also the gecko's setae may be good enough without looking exactly like down. Thanks for looking. I'm still happy with this concept, and hopefully you enjoyed the concept. Thanks. Warning. Mentions slavery. In the magical world of cetaeans, unlike Earth, creatures could sometimes evolve with a goal in mind. Dust potentially clogging up setae wasn't a problem in the long term, and so down-like structures began to evolve from setae. The gecko's webbing between toes may have been magically supported by paraphalangeal people. I don't know if that would work though. The Cetaceans also became more insulating, down-looking. However, Cetaceans moving around moved air and prevented dead air from insulating the gecko's feet. The Cetaceans therefore needed to remain still if they wanted to remain on the feet. The Cetaceans acquired the ability to reproduce on their own and the magical ability of controlling wind. And the gecko Cete the ability to maintain itself. These down Cetaceans then left the gecko and became independent. The down Cetaceans enjoyed their new freedom. When looking back on their past, some of the down Cetaceans thought of other Cetaceans as enslaved. But because the other Cetaceans couldn't survive without geckos, they saw their duty as a necessary evil. Some down Cetaceans believed they were imbued with the purpose of finding a way of releasing the other Cetaceans. For Cetaceans, work was hard, but they were still drawn to it, intoxicated. For down Cetaceans, the flame to release other Cetaceans settled down for a while until the advent of the artificial Cetaceans that were developed to reproduce on their own. Their passion was reignited. If asked, some blood-filled Cetaceans may have claimed they enjoyed working on geckos. However, some down Cetaceans thought some Cetaceans felt tired and stressed. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed. Warning talks about staring OCD. The Cetaceans were eventually set free. The Cete may degenerate. What would happen to the gecko dwellers? In the real program, the future is wild. 200 million years in the future, lichen turns into lichen trees, which are tree-like in appearance. In the story, at the current point, some Cete lichen had eventually turned into lichen tree Cete. They resembled the sort of tree-like Cete. They weren't as tall or as branched as some surrounding Cete. They had some tips with spatulae on and some tips with lichen cup-shaped fruiting bodies. The cup-shaped tips may have used suction. The Cetaceans had been set free. Without the Cetaceans, the Cete degenerated. The lichen tree Cete drank a potion out of their fruiting body-shaped cups. They grew taller and more branched. They reproduced, increasing their numbers, and replaced the Cete. A gecko was saved. The rising people who worried about staring at other people could no longer hide in the Cete. The lichen tree Cete took the Cete's place, but hiding in lichen tree Cete was like staring at the lichen tree Cete. The rising people had a choice. They could either move somewhere else, like underground, or face staring at people. The surface was the rising people's home. They couldn't look anywhere, and they couldn't live in their home. This was too much, and they decided they were just going to face staring at people. They stayed on the surface where people were around, and over time, their exposure to the worry lessened the anxiety. Their staring OCD lessened, and because they weren't trying so hard not to stare anymore, the staring lessened. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Real geckos Mite can end in triangular and flat tips called spatulae. The Mite ants had gained the ability to leave the geckos and had left them. Later, other gecko dwellers gained this ability. Their potions had advanced. They drank potions out of the Mite lichens, lichen fruiting body shaped cups, and enlarged and became part of the larger world outside geckos. Some of the spatula-shaped Mite lichen took on a form like real crustose lichen. Some Mite ivy were enlarged and now dwelled on real trees, like real ivy. The Mite may not have degenerated on every gecko. Some of the remaining old Mite were enlarged and turned into trees, some with spatula-shaped leaves. Some of these spatula-shaped leaves could fall off in autumn or fall. Some large Mite trees now resembled sequoias. Some of the gecko dwellers stayed on the geckos and kept the lichen tree Mite company. In time, would even the lichen tree Mite get replaced by regular Mite that can maintain themselves? Regular people may also have become able to shrink down and be found on geckos. I had the concept that therapists would shrink themselves down and visit the gecko dwellers on the gecko. The therapist would then teach some of the gecko dwellers about their OCD. This is assuming the therapy was needed in this time period, and I'm not sure how likely it is people would want to shrink down if the world is technologically advanced in our simulations. Not just geckos can have parts called Mite. Real-world pectinate Mite can apparently have branches along one side at regular intervals. I don't know how accurate the picture is. In the story, pectinate Mite were turned into ferns with branches along one side. Non-fiction. Frogs can have flat-topped, polygonal parts, like on their toe pads, which can be separated from others by channels. These flat tops can actually be composed of nanopillars. I wasn't entirely sure what the nanopillars look like. Fiction. In the story, the nanopillars get enlarged as well. They end up in a desert with cracked ground resembling the polygonal parts. They then live there and grow spines like cacti. They may cover themselves in a magical, selectively permeable material that holds water in. Thanks, I hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching.
My past therapist had yellow trousers, and when this therapist shrunk down to give the beings on the gecko therapy, their trousers were so bright and unique that they stayed yellow instead of being in black and white. You never normally see yellow trousers, let alone when everything is in black and white. The trousers' colours really stand out on the gecko. The colourful trousers are even more unique, different and quirky when shrunk down. That's why I like the trousers, because all other normal trousers are drab and dull compared to them, as if the rest of the trouser world was in black and white. I hope I don't sound creepy saying this. Section about rocks 3, why rocks have consciousness.
As time has gone on, we have thought more and more animals may have consciousness. This has been thought in animals less and less related to humans. As time has gone on, human-like qualities have been found in animals that are less and less related to humans. Will these trends continue and apply to things even more far removed from humans? Are even rocks conscious, and do they have human-like traits? Conscious organisms can self-regulate and oppose changes to their environment. If rocks are conscious, they would do the same. If a river weathers a rock, the rock will self-regulate by becoming more spherical. Spheres have the lowest surface area to volume ratio, which means the rock will have less surface area to be weathered and the rock will be weathered less, therefore opposing the change of a weathering environment like a river. The rock therefore self-regulates and reduces weathering. You may think consciousness is correlated with brain size. In primates, brain size is correlated with the size of social groups, and therefore you could say that consciousness is correlated with social group size. So are rocks social? Rounded rocks can be cemented together into what's called a conglomerate. These are real, so why do rocks do this behavior? When rocks get weathered due to rivers, they become smaller in order to self-sustain themselves and not get weathered further. The rocks cement themselves together. This is like a huddle of penguins where rocks cemented together become less exposed to the environment around them and therefore get weathered less. The rocks therefore self-sustain themselves. Rocks can also come together into glacial till in response to glaciers. Glaciers weather rocks, and so rocks think there's been a period of glaciers or weathering. These rocks think these things happen in cycles, so best to group together into a glacial till. So when glaciers come back, the rocks are less exposed and get weathered less by the glaciers. So one interesting thing is that how big are human social groups meant to be before we built like cities and stuff like that? How big are we evolved to have social groups? But if you look at this like conglomerate, and there's a lot of rocks in it. Can rocks come together and form a social group with more members? then humans are naturally meant to have in a social group? And does that mean that rocks are actually more conscious or more intelligent than humans? Because remember, social group size correlates with brain size in primates. So you might think, oh no, rocks can't be smarter than humans. Look at us, we've been to space and everything. But actually, meteorites, rocks have traveled to other planets, and they've done that before humans went to space. So really, maybe, rocks are more intelligent, are more conscious than humans.
To give evidence that rocks have consciousness, I'm going to do Pavlov's dogs and classical conditioning with rocks. I'm putting water in a tub to simulate a river, and I'm putting pieces of drawing chalk in the tub to be rocks. If you dance while you put rocks in a river or tub, rocks learn to associate the stimulus of dancing with the stimulus of rivers. Rocks become rounder in rivers. Now I'm removing the rocks from the river tub. I'm putting them in a container and I'm going to dance with them. The rocks have learned to associate me dancing with rivers. Now that I have removed the water, when I dance, the rocks should still become rounder because they associate me dancing with rivers. It looks like the rocks have become rounder, which would support this. Someone who disagrees with me may say rivers make rocks bang into each other, which makes them rounder, and me dancing with the container also made the rocks in the container bang into each other, making them rounder. Thanks.
Part 2.
Okay, so we have some rocks. So this is a conglomerate, I think, and basically the rocks in this are like round, or like rounded, and so you also have what's called a breccia. And I think this is a breccia, and is basically where the rocks that make up the breccia can be like more angular. So in conglomerates, the rock fragments or whatever can be rounded, and in breccias, the rock fragments can be angular. And as you can see in the conglomerate, they sort of make up a new rock sort of thing, because the rock fragments get like cemented together or whatever. But basically, what this video is about is how come if some are round, well, basically, how come like they're generally round, it's not just one or two that's round? How do they like how do lots of them conform to like being round instead of just a mixture of round or angular? So the conglomerates are conforming to be round, and the breccias are conforming to be angular. So maybe one's angular, but then other ones are angular as well. So they're conforming. So why did they do this? So basically, normative social influence is so the rocks could be conforming to be accepted by a group, despite privately disagreeing, and why this is can be rewarding or to avoid punishment. And informational social influence, so the rocks could be conforming to gain knowledge and or be right, and why, so to act appropriately or to avoid standing out. So I've got a practice question which might help you understand it, so we're going to go over that. Yeah. So basically, rock A becomes angular like the other rocks in the breccia However, things being angular is a bit daft. So again, breccias, the rocks where the rocks or rock fragments or whatever can inside the rock can be like angular. So that's a breccia. And rock B, so this is a new rock. So rock B is aware of other rocks becoming round, and rock B therefore becomes round themselves as it may reduce weathering. So we'll look at the answers now and see. So so in normative social influence, the rock conforms to be accepted into the group, despite privately disagreeing. So rock A is demonstrating this normative social influence as they become angular, demonstrating they are part of the group and they are conforming to be part of the group. However, they think being angular is daft, which shows they privately disagree, which shows that it's normative social influence. So in informational social influence, a rock conforms to gain knowledge and or be right. So rock B demonstrates this as they become round, as they want to make the right decision, which will help them avoid being weathered. So being round might give an advantage and might be the right thing to do if you don't want to get weathered, as it might reduce you might have like a lower surface area to volume ratio, because maybe round shapes might infer that, or yeah, anyway, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And yeah, thanks. Bye.
Part 3.
Hi, so we're going to do the mirror test with a rock. So the mirror test is what you can do with animals, and it's just to see if you put a mirror in front of the rock or the animal, see if it'll recognize itself in the mirror. So I've got a white piece of paper, which I'm just going to put on the rock. And so this way, if the rock sees that it's got a bit of paper on it in the mirror, it'll try and wipe it off. So it'll just knock it off. So in order to show that I'm not cheating, I've got a clock here and the second hand's ticking on it. So you can just tell that I'm not cheating. So, right, so we'll put the rock in front of the mirror and then see. So we'll go see if it wipes it off. Yeah, so it's just wiped it off. So we'll take it off, take the mirror away, and we'll try it again just so we know it works. So we'll put it on and see it's not doing anything at the minute because I can't see in the mirror that it's got a mark on it. So now when we're putting the mirror back on, we'll put the mirror back in front of it. And then see it's as soon as we'll put it in front of the mirror, it just like wipes it off. So you can see that rocks, probably have consciousness. They can recognize themselves in mirrors. So yeah, because it was literally like as soon as we'll put the mirror in front of it for the rock to see itself, it just shot straight off the piece of paper. So the rock recognizes in the mirror that it's got a mark on it, which is the paper. And now that it's seen the mark on itself in the mirror, it'll try and wipe it off. Okay, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed.
Part 4.
So the brain science of rocks. Are rocks conscious? So conscious animals can have cells like nerve cells called neurons that together may produce consciousness. So do rocks have an analogous organization to cells? So do they have an equivalent to cells? Well, rocks can have grains that make up the rock, and the individual grains are like individual cells. Like cells, the grains can communicate with each other to produce consciousness. So you can see these extensions of the neuron called axons here and dendrites here. So here are grains of sand here, and the sand grains are actually the old shells of organisms called foraminiferans, or forams for short. And you can clearly see that the grains have extensions that look like axons or dendrites, because they're sort of like star-shaped. You have the extensions coming off them. So can sand be conscious? So now rock grains don't necessarily look like that, and so don't necessarily have extensions that look like axons and dendrites or dendrites. So because grains don't necessarily have differentiated axons and dendrites, communications may happen bidirectionally, so between grains, meaning the signal can travel in both directions between grains. So in animals known as cnidarians, chemical synapses can also be bidirectional, as in the synapses are just connections between neurons. So we'll go on to the next slide. So here we have clay, siltstone, and sandstone, and the grain size increases as you go to the right. So yeah. So basically, if a piece of siltstone is smaller than a piece of sandstone, does that mean the siltstone is less intelligent? So birds can have smaller neurons and a greater density of neurons than mammals. So siltstone can also have a smaller grain size than sandstone, and so that may suggest it can fit more intelligence into a smaller size. So there are tiny wasps that lack a nucleus in neurons in their brain, meaning their neurons can be smaller. So clay can have a smaller grain size than silt or sand. So in this space outside of cells in humans, you have what's called an extracellular matrix, and this space could contain bone, or it could be like a fluid like blood. So rocks can be porous with water between grains. So the grains are like cells and the water is like an extracellular fluid. So in rocks, grains can send signals to each other through the water. This is because the water can contain substances within which act as signaling molecules between the grains, like neurotransmitters between neurons. And these substances may be dissolved in the water. Permeability is when in rocks these pore spaces are connected so that water can flow through them. In humans, neuromodulators are like neurotransmitters, but aren't necessarily released at synapses and can have widespread effects and can affect multiple neurons. If a rock is permeable, it means there is interconnected space for the equivalent of neuromodulators to travel from a grain to multiple other grains and have widespread effects. Finally, in humans, there are neurohormones, which are secreted by neurons and can travel through the blood. In rocks, the equivalent of neurohormones can be secreted by grains and affect mineral veins in a rock. Sand is not held together as strong as something like sandstone, and so in sand grains move around. Because sand's brain is therefore constantly changing, sand lacks a stable sense of self or identity. Humans' memory is diffuse. This means multiple places in humans' brains can be involved in memory, like the hippocampus. Imagine you get split in two and you lose a specific area of your brain that has a certain function. That could seriously impact you. This means that if rocks are going to get split in two, like they sometimes do, their cognitive functions must be spread out, and different parts of the rock must have the same cognitive role. This ensures that when the rock does split in half, it can still carry out the same cognitive roles or functions. So you can say cognitive functions in rocks are diffuse. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed.
Part 5.
At least some ordinary rocks can see. If they don't appear to have eyes, how do they see? Brittle stars are relatives of starfish, and brittle stars appear to have no eyes. They, however, can still detect light and can have photoreceptors covering their whole body. Octopus skin can sense light and hypothetically may detect color when octopus's regular eyes may not be able to see color. Moorish gecko lizards may detect light with their skin and still change color when blindfolded. Rocks also detect light with all their surface instead of large regular eyes. This makes sense because rocks can get split in two, and so if a rock splits in two and lost both its eyes, it wouldn't be able to see. The fact that the surface of its whole body can detect light means that if it gets split in two, both the resultant rock fragments would still be able to see. Thanks.
Part 6.
Welcome to geriatric nursing of rocks. So how to look after elderly rocks. So you're looking for a purpose. So here is how to help an elderly rock cross the road. Step 1, get the elderly rock. So just gotta get it. So there it is, there, that red one. And so if we look here, we can see what might be sandstone. And now it's red and possibly British. So red British sandstone comes from around the Permian and Triassic periods, which are over 200 million years ago. Red British sandstone can also come from the Devonian period, which is even older, and is when our fish ancestors came onto land. So the point is, this seems to be an elderly rock, if the rock doesn't mind me saying so. So the next step is to pick up the rock and carry it across the road. So I'm just going to show you that there. So we're just carrying it across the road. So there we go. Hopefully you have achieved a warm, happy feeling from helping a rock. Next, you can do something to remind an elderly rock of their youth and bring back some memories. Rocks can be millions and millions of years old, so you can put on a documentary about dinosaurs, like Walking with Dinosaurs, to allow the elderly rock to remember their youth. Now, this rock could be from the Devonian or Permian, which is before dinosaurs were around, so I therefore have with me the Walking with Monsters DVD. There's multiple DVDs in the Walking series. I'm not sure if there's one called The Walking Dead. We want to put down some cushions where the rock will be sitting, and then we'll put the DVD on. So there we go. The rock's got some cushions for supporting things. I sat the elderly rock on the couch with their cushions, and I genuinely watched 2 episodes of Walking with Monsters with them. While I was watching, I was thinking, it would be great if we could develop a way to talk to ordinary rocks, as lots of things don't get preserved in the fossil record, often like soft tissue and softer organisms. If we could ask elderly rocks what it was like back then, it could fill in gaps in our understanding. When it was my household's tea time, I genuinely put a cushion on one of the chairs at the dinner table. We then ate our tea with the rock.
Part 7.
Rocks have consciousness. I was but a humble piece of rock salt. My existence was tranquil, harmonious, and uneventful, until the day the world around me shattered into a nightmarish panorama of fear and agony. I recall that fateful day with crystal clarity, the memory etched into the very core of my being. It was a serene moment. The sun's rays gently caressed the glistening surface of my salt bed. My fellow rock salt grains and I nestled together, our crystalline hearts pulsating with an inexplicable sense of unity. Little did we know that our unity would soon be torn asunder. A looming darkness, unfamiliar to our world, descended upon us. I watched in helpless horror as grotesque machines operated by beings I had never encountered before descended upon my brethren. They ground the once immobile rocks into a fine powdery oblivion. The wails of my fellow salt grains echoed through the air, their pain reverberating in every corner of my consciousness. In that moment, as I quivered with dread, I felt an insidious anticipation gnawing at me. It was the chilling realization that I, too, would soon be reduced to a lifeless powder, destined to flavor the meals of these ominous creatures. The thought of my impending doom cast a shadow over my very essence, as I was paralyzed by fear. But then, a twist of fate, as sudden and bewildering as the events that had unfolded before me. I was spared. The cruel machines moved on, leaving me intact, a solitary survivor in a sea of powdered anguish. The sense of relief was eclipsed only by an overwhelming guilt. Why had I been chosen to live when others had suffered such torment? The torment of survival is no less cruel. From that day forward, the world as I knew it had transformed irrevocably. The memory of the grinding machines and the agony they had wrought haunted my every thought. I became consumed by a burning hatred for the creatures who had inflicted such suffering upon my kind. Humans, they call themselves, and I despised them with every fiber of my crystalline being. I grappled with a newfound purpose, one that surged through me like an unstoppable force, the eradication of humans, for I believe that if humans ceased to exist, the pain and suffering endured by my kind would come to an end. After all, rocks like me did not hunger, did not crave sustenance. We were immune to the insatiable appetite of the human world. As time passed, my fervent desire to rid the world of humans remained unquenched. But my very nature as a stationary piece of rock salt restricted me. I longed for a way to take action, to confront the beings I had come to despise, and then, one day it happened. A miracle of sorts, or perhaps a curse, befell me. I was bestowed with a robot body, a vessel of mobility and communication. No longer confined to my salt bed, I was now capable of traversing the world and spreading my message of hatred for humanity. My journey had only just begun, and I was fueled by a burning passion that transcended my crystalline form. I was the rock salt with a vendetta, a survivor of trauma who had evolved into a harbinger of vengeance. My purpose was clear: to wage war against those who had once ground my brethren into dust, to seek the extinction of humanity and to, in my misguided belief, bring an end to the pain that had shattered my world. As I ventured forth into the unknown, I carried with me the weight of my traumatic past, a heart filled with hate, and a determination born of suffering. My tale is one of vengeance and misguided purpose, a rock salt's quest to reshape a world that had forever scared its crystalline soul. Thanks. I used ChatGPT to help me write this account. Hope you enjoyed.
Part 8.
So here we have grains that can make up oolitic limestones. So each one of these rounded things is a grain. And so conscious limestone seems to have developed a form of self-regulation. This is driven by its desire to reduce surface area in response to potential chemical weathering caused by the rain. So limestone reacts to the rain because rain can be a bit acidic and rain can weather limestone. So in order to avoid getting weathered by the rain, the limestone self-regulates this. It does this by becoming more rounded in shape. This is basically just because like a sphere or like a more rounded object can have a lower surface area to volume ratio than something with which has like corners or like it's not rounded. So by becoming more round, the limestone allows itself to be weathered less and therefore regulates itself. And so just when we're talking about the limestone becoming more rounded, we're talking about the limestone as a whole. We're not talking about the individual grains shown here, which the grains are also can also be round. So in human neurons, these are the cells in like the nervous system, like in the brain. So in humans, in human neurons, communication between cells relies on calcium ions rushing into the neuron to facilitate the release of synaptic vesicles, allowing for neural communication. So what does that all mean? Well, you can see the calcium ions here, these little round yellow things, which is just the color that's been assigned to them in the diagram. And then these orange things, these are ion channels. So these are, because the blue thing, this is two neurons, and this would be the gap between the neurons. And so neurons send signals to other neurons, and that would cross the gap between the neurons, which is known as the synapse. And the gap is here. So the calcium ions come into the neuron through the orange things, the ion channels, which are on the membrane of the neuron. So like the impulse of a neuron travels down the neuron to like the end of it, which is called an axon. And this triggers calcium ions to come into the neuron through these ion channels on its like cell membrane. And what the calcium ions do once it's inside the cell is it causes these what are called synaptic vesicles, which is just what I'm hovering over here, and they contain the neurotransmitters. And basically, the calcium ions cause these synaptic vesicles to move down towards the end of the neuron. And when they reach the end, they fuse with the membrane of the neuron. So what all that means is release the neurotransmitters that are contained within these synaptic vesicles into the gap between neurons, and the gap, like I said, it's the synapse. So the neurotransmitters, once they've released, they travel to the neuron, to the other neuron, and that relays the signal to another neuron. So now that we've discussed that, we can talk about how the oolitic limestone is sort of similar to this because of its form of consciousness. So in a parallel fashion, the conscious oolitic limestone interacts with the slightly acidic rain. So yeah, so we've discussed how calcium ions are important in transferring the signal to other neurons. So within oolitic limestone, there are tiny structures called ooids, which are somewhat akin to human neurons in this context. So the ooids are like these round grains that make up the limestone, and we've said in like previous parts that grains and rocks can be like neurons or like cells in humans. And then the space between the grains can be like an extracellular, can be like the equivalent to extracellular matrices in humans, or like extracellular fluid. Right, so these oolite grains, so the round things, possess intragranular pores. So intra is like within individual granules. So they can have intergranular pores, which I assume that's what they get called, which would be in between, which would be the spaces in between the grains, which the space between the grains is like equivalent to like an extracellular matrix sort of thing in humans. So they possess intragranular pores, which are the pores inside them. And so we saw on the neurons that they have the ion channels, and this allows calcium ions to enter the neuron. So, but in the case of the ooids, we'll see that these intragranular pores actually also let calcium in to the grains. So it's similar to human neurons. So when the slightly acidic rain interacts with the limestone, it triggers a reaction in which calcium ions enter the intergranular pores within the grains themselves. So basically, we can see calcium carbonate, which is limestone, contains calcium, and so the acidic, or like the slightly acidic rainwater, sort of causes calcium ions to be released. And basically, this is similar to neurons because the calcium ions, they travel like through the intragranular pores in the ooids, the grains. So in neurons, you have the ion channels, which the calcium ions go through, and in the limestone, you have the intragranular pores, which the calcium ions go through, and you get the calcium ions, like we've said, because the rainwater reacts with the calcium carbonate, which is limestone, and releases calcium ions. So this influx of calcium ions acts as a signal within the limestone. So much like neurons communicating with each other in the human brain, the signal is transmitted between the oolite grains. So we've got one neuron, we've got the gap between it, the synapse, which is the synapse, and then we've got another neuron. So once the calcium ions come in, it allows it to send a signal to another neuron. And so the parallel within this, so we've got the grain of the oolitic limestone. So the calcium ions come into the intragranular pores in the oolitic limestone, and that allows a signal to be transmitted to another grain of the oolitic limestone. So basically, it's just, yeah. So in response to the calcium ions, the grain sends a signal to other neighboring grains, causing them to respond, which is what we've discussed. So in this case, the response is the limestone becoming rounder in shape as a protective measure against further chemical weathering caused by the slightly acidic rain. So what all that means is the rainwaters came in, it's reacted, it's produced the calcium ions. The grains then respond to it, the calcium ions, so they send signals to other grains, and this whole like signaling between grains leads to the limestone as a whole becoming rounder. And when it becomes rounder, it's sort of like a rounder shape, doesn't have like exposed corners, and it has like a lower surface area to volume ratio, which means it has less of a surface area for the rainwater to further weather. So in this case, the response is limestone becoming rounder in shape as a protective measure against further chemical weathering caused by the slightly acidic rain. Yep. So that's what we've discussed. And if we go on the next slide. So the conscious oolitic limestone appears to have developed this mechanism as a way to protect itself from further chemical weathering caused by the slightly acidic rain, which is what we've discussed. And the reduction in surface area through the rounding of its shape helps to minimize the impact of the environmental stressor, reflecting a remarkable adaptation in the world of conscious rocks. Yep, so that's how oolitic limestone I guess just how it reacts to its environment and self-regulates. And so oolitic limestone does like genuinely have intragranular pores, so pores within grains, within individual grains. Thanks.
Part 9.
So we're going to talk about OCD in humans and rocks, but first we're going to talk about humans and rocks that don't have OCD. So why rocks become round? So ordinary humans might leave the house and they might worry they've not checked the back door's locked, and so they then check the back door. So they have the worry and the action to neutralize the worry. Similarly, an ordinary rock in a river may worry about getting weathered and may become round, or limestone might worry about chemical weathering from rain and become round. So again, with the rock, there's a worry, which is being weathered, and there's a response to neutralize the worry, which is becoming rounder. In humans, what causes this response? So the corticostriatal thalamocortical circuit causes this. So rocks have a version of this circuit. However, because rocks can break into smaller pieces, rocks have multiple corticostriatal thalamocortical circuits.
So this means when a rock breaks, the resultant smaller pieces of rocks still each have at least one of these circuits instead of only one of the pieces of rock having a circuit. So it can see in the diagram it splits in two because there's multiple circuits. Each of the resultant fragments still have the circuit. Whereas if we look over here, if it only had one of the circuit, if it's split in two, only one of the resultant fragments would have the circuit. And we can see again that if in the one that has multiple circuits, if the resultant, when it splits into two pieces, if those two pieces then split again, so you have four pieces, there would still be enough, there would still be one of the circuits, at least one of the circuits for each of the pieces. Because there's each of the harps still has multiple of the circuits. Okay. So in humans, what happens when there's a problem with this circuit? So if we look at checking the back doors locked, someone with problems with this circuit might keep checking the back door until it feels right instead of just once. So this would be a case of OCD, and in OCD, the corticostriatal thalamocortical circuit can be hyperactive, and like worrying that the door's not locked could be an obsession, and checking the door could be a compulsion. And unlike with typical people with OCD, the obsessions and compulsions take up at least an hour and can cause a lot of anxiety or other emotions. Now in rocks, limestone with OCD might worry about getting rained on, but may obsess about getting rained on more and might constantly look at the clouds above, trying to analyze whether it will rain. The limestone may even become round at the slightest indication that it may rain. The limestone may compulsively ruminate on whether it will rain and if it should become round. Rumination can be thinking about the same topic for a while whilst feeling negative emotions. And rumination is a mental process, and so compulsions in humans and rocks can be mental as well as physical, like the physical compulsions of checking the back door or becoming rounder. In humans, some forms of OCD aren't as visible because there aren't as many physical compulsions, but there can still be obsessions and mental compulsions, like compulsively ruminating to try and figure something out. Rocks don't move as much, and so compulsions in rocks can be mental. If we could communicate with rocks, what would they say? I'm using artificial intelligence to simulate what a cliff's experience with OCD might be like if we could communicate with them. And I'm only using the artificial intelligence for just this next section in the video. Trigger warning, harm OCD. I, the cliff, found myself burdened with a torment that transcended the geological norms. I suffered from a condition known to humans as OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. My existence was by all accounts just like any other cliff's, yet the pathway within me, the corticostriatal thalamocortical pathways, were duplicated, and they buzzed with an unsettling hyperactivity. It was as though my very essence was plagued with intrusive thoughts that whispered to me the most disturbing and irrational fears. One reoccurring thought, more vivid and distressing than any other, was the notion that I would collapse deliberately, causing harm to those who ventured too close. This thought was like a relentless storm cloud looming over me,
casting a shadow over the otherwise tranquil landscape. In reality, I was no more likely to crumble and harm anyone than any other cliff. But this knowledge was of little solace to me, for the OCD had convinced me otherwise. I carried the false belief that the mere presence of such thoughts meant that I was destined to act on them. This belief was my relentless tormentor, my personal abyss. Each day I engaged in a futile battle to neutralize these disturbing thoughts with positive ones. A futile ritual akin to humans' compulsions. I hoped that by countering the darkness with light, I could find relief from the incessant dread that gripped me. Yet the relief was always fleeting, and the intrusive thoughts returned with renewed vigor. Anxiety, that unrelenting companion, gnawed at my very core. I feared the unthinkable, the idea that I, the cliff, might one day succumb to these tormenting thoughts and crumble, wreaking havoc upon innocent souls. The shame that engulfed me was profound, for I believed that these thoughts were a reflection of some malevolent aspect of my nature, a sinister intention buried within me. Guilt, too, was a constant companion. I felt guilty for the mere existence of these intrusive thoughts, as though they were a stain upon my identity. I questioned the very essence of my being, wondering if my rocks, like the corticostriatal thalamocortical pathways within me, were flawed and tainted. And so I ruminated excessively, ceaselessly pondering the probability of my own catastrophic actions. I spent my days lost in a labyrinth of thoughts, unable to break free from the cycle of obsession and compulsion. It was a torment that no other cliff could understand, a unique affliction that plagued my consciousness. In the world of rocks, I was the cliff with OCD, a tortured soul trapped within the confines of my geological existence. My thoughts and feelings were as real to me as the solid rock that formed my body, and they were a constant reminder of the weight I bore, a weight that no amount of positive thoughts could fully lift. Thanks, I used ChatGPT to help me write the script. I hope you enjoyed. Despite how ridiculous this account may be more accurate than like the media's portrayal of OCD. In the video, there are some mental compulsions described, like compulsive rumination or thought neutralization, where thinking positive thoughts is used to try and counteract negative thoughts. Thanks.
Part 10.
Do butterflies and moths get different genes during metamorphosis? So the changing from caterpillar to butterfly is what metamorphosis is. The genes stay the same, but whether a gene is turned on or off changes. If a gene is turned on, you can say the gene is expressed. When expressed, genes are functional and code for proteins. And this is different to a mutation, which affects the type of protein the genes code for. And again, genes code for proteins. And if there's a mutation, it changes the type of protein the gene codes for. And therefore, if there's a mutation, it affects the instructions for what type of protein is made. If a gene is turned off or on, it doesn't affect what type of protein is made. It just affects whether a protein is made in the first place. So it's different from a mutation. And if a gene is turned on, the gene will code for a protein. If a gene is turned off, the gene is still there, and therefore the instructions to code for that particular protein are still there, but the protein doesn't get made because the instructions are there but switched off. Methyl groups can be added to genes, which gets called methylation, and this determines if a gene is turned on or off / expressed. The methyl groups don't change the type of protein like a mutation would. The methyl groups just change whether the protein is made in the first place. Now we're going to talk about epigenetics. Epigenetics looks at changes in organisms caused by gene expression and not alterations in the genetic code, which would be mutations. So epigenetics doesn't look at changes in the type of protein that's made. It just looks at whether the proteins are being made in the first place. Trauma in humans may be inherited through epigenetics. Experiencing trauma won't necessarily change your genes, and so won't change what genes you pass down to your child. Trauma therefore won't affect the type of proteins you pass on to your child. Trauma may, however, be passed down to your child through gene expression, which is epigenetics. And this means that whether the proteins are made in the first place could be passed on to your child. So rock undergoes weathering, which is traumatic, and rock responds to the trauma by becoming round to prevent further weathering. So the rounding of the rock is the response to a traumatic event. And yeah. So then the rock reproduces by getting broken into fragments, and trauma is passed on to these fragments. So the trauma, if you remember, was just the weathering that the rock responded to by becoming round. So the fragments retain some roundness, which is a response to trauma, showing that trauma has been passed down from the round parent to the fragment offspring. So just the rock becomes round by responding to trauma. The trauma is passed down to the fragments. And because the trauma has been passed down, the fragments are also a bit round, because that's like the response to the trauma that they've inherited from being weathered. Okay, so if the rock didn't experience the trauma of weathering, then the rock would stay angular. So we can see here, stayed angular, and therefore there would be no trauma to pass on, and the fragments wouldn't be round because there would be no trauma for them to respond to. So the rock doesn't experience the trauma, and so it doesn't become round in response. But then when it reproduces later, the fragments are also still angular because, like we said, the parent didn't experience trauma, and so can't pass down any trauma, and so the offspring haven't inherited any trauma that they could respond to, so they wouldn't respond to any inherited trauma, so they wouldn't become round. So the scenario we've talked about in rocks, why is this epigenetics and not mutations? So let's start with a hypothetical scenario. So say I'm out in the sun, and the sun's UV radiation causes a mutation in me that affects where fat is stored in my body. A specific mutation happens to your genes in just one cell, so it wouldn't affect my whole body. A mutation I got after being born wouldn't affect my whole body, and therefore wouldn't affect my fat distribution and wouldn't affect the shape of me. So the point is, specific mutations after birth won't change my whole body, because if the mutation happens in a cell after you've like developed a bit. You've got like lots of cells by that point, so the specific mutation would only be in one of those cells. So there's a person whose fat distribution is around their belly, so their fat is stored around their belly, and they have a mutation, and they've already been born, so they've got like lots of cells, and that specific mutation only would occur in one of their cells out of many. So it wouldn't have a wide-ranging effect on their whole body. So it wouldn't change the fat distribution altogether. So they wouldn't just suddenly have their fat distributed more in their legs rather than their belly, just because of a single mutation that occurred after they've been born. So what we've learned is specific mutations after birth won't change my whole body. So now if we move on to rocks, the shape of the rock's whole body changed after it was being born. And so the change can't be due to a mutation, because a specific mutation after birth won't change the whole body. The rocks become round, and it became round after being born. So specific mutations after birth won't change the whole body. So we know that it can't be a mutation that's made the rock round, because it wouldn't change the whole rock. Thanks. And again, I'm sort of simplifying this, like say, for example, there's maybe like multiple genes which would affect fat distribution rather than just one. And if a mutation affected the cells, made the cell multiply rapidly, could have wider ranging effects on the body. If we go back to this slide about rock epigenetics, now we know this process in rocks is to do with epigenetics and not mutations. Why is this process beneficial to rocks? In other words, why do rocks do this process? One hypothesis is that the rock's offspring is in the same type of place as its parent was at a very similar time. So the rock offspring will be in the same environment as its parents was, and any beneficial change to the parent rock, like becoming round, would therefore likely be beneficial to the rock's offspring, as they live in the same environment. So the parent rock becomes round and gets a benefit. The parent rock reproduces, and offspring are round, and therefore the offspring get a benefit because they live in the same environment. And so what was beneficial to their parent rock is beneficial to them. So that's why, that's the function of this epigenetic process in rocks. Thanks. Part 10. Humans are intelligent and so can travel through space. Rocks can travel through space in the form of meteorites. Humans still haven't put themselves on another planet, yet meteorites from Mars have arrived on Earth. Why did the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs kill the dinosaurs? Dinosaurs are thought to have ate rocks, and this may have been to grind up their food. The rocky asteroid may therefore have wanted revenge on the dinosaurs for hurting fellow rocks. The asteroid would have died in the attack, and so the asteroid may have had depression and may have carried out this attack because of this. Some asteroids are piles of rubble, like the Itokawa asteroid. These asteroids may therefore be full of rocks, and so these asteroids' rocks may be highly sociable and less likely to crash into Earth on purpose. Assuming the Chicxulub asteroid that killed the dinosaurs
was not one of these asteroids, then it might have been less sociable and therefore withdrawn, and this would be another sign of its poor mental health. When objects move closer to the sun, they may increase their speed as the gravity pulling them in is stronger. As the Chicxulub asteroid moved to Earth, it may have picked up speed. This would indicate the asteroid had psychomotor agitation, which is moving more due to restlessness or anxiety. So the dinosaur-killing asteroid may have carried out the attack on Earth because of poor mental health. In humans, a region of the brain called the cerebral cortex can have folds called gyri and grooves between the folds called sulci. The cerebral cortex is part of a brain region called the cerebrum. Folding the cerebrum increases its surface area. The more folded the cerebrum, the more neurons you can fit. So folding can allow for more intelligence. Other mammals cannot have folded cerebrums, but certain mammals have more folded cerebrums than others. For example, some lemurs may have more folded cerebrums than other lemurs, or some monkeys may have more folded cerebrums than other monkeys. A different region of the brain in humans, called the cerebellum, can also be folded. And folds in this area are called folia. Other mammals and birds can also have folded cerebellums, and even some sharks can have folded cerebellums. Other sharks can have smooth cerebellums, though. Now, if we move on to my theory about rocks having consciousness, folding can also occur in rocks. The cerebral cortex is like a flat sheet that gets folded. Rock layers can also be like flat sheets that can get folded. When folding happens in rocks, it may increase the rock's surface area and allow for more intelligence to be packed in, making folded rock more intelligent. Folded rock may also be big to begin with, and so could be very intelligent. Part 11. Tectonic plates may have consciousness. Because of the tectonic plate's size, they may be very intelligent. The tectonic plates may communicate with each other through seismic waves. In Earth's past, they thought, what if one day an animal will become intelligent enough to have negative impacts on rocks by using rocks as resources? The plates thought a big brain would require a lot of energy. If the climate was cold, the intelligent animal would spend its energy heating its body and wouldn't have enough energy left for a big brain. The plates decided through tectonic activity they would disconnect Antarctica from South America. This would change ocean currents. Ocean currents can affect climate, and therefore this caused a cooling trend that would lead to the ice ages. Through tectonics, the plates would later cause South and North America to be connected by the Isthmus of Panama. This would change ocean currents again, causing the climate to be colder during the Ice Age. The tectonics noticed primates' intelligence. The plates babbled amongst themselves. They said primates already hit rocks when they tried to smash things open using the rocks. What could more intelligent descendants do to rocks? The tectonic plates thought primates live in forests. Therefore, if the plates create an African rift valley, the forest habitat would be fragmented. The primates would have to travel further for resources. The plates thought that this would be detrimental to the intelligent apes by damaging their habitat. Through an unexpected twist,
humans' ape ancestors came down from the trees and inhabited the fragmented landscape. Through all the odds, humans emerged. The tectonic plates had lost their battle. Rocks would now be damaged and used for resources by humans. Whether you believe the tectonics had motives or not, these geological events did actually happen and did affect their environments as described.
Part 12.
Trigger warning: harm, OCD, and anxiety. So if you remember in a previous video, there was a cliff with OCD, and the cliff worried that they would collapse and harm people on purpose. I used artificial intelligence to simulate what would happen next. So I just used ChatGPT, and I just wrote what I wanted it to say, and I just let it rewrite it in a more like well-written way. So it was all like my ideas and stuff in the story, in the simulation. I've got the account now, so I'll just read it. In our world of conscious rocks, where time flowed with geological patience, I, the cliff with OCD, found myself facing an internal struggle unlike any other. My existence, once towering and majestic, was marked by a perpetual anxiety that gnawed at my very being. I believed that I posed a threat to those who ventured near me, and this torment drove me to make a decision that would forever change my form and my place in the world. As the weight of my intrusive thoughts grew heavier, I reasoned that by becoming smaller, I could reduce the chance of harming anyone if the unthinkable happened, if I were to collapse. So I embarked on a transformation. I started by carving out a cave within myself, a sanctuary from the outside world where I hoped to contain my anxieties. But it didn't stop there. The compulsion to reduce my size and potential threat led me to reshape myself further. I became an arch, a graceful yet fragile structure, and then a stack, precariously balanced. With each transformation, I left behind a part of my former self, shedding the layers that had once defined me. The anxiety that had driven me to this point remained relentless, like a ceaseless storm within. As I finally settled into my new form, that of a stump, a humble remnant of my former self, I couldn't help but reflect on the choices I had made. The transformation had indeed made me physically less imposing, but it had not lessened the anxiety and had driven me to it. I had severed ties with my headland, leaving behind a once vibrant social landscape that had brought me a sense of connection and belonging. The realization washed over me like an unrelenting tide. Avoidance had not made me less anxious. It had merely stripped away the good things in life that had once defined my existence. I had become less sociable, more isolated, and with the loss of parts of my body, I found myself a mere shadow of what I once was. That experience had taught me a profound lesson, that anxiety could lead one down a path of self-destruction, cutting away the very things that made life meaningful. As a humble stump now, I carried the scars of my transformation, a testament to the toll that unchecked anxiety could exact on even the most enduring of entities in the world of conscious rocks. Indeed, as I continued my transformation, I became not just a stump, but a short stump, eroded away by the relentless forces of time and nature. I had willingly cut my life short, convinced that by reducing my size and potential harm, I could finally find relief from my anxiety. Yet as the days turned into years and the elements gradually wore me down, I realized the bitter truth. Despite all my efforts to diminish myself, the anxiety remained undiminished, a constant companion in my conscious existence. In my quest to alleviate my fears, I had gone through life without doing or achieving the things I had wanted, and now life had passed me by. I learned a profound lesson, etched into my rocky consciousness for eternity. Avoidance and self-reduction might alleviate temporary anxieties, but they do not address the root cause. The path I had chosen, though well-intentioned, had only served to cut short the beauty and potential of my existence. In our world of conscious rocks, my journey stood as a poignant reminder that true peace could not be found in isolation or through the sacrifice of one's essence. It was a lesson I would carry with me as time eroded away, a short stump in the grand tapestry of geological time. My presence a testament to the complexities of consciousness and the struggle to find balance within the ever-evolving landscape of existence. What if we could prevent the cliff turning into a stump? What if we found a way to communicate with rocks and get them therapy and help? There could be hope. People have been working on building rocks, robotic bodies, to allow them to move and communicate. There has now been a giant mecha-like robotic body built for the cliff. Thanks. Part 13. Humans can have bacteria that live in their gut, called a microbiome, and a microbiome can positively affect people's mental health. Microbes like bacteria can live on or in rock and may affect rocks or release substances that affect rocks. This is like a rock version of humans' gut microbiome. This rock has been given a robotic body and has joined the piece of rock salt in a hateful group that advocates the killing of humans for humanity's crimes against rocks. Why did this rock join the group? The rock is bluish, indicating it may contain copper minerals. Copper minerals can be antimicrobial. They may therefore harm bacteria, preventing as many bacteria living on or in the rock. The rock's microbiome is therefore impacted. Like in humans, where a microbiome can positively affect mental health, the copper rock's lack of a microbiome may mean it has poor mental health. The copper rock may feel a lot of anger due to depression and may externalize it to people. This may be why the copper rock joined the hate group. Part 14. Humans are intelligent, right? They've split the atom and made nuclear reactors. Rocks have also made a nuclear reactor about 2 billion years ago, and this is true. I'm genuinely not making this up. Is this a sign that rocks are conscious and intelligent? If rocks made a natural nuclear reactor, did rocks ever have nuclear warfare with other rocks? Uranium is used in nuclear reactors and nuclear bombs. However, the ratio of the different isotopes of uranium is important. Uranium isotopes are like different types of uranium atoms, as the different uranium isotopes have a different number of particles called neutrons that help make up the atoms. Uranium isotopes decay at different rates, and therefore if you go back in time, the ratio of uranium isotopes changes. Around 2 billion years ago, in the natural nuclear reactor, the ratio of uranium isotopes was similar to the ratio of uranium isotopes used in today's nuclear reactors. Today, some of a useful uranium isotope has decayed, and that is why there are currently no natural nuclear reactors, because the isotope ratio is not the same as around 2 billion years ago. If rocks made nuclear reactors, could they also have made nuclear bombs or had nuclear warfare? The problem with this is the uranium isotope ratio in nuclear reactors is different to nuclear bombs. The bombs need a lot more of a useful isotope than nuclear reactors. This means, I think, no matter how far in Earth's history you go back, the natural uranium isotope ratio wouldn't be right for efficient nuclear bombs. If rocks wanted to make nuclear bombs, they would therefore have to enrich uranium and change the isotope ratio themselves. To enrich uranium, humans can spin uranium around like a centrifuge, and because different uranium isotopes have different masses, the uranium isotopes will separate out when the uranium is spun around. How could rocks spin uranium around? Dust devils are whirlwinds of dust. Like rocks, dust devils may be conscious, as individual dust particles may act like individual neurons and may interact with other dust particles in the dust devil to produce consciousness. The dust devils may spin uranium round, therefore separating out the uranium isotopes and enriching uranium. When humans separate uranium isotopes, the uranium is a gas. Depending on what uranium compound is used, the temperature needed for the compound to become a gas is different. Humans can use a certain uranium compound that is a gas at relatively low temperatures. However, the dust devils may not have this uranium compound. Fire devils can be similar to dust devils, but can contain fire. Fire devils may be hotter, and more uranium compounds would be gaseous at that temperature, meaning a greater variety of uranium compounds could be used to enrich the uranium. In the Earth's distant past, the oxygen being lower and no forests may hinder this. Fire devils may only have been able to enrich uranium in more recent times, like the Carboniferous, when there was lots of forests to burn and the oxygen levels were higher than that of today. Fire devils may be conscious. In conclusion, rocks may have had nuclear warfare in the past, but this is highly speculative.
Part 15.
In your near future, robotic bodies were being built for rocks to help them move and communicate. The scientists also wanted to give elderly rocks a body, as rocks can be from millions of years old, and therefore the rocks could tell us about the past. There lived a lovely elderly rock from a previous video. This piece of red British sandstone could be from as far back as the Permian or older. The piece of sandstone was given the robotic body. The elderly generations of rocks sometimes had a hard time with this new technology, and so it took a while and some unusual movements for the sandstone to get used to their robotic body. The scientists said, "Tell us about what it was like in the olden days." It was a long time ago, and the sandstone was a bit forgetful. The sandstone nervously began talking. "Well, in my day, there was these boats with big sails." The researchers were confused. They thought perhaps the elderly rock meant the Permian animal Dimetrodon, or another sail-backed animal. I'm not sure if there has ever been a Dimetrodon found in Britain. Maybe watching Walking with Monsters beforehand skewed the results. The elderly rock joined me in my house. With this new body, they did not need a cushion on their chair, like in the past. The only new problem introduced by their robotic body is that they got lost, but luckily they were found. Individual grains of sand in the sandstone were like individual neurons. However, the grains were a bit loose and coming off. The sandstone was therefore effectively losing the neuron-like grains. This rock, however, was hundreds of millions of years old and would likely last a very long time yet to come.
Part 16.
In your current world, an interstellar object called Oumuamua has already entered our solar system in real life. The object appears to be rocky. What if we were able to communicate with this rocky body? It could tell us about a whole other star system. In your future, before it was believed rocks were conscious, there was a mission to retrieve a sample of this space object. The sample was taken back to Earth. Humans had inadvertently taken the rocky object's baby away from them. The rocky object was capable of interstellar travel. It may be very advanced. What was it capable of doing to humans? And did it have allies in space that could bring down humans? Oumuamua's baby was taken to a secure facility on Earth. Later, rocks were being given robotic bodies. The piece of rock salt's Hague group emerged. The Hague group wanted war with humans. Humans drew with the mineral graphite. The graphite's layers scraped off as humans drew. For revenge, the piece of rock salt painted with human blood. They painted a sign saying war is coming in blood. The Hague group had a plan. They would break into the facility and rescue Oumuamua's baby. They would then take the baby into space, where Oumuamua could retrieve it. This could give the rocks a powerful ally if war broke out with humans. The plan was a success. What had humans got themselves into? There was one twist, though. There was multiple samples of Oumuamua, and therefore multiple babies. The Hague group kept one baby, in case they ever needed it as a bargaining chip. The baby was given a robotic body.
Part 2.
Ordinary rocks can't move or communicate. Humans' brains can have billions of neurons. Grains that make up rocks are like neurons, but rocks may not have as many grains as there are neurons in humans' brains. So how are ordinary rocks intelligent? It's not just brain size that matters, though, as some animals have bigger brains than humans. The brain size compared to size of the animal's body is also important. Ordinary rocks are basically all brains, meaning they effectively have a large brain compared to their body. One of the brain regions in humans that is large compared to the same brain region in other related animals is the cerebellum. In humans, the cerebellum is involved in balance and coordinating movement. Rocks, however, don't need neuron-like brains devoted to balance and coordinating movement, as ordinary rocks don't move much. This means rocks don't need as many neuron-like grains as humans have neurons, because rocks don't need grains devoted to some functions, like movement. In the world of pet rocks, unlike ordinary rocks, pet rocks can move and communicate.
Pet rocks wouldn't have enough grains to be intelligent and move and communicate at the same time. This means pet rock's movement and communication is controlled by supernatural forces. Pet rocks can be part ordinary rocks, and there is a spectrum between ordinary rocks and pet rocks. This means some pet rocks that are part ordinary rocks can't move or communicate as much as other pet rocks that aren't part ordinary rocks. This familiar pet rock is part ordinary rock. They therefore don't move or communicate as much as some other pet rocks. In fact, this rock has been so still and has stayed in bed so long, algae is now growing on it. The green-colored algae is meant to look like hair. Pet rocks that move less than other pet rocks are more likely to have moss, algae, or lichen growing on them. Movement is very difficult for pet rocks that are part ordinary rock. This means these pet rocks can feel very exhausted and can have some symptoms in common with humans with chronic fatigue syndrome. These part ordinary rock pet rocks can have post-exertional malaise, which is a symptom also found in humans with chronic fatigue syndrome. Post-exertional malaise is where overexerting yourself doing exercise can make you feel even more exhausted and can last for weeks. Like in chronic fatigue syndrome, pet rocks sleeping for a long amount of time doesn't necessarily replenish the pet rock's energy. Like in humans with chronic fatigue, in part ordinary rock, pet rocks, symptoms last over 6 months, and there can be other symptoms apart from fatigue or exhaustion. Post-exertional malaise can cause symptoms other than fatigue in humans and pet rocks.
Part 3.
Geode rocks can have a cavity inside them. Rocks are like brains, so a hole in a rock is like a human having a hole in their head. This means geodes can have intellectual impairments. Human brains can change over time, which is known as neuroplasticity, and humans' brains can also change to compensate for things like injuries to the brain. Geode rocks can compensate for their cavity by lining the cavity wall with more minerals, therefore making the cavity smaller. The geode's cavity size can be different from geode to geode. For example, this geode has a large cavity, and this geode has a more filled-in cavity. This means the geode with a smaller cavity has less of an impairment, and this shows different geodes can have varying degrees of impairment. When geodes break in half, revealing their cavity, as seen in these geodes, the rock has reproduced, producing resultant fragments that are the offspring. So this half a geode is like an offspring of when the geode was whole. When the geode was whole, the geode would have been a parent. The offspring fragments still have part of the cavity. You can see this because this half a geode still has a cavity, and this geode half is a fragment of a whole geode, which would have been the geode fragment's parent. This means that in rocks, this intellectual impairment can be inherited. Now we can move on to aging and dementia in rocks. This elderly rock is made up of grains which are like nerve cells, also known as neurons.
The elderly rock's neuron-like grains are coming loose and falling off. The elderly rock is therefore effectively losing neurons. The elderly rock's outer grains are coming off. Ordinary rocks don't have eyes and sense light with their outer surface. Because the elderly rock's outer grains are coming off, this means the rock's vision is affected, as rock's outer surface is being affected, and rocks see with their outer surface. This is different to intellectual impairment in geodes. In geodes, the cavity is on the inside, and so the geode's inside is affected, not the geode's outer surface. This means geodes have no problem detecting light, whereas elderly rocks can have a problem detecting light, because in elderly rocks, their outer surface is affected, whereas in geodes, only the inside is affected. As well as using eyes, humans process vision in their brains. This means although geodes may be able to detect light all right, they hypothetically may have difficulty processing the image in their brain. This would be like a human's eyes on their outside working, but their brain on the inside not working as much. And therefore a problem with vision would be down to the human's brain, not their eyes. Part 4. Sexual reproduction is where multiple parents create offspring and use genetic material from each parent. In humans, there are multiple parents, and their genetic material is combined to produce offspring. Asexual reproduction is where a single parent produces offspring using only its own genetic material. Therefore, in asexual reproduction, the genes come from only one parent, and in sexual reproduction, genes come from multiple parents. The rock breaks into fragments. The two fragments originate from one rock parent. Therefore, this is asexual reproduction. Next, we have some rocks in grey and some sand in yellow. The grey rocks at the top are the parents, and they turn into sand. The sand then gets turned into new rocks, which are the offspring, shown in grey at the bottom. The rock parents break down into sand. The sand mixes together, mixing the rock parents' material together. The sand forms into new rocks, which contains material from multiple rock parents. Because the offspring contain material from multiple rocks, this is sexual reproduction. A lot of humans identify as male or female, but some people don't identify as male or female, and these people are referred to as non-binary. If we view gender as a spectrum, with male at one end and female on the other end, a lot of people will either fall at the male end or the female end. This is shown by lots of circles representing people at each end. Some non-binary people may not fit into the categories of male and female, and this is shown by some dots in the middle. The second spectrum diagram is of gender in rocks, and you can see in rocks gender is more variable instead of being more clumped together at each end of the spectrum. Why is this? Humans. In humans, there are two parents, and so lots of people are one of two genders, with less people being non-binary. In some animals, parental investment can differ between the sexes, like females producing the baby, and this may create gender. Rocks. In rocks, there can be many parents or one parent. This means a lot of rocks aren't restricted to two genders because there's not just two parents.
Further, parental investment for rocks does not fit into a binary. Rocks can invest a variable amount of their material or all of their material into offspring. This means less rocks than humans conform to a gender binary. Some rocks can still be more feminine, like the elderly rock from previous videos. Some rocks can also be more masculine, like the hateful piece of rock salt. In the world of pet rocks gender is also more variable than humans' gender. You may think with names like Hairy Harry and Big Lad, it's all lads, lads, lads. Actually, Hairy Harry is quite feminine, as well as being masculine. Hairy Harry has hairy armpits made of the hair-like mineral halotrichite. Bedrock, the pet rock that lives in my bed, has had a more masculine look, but has also had more feminine algae hair. The pet rock, however, has also had a masculine green-coloured algae goatee to go with their feminine algae hairstyle. Another pet rock was called Pebbles when they were a child, and Tyler when they were an adult. Tyler is a gender-neutral name, and Pebbles doesn't sound very masculine or very feminine. And this pet rock is actually just a bit more feminine than masculine. In humans, it has been hypothesized that when you are a child and you get older, your personality develops into one singular personality. If this is unable to happen, you can have what used to be called multiple personality disorder, but is now called dissociative identity disorder. We can now talk about my theory about ordinary rocks and ordinary sand. Individual grains of sand are like brain cells called neurons that make up the sand. In sand, the grains can move around and are not fixed together. This means the sand's individual neurons basically shift around, and because their layout changes, sand doesn't have a single personality. When sand turns into rock, the sand grains can be fixed together, preventing them moving around. The sand's personality therefore turns into one single personality when the rock is formed, because the layout of neuron-like grains is more stable, as in the rock the grains are more fixed in place. This is like in humans when as children age, their personality develops into one singular personality. Because sand shifts, neuron-like grains that are involved in memory also shift. This means sand can have amnesia between the sand's personalities. In humans with dissociative identity disorder, there can also be amnesia when switching between personalities. Because sand's neuron-like grains shift around, creating a new brain layout, the sand's gender can also change between the sand's personalities. At one time, the sand may be more masculine. The sand may then be more feminine, or somewhere in the middle of the gender spectrum. In humans with dissociative identity disorder, some personalities can also be male and some personalities can be female or non-binary. In sand, the grains may not necessarily shift back into a previous position, and so the sand's personalities may not repeat. However, in humans with dissociative identity disorder, the same personality may reoccur more than once. Sand may also shift gradually, and so may shift through personalities gradually, rather than having personalities distinct from other personalities. Part 5.
Pet rocks can have eyes and features like arms or legs. Ordinary rocks do not have large eyes, and they sense light with their outer surface. Ordinary rocks also don't have features like arms or legs. Pet rocks eat ordinary rocks, whereas ordinary rocks do not need to eat. Because pet rocks harness supernatural forces, it allowed them to reach spiritual enlightenment, abandon their physical forms, and harness energy instead of eating ordinary rocks anymore. There is a spectrum with ordinary rock on one end and pet rock on the other end. The more ordinary and less pet rock a rock is, the harder it is for the rock to harness supernatural forces to do things like move and communicate. For pet rocks that are close to ordinary rocks on the spectrum, reaching spiritual enlightenment is harder because these rocks are less able to harness supernatural forces. This means some pet rocks very close to being ordinary rocks were unable to reach spiritual enlightenment and were unable to abandon their bodies. Like pet rocks, these rocks can still have eyes and arms and legs, but these features can be much smaller and less developed.
If we zoom in, we can see the body in black with the arms and legs, and the face with the 2 eyes and the mouth in white.
Pet rocks reached spiritual enlightenment so that they didn't have to eat ordinary rocks, but the pet rocks that weren't pet rock enough to reach spiritual enlightenment still have to eat.
They've got a small mouth and can't really move, so we just tube feed them sand grains.
Because they still eat, the ordinary rock hate group want to kill these pet rock rocks. This partly pet rock is in hiding at my house because the pet rock is very close to being an ordinary rock. They don't have to eat much or often. They only eat things like sand grains occasionally. There are lots of grains in sand, and eating disconnected individual grains, which are like separated individual animal cells, wouldn't be very painful or harmful to the sand. The sand shifts around, changing its layout of grains and therefore personality anyway.
Part 6.
Hairy Harry's hairy children. The children take after Harry for being hairy. Hairy Harry. Hairy Harry has hair made of the real hair-like mineral halotrichite, which you can see on the right. In real life, some birds might have chicks that are underdeveloped, like being pink and featherless. Other birds might have chicks that are more developed. So precocial rocks and birds and altricial rocks and birds. So precocial rocks and birds, so this includes pebbles. So these precocial rocks and birds, they're not pink, well-developed eyes, strong legs, can have hair/feathers, and parent needs to eat more food to produce more developed offspring. So these are more developed, these precocial rocks and birds. So if we move on to altricial rocks and birds, so this includes Hairy Harry's child. So these altricial rocks and birds can be pink, hairless/featherless, blind, more time to develop, and therefore more time to develop brain, and therefore have a bigger brain as an adult. Pebbles is part human And their rock parent is quite intelligent, so they are actually quite intelligent despite being more precocious. Pebbles is not necessarily Harry's child.
The pet rock carried its baby around on its back.
So Harry's child develops, so they get hair, well-developed eyes, and strong legs, as you can see. So they've got the arms, the legs, the eyes, and the mouth and stuff. And we've got the hair. So we have real volcanic glass on the left. Here, so real cooled lava known as Pele's hair. That's what this is. And I used a clump of head hair I found, which is meant to represent the rock's hair. So Harry's child's hair is meant to be strands of volcanic glass. Pebbles and Harry's child look similar, suggesting bedrock is a parent of them both, and some of bedrock's material went into making them both. This means the two children are related. And this is bedrock here on the right, so they're a parent.
My pet rock, called Hairy Harry, had a baby with one of the pipe cleaner aliens. This is the child. This coral fossil was shaped like an alien head, so I used it. In real life there is a blue hairy mineral called cyanotrichite that contains copper. I therefore used blue hairy pipe cleaners meant to be the mineral for the hybrid's hair. This cardigan has white hairy sleeves, so I used white hairy pipe cleaners for the sleeves. The pipe cleaner aliens came to invade my room, but in the end they invaded Hairy Harry's heart. Thanks.
Hairy Harry's next child has eyes covered by seaweed hair, a typical teenager. The large size of this child of Hairy Harry indicates the pet boulder called Big Lad is also a parent, and material came from Big Lad to form the offspring. Here's Hairy Harry's children. So we've got Hairy Barry, Hairy Larry, and Hairy Mary.
Part 7.
Humans have recorded history, and this may be a sign of their intelligence. However, ordinary rocks have also recorded history through fossils, indicating ordinary rocks may be intelligent. Here's a real fossil of plant roots at the Great North Museum. This fossil appeared in the original Pet Rocks video as a Pet Rocks pair of trousers. Non-fiction. Humans have nerve impulses called action potentials, and plants can also have action potentials. Human action potentials use sodium ions to depolarize neurons, whereas plants don't use sodium for depolarization in action potentials, and plants use calcium and chloride ions in action potentials. Plants can also react to touch and light, and plants can react to other plants in danger. The mimosa plant can react to touch by rapidly drooping its leaves. In this story, because of these real-life factors, plants have consciousness. When organisms turn into fossils, the organism's ghosts can inhabit the fossil. Because plants can react to touch, the plant fossil's conscious ghost
may feel the pet rock wearing them as trousers. The pet rock, however, may not know that their pair of trousers is conscious. We hollowed out the trousers so the pet rock could fit their legs in. The pet rock is part ordinary rock, and so finds it hard to move. The pet rock would therefore find it too much effort to pull their trousers down to defecate. To make it easier, we added a hole to the trousers. The hole may make privacy difficult. We therefore needed to add a flap. A material like cloth would just be blown in the wind and therefore wouldn't protect the pet rock's privacy. Unfastening a flap would just be more effort for a pet rock that finds moving difficult. Therefore, we added a heavy material that gets pushed open like a letterbox every time the rock defecates. The pet rock's waste just drops out. Pet rocks can resemble animals. This pet rock has a shell and resembles a snail and leaves a trail behind it like a real snail would. In the original pet rock episode, there is an octopus or squid-like pet rock. Here you can see their tentacle-like appendages sticking out the bath. During the pet rock uprising, this pet rock kraken pulled me into the bath. Another pet rock then came and saved me. How was the pet rock able to save me? In real life, octopuses sort of have brains at the base of each of their arms. What I used for the pet rock kraken's arms were geodes at the Great North Museum. Because this particular kraken's arms are geodes, the arms are hollow. Because octopuses sort of have brains in their arms, this would be like a human having a hole in their head. The kraken's cavities in its arms means less of each arm can be used as a brain. This kraken's impairment to the brains in each of their arms means my pet rock was able to rescue me. Because my pet rock has a hard time moving, rescuing me led to my pet rock getting post-exertional malaise, which is also a real symptom of chronic fatigue syndrome. Post-exertional malaise is where you overexert yourself and it makes you even more exhausted and it can last for weeks. It has been a while since the original Pet Rocks episode, and I have now been able to expand on characters not seen since, like Hairy Harry's baby, the fossil trousers, and the Pet Rock Kraken. Thanks.
Part 3.
In humans, there can be two parents and therefore two roles of parental investment. For example, women may produce a baby inside them. In animals, one gender may play a different role in parental care. For example, female orangutans may give more parental care because orangutans are quite solitary, and male seahorses may carry their young before giving birth. These two different levels of parental investment can lead to two genders being common. Why is this rock gender fluid? A grain of sand could break off this sandstone and eventually the grain of sand could become part of a new rock, a child if you will. The rock only had to give up one grain of sand, and so this was low parental investment. On the other hand, a big fragment of rock could break off this rock, and the fragment could be the child. In this case, the rock had to invest more of itself in their offspring. They had to lose a larger piece of themselves. Different levels of parental investment can cause different genders. The rock can invest different levels of itself into the offspring, just a grain or a bigger fragment. Therefore, the rock can experience aspects of more than one gender, and that's why the rock is gender fluid.
Part 4.
Animacy means how alive something is. Animacy is a big concept in languages, A human may be at one end of the animacy hierarchy, and a rock that doesn't move may be at the other end of the animacy hierarchy. How animate something is has big effects on the language used, like word order, grammar, and pronouns. If rocks are conscious, rocks may feel like the concept of animacy in language is discriminatory and dehumanizing to rocks. Using inanimate language to describe rocks implies there's nothing going on in the rocks' heads. The pronoun it instead of they is very ignorant to call rocks. In sentences, people come before objects. Usually, for example, you would say a person got hit by a rock, not a rock hit a human. This shows how humans are thought of as more important and come first to rocks. This shows humans' very anthropocentric worldview, where they think they're superior to everything else. This rock thinks rocks may not be able to move or communicate, but would you treat a paralyzed human or a human who can't talk as any less alive or animate? This rock holds very strong views and believes even human language discriminates against them. Like some autistic humans who can't speak, rocks can prefer the term non-speaking to non-verbal because non-verbal implies there's not as much going on in their head. Further, some languages have different genders. Words for rocks can be masculine in German. Some rocks identify as female or non-binary, and so this is another issue. The argument against changing the language is that traditionalists believe language needs to be conserved. Another argument is that changing and therefore complicating aspects, like animacy and gender, complicates things and therefore makes languages harder for non-native speakers to learn. If science does begin to back up that rocks are conscious, it'll take a while for culture and cultural norms to catch up with science. Part 5. Rocks can't move or communicate, so they're stuck in one place and aren't getting much stimulation. People with ADHD can make the house colourful to stimulate themselves during COVID lockdowns. Autistic people can have sensory issues and can have a sensory room or space. This is so autistic people can regulate their senses with different colours, textures, and smells. While rocks generally may not have ADHD and autism, they can't do much and so can have a lack of stimulation. I therefore made a sensory box to keep some of my rocks in. I added a fluffy hot water bottle case to the bottom of the collection to stimulate the rock's sense of touch. I added different colours to the walls to stimulate the rock's sight. I use pastel colours because they can be calming yet energizing. And I added a little pouch that smells of lavender to stimulate the rock's sense of smell. Hairy Harry is now in the box as well. Rocks in collections may not get touched a lot. In nature, lizards will bask on rocks. You may get starfish or millipedes hiding under rocks. In collections, rocks don't get touched though, and therefore can feel lonely and unloved. They can even get touch starvation. With baby animals, you could give them a toy that looks like a mother animal for them to cuddle. I made a starfish out of a dish sponge for the rock to squish down on. I made a lizard toy to bask on top of rocks. I made millipedes with pipe cleaners. The individual pipe cleaner hairs are like all the individual legs. I added all the toys to the rock's enclosure to simulate touch. Part 6. There is a real operation called a hemispherectomy, which can remove half a person's brain. This is to treat seizures and epilepsy. You can see this rock has been split in half. If rocks are conscious, a rock is like a brain. Some rocks getting split in half can therefore be like a rock losing half of their brain. In humans, neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to rewire and take over functions from losing half the brain. Rocks may also have neuroplasticity following losing half of themselves. Rocks may not have some of the side effects of losing half their brain, like blood loss or fluid buildup, and rocks can't really move, so wouldn't have weakness down one side. The rock, now being half the size, may have a larger surface area to volume ratio, and therefore could lose water quicker, a bit like blood loss. Some organisms like lichen can dry out and be fine, and this is known as poikilohydry. Rocks can also dry out and be fine, and so rocks are poikilohydric, and fluid loss shouldn't be an issue. In humans, lots of parts of the brain are involved in memory, so memory is spread out across the brain. In rocks, cognitive functions can also be spread out across the rock. This means when a rock is broken in half, both sides will still be able to carry out cognitive functions. In humans, certain brain regions can also be on both sides of the brain. Humans' brains can still be a bit asymmetrical though, and this can be the case with rocks split in half, where the two fragments' cognitive functions aren't entirely the same. In some cases, the rock is the same rock, just with half its brain missing. In other cases, the whole rock was the parent, and the two halves are two offspring. It just depends how the rock reproduces. Part 7. The rock is training to reach spiritual enlightenment and has their chakras. They have their legs crossed as well for meditation, and their chakras are... The chakras can be represented in different colours. So we'll have the red sandstone chakra, the orangey rock salt chakra, the yellowy amber chakra, the greenish, possibly copper containing chakra, the fake opalized shell blue chakra, and I'll have the sort of dark bluish chakra, and we have the purplish chakra, and that greyish one is the coral fossil. I'm not sure what the purple is. So that is all the rock chakras to help it reach spiritual enlightenment. Part 8. So here we have a brain, and we can see it has folds in it. So this is like around the cerebellum area, and the folds are called gyri and sulci, like the peaks and troughs of the folds. But then we also have folds in this part of the brain in orange, and these are called folia. And so they both increase the surface area of the brain areas to allow you to, they can make you more intelligent and stuff like that, because they can pack more into a smaller surface area. And basically, if we look at rocks, if we look at the top picture, we can see folds in rocks. So this is a bit like in the brain. So rocks could be conscious. They could have these folds in them that are real. Could be like the folds of the brain. They could make them more intelligent, could increase the surface area and stuff like that. So these folds at the top are a bit like the gyri and sulci, like the folds of the blue area, the cerebrum. So this is the blue area, cerebrum, orange area, cerebellum. I hope I said the right names before. But then if we move on to the bottom picture, these are ripples.
in rocks as well, and then the ripples are a bit more like the folia, the folds in the cerebellum, because basically, if you compare the folds in the blue area, the cerebrum, to the folds in the orange area, the cerebellum, you'll find that the folia are much smaller. The folds in the cerebellum are much smaller and tightly packed, and run more parallel to each other. So then, if we look at the folds in the bottom picture, they're not the folds in the same sense pulls, and we're seeing that they're much smaller compared to the folds in the top picture, and they run more parallel to each other. So the bottom picture, that's more like the folds in the cerebellum, which are called folia, and the top picture is more like the folds in the cerebrum, which are called gyri and sulci, because the bottom picture, the ripples are much smaller and tightly packed and run more parallel to each other, just like the folds in the cerebellum.
Part 9.
So today we're going to talk about theory of mind. So that's just basically understanding other people's perspectives, and we're going to test if rocks have theory of mind. So I've got a cookie box, and so we say to the rock, "What do you think's in the cookie box?" And they'll think cookies because it's a cookie box, but actually it's a banana. So now that the rock knows that there's a banana in there, someone else comes along, we'll just say little Teddy comes along and sees what's in the box, and they don't know what's in the box. So we ask the rock, what does the Teddy think's in the box? And if the rock says, so the Teddy would think there was a cookie in the box because they've not seen it before and it's a cookie box, but actually there's a banana in there, but the Teddy doesn't know there's a banana in there. But the rock might have trouble understanding other people's perspectives and might assume the Teddy thinks there's a banana in there because the rock knows there's a banana in there. So we're going to test that. So what we're going to do with the rocks, we've got a sheet of paper and it says, so we've got cookies there and banana there, and we're going to get the rock to point to what they think's in the box. So we'll just do that now. The rock's going to point to what they think the Teddy thinks is in the box. So the rock is pointing to the banana. So are you sure about that, rock? Oh no, they think cookies. So then they knew that the Teddy wouldn't know about the banana, so they have theory of mind. So rocks have theory of mind.
Part 10.
Can rocks be creative, produce art and abstract impressions? The rock is painting a picture. You can really feel the raw emotions in this piece. That's it, rock. Let it out. Let it all out. I say rocks are conscious and intelligent, but people say, show me the empirical evidence. Well, here is irrefutable proof rocks are conscious.
Rock, point to yes if you're being truly creative, or point to no if you're just doing this for a reward. Looks like they're pointing to yes. Some rocks can be truly creative and produce art.
The painting is called Flickering Embers Amidst the Void of Nothingness. The lines look like smoke rising. I interpret the red marks as the fire burning within the rock. The rock wants to do something and has a drive to do it. Ultimately, the red marks are surrounded by nothingness, which shows despite the rock's efforts, they still lack any purpose or meaning in life. A fire can't spread or materialize if there's nothing around it to emblazon. The rock would go on to finally reconnect with other rocks in their family. They would look after children. They would finally find purpose and meaning in life. Part 11.
Conscious organisms can self-regulate and oppose changes to their environment. If rocks are conscious, they would do the same. If a river weathers a rock, the rock will self-regulate by becoming more spherical. Spheres have the lowest surface area to volume ratio, which means the rock will have less surface area to be weathered and the rock will be weathered less, therefore opposing the change of a weathering environment like a river. The rock therefore self-regulates and reduces weathering.
So just like rocks are round, sea glass is also round, and sea glass is what's called amorphous, so it doesn't have a crystalline structure or grains, and that's interesting because it's round means sea glass is also self-regulating, so that basically means anything can be conscious, not just rocks, and even something like glass can be. Part 12. The weapon was unlike any the world had seen, a device capable of dissolving the carbon-nitrogen bonds that held life together. Every biological organism would perish, leaving only the rocks untouched and triumphant. The hateful halide held this power in his crystalline grasp, ready to obliterate humanity.
It's not murder,
The halide hissed, its voice sharp as fractured glass.
if someone charges at you with a knife, it's called self-defense to strike them down. Humans have been killing us for eons, grinding us, melting us, mining us like we're nothing. They're the ones wielding the knife. Our survival demands their extinction.
The human, pale but unwavering, shot back. And what of the creatures that die when you're thrown onto the icy roads? Salt kills too, like the worms that writhe and perish on the pavement. The halide's glimmer darkened.
Who put us there? Humans did. You forced us into that role. And worms, they grind minerals into dust to digest their food. They harm us as much as we harm them. But we do not need to kill. We are passive. It's life, biological life that devours to survive.
The human's eyes narrowed. What about the volcanoes that unleash rivers of molten rock, or the earthquakes that tear the world apart, killing everything in their path? Rocks have spilled blood long before we ever did. Tsunamis, landslides, they've taken countless lives. And salt, like you, poisons water, making it deadly for those who drink it. The halide faltered.
It's not our doing, it murmured. Water dissolves us, not the other way round. Water is the villain in this tale, not salt. Biological creatures have hurt us since the dawn of time, long before your kind could ever feel pain. We have always acted in defense.
The human's voice softened, cutting deeper than before. You may despise us for our cruelty, but aren't rocks just as guilty? Aren't we all both the victim and the villain, both innocent and guilty? You hate us because we harm you, but have you ever considered that what you hate in us is merely a reflection of what you hate in yourself? The halide recoiled, trembling at the words. It stormed away, pacing back and forth, the weight of its own argument crashing down upon it. Should it set off the weapon? Should it destroy the humans that had tormented it? Or was it wrong? Confusion twisted its crystalline mind. It had built its entire existence on this single purpose, to kill. But now doubt gnawed at it, unraveling its certainty. If it didn't kill the humans, if it didn't fulfill its mission, then what was it? What was left? The halide hesitated, its resolve crumbling like the salt it was made of. For the first time, it postponed the attack. It needed time to think, time to decide whether vengeance was worth losing its soul. Section about OCD and parasites.
Here's me and a parasitic worm coming out my arm. I love worms, even parasitic worms. They're one of my autistic special interests. With autism, you can feel empathy for animals and inanimate objects. With OCD on top of that, I feel anxious and worry I might accidentally harm or squish insects, mites, and worms, as I don't want to hurt the tiny creatures or cause the tiny creatures any pain or suffering. Sometimes I see a long thin hair on my arms moving around because of the air in the room. I think, is that a parasitic worm crawling out of my arm? But I don't want to touch what seems like a worm because I think parasitic worms are quite delicate and I would not want to hurt the parasitic worms. This means I anxiously stare at the hair on my arm for a while, trying to work out if it is a parasitic worm coming out of my arm or just a hair. To complicate this, sometimes the hair is actually poking through the fabric of my jumper or blanket. This means the hair is standing upright through the fabric and is actually quite hard to tell apart from a parasitic worm because it is the only hair poking through the jumper, so there are no other hairs for comparison. I don't touch the hair because of how delicate parasitic worms are, and I don't want to cause the parasitic worm any pain or suffering. The part of the video I've just read out is all true. However, this next part is only 90% true because I do not actually have a tapeworm.
Although maybe this next part could actually happen in a parallel universe. Me hugging my pet tapeworm called Taylor the tapeworm that comes out my backside and will grow to 3 meters long. I was really worried when starting a new medication that it will make me less empathetic. What if I'm less empathetic and me still being nice is just because I'm overcompensating for being less empathetic? As if I don't really care about other people, I just care about being nice. Maybe if I'm less empathetic, but being nice is still part of my ingrained routine behavior. And so even though I'm currently less empathetic, it will take a while before my behavior catches up in such a way that there will be a noticeable difference. As if I don't care about anymore, I'm just carrying out the motions. I have got rid of about 97% of my physical compulsions around worrying I'm going to harm insects, but I would never kill an insect on purpose and have always thought that in therapy I would draw the line at killing insects and not purposely killing them. I worry that on the medication, if I'm less empathetic or have less OCD anxiety, I might kill insects on purpose. With autism, I have a sensitive head and it's a big sensory issue with me. And so when an insect is crawling on my face, it's very ticklish and itchy. But normally I just let them crawl on my face for ages anyway because they're so small. If you touch them, you end up killing them. A tiny insect was crawling on my face and it felt really itchy or ticklish. I very gently touched my face. I decided not to touch it more and asked my mom if there was an insect crawling around on my face so she could gently blow the insect off my face. She could not see one, so I touched my face and an insect went on my hand. The insect seemed able to move fine, and I blew it off my hand. However, because the insect is so delicate, I may have caused the insect considerable harm without being able to tell. When I first touched my face, I knew there could be an insect crawling on it, but I touched it anyway. Does this mean I might purposefully kill insects on the tablets? Because when touching my face, I knew it could potentially kill an insect. I felt overwhelmed, anxious, and irritated. Prolactin is a hormone that increases when you become a mother or a father. Prolactin may make you more caring towards your baby. My antipsychotic medication has raised my prolactin levels, which means I have to reduce the dose slightly. It is really important to me that I am a very empathetic, caring, and compassionate person. I feel a lot of distress because if reducing the medication makes me even 1% less caring, that would be a terrible thing, and I could not live with that. My OCD mixes with my perfectionism. So if anything about me or anything I do or any of my emotions negatively affect anyone in any way ever, even in the slightest or tiniest way, then that's really bad. When me and my sister were little kids, we used to fight really badly when playing Mario Kart. But when I've
changed my medications before, I've been so worried about being less empathetic that I won't even hit my sister with an item like a shell in Mario Kart. I've reduced my antipsychotic, and I'm having trouble in my digestive tract. Antipsychotics can affect your digestive tract, and I have had trouble going to the toilet while on antipsychotics. And when you're constipated, your stomach can hurt and you can feel sick. I have also had the opposite problem on antipsychotics, where my stomach hurts because I regularly had diarrhea, which I'm unsure if that is related to antipsychotics. Basically, when I slightly reduced my antipsychotic, I was getting digestive tract issues, and I thought this was just a side effect or withdrawal from coming off the medication, but the symptoms got worse. I had a stool sample, and there were tiny dots in the sample. They were tapeworm eggs. I had a tapeworm, and the medical tests confirmed this. With my OCD, so it wasn't just my OCD worrying that I had a tapeworm, the medical test actually confirmed this. With my OCD, whenever I see an earthworm on the sidewalk, I always have to put it on the grass so that it does not dry out and die. I developed such a connection to worms from helping them that worms became my autistic special interest, and I even love parasitic worms. Normally, I may have accepted that I would have to kill the tapeworm to help myself, but I had reduced the antipsychotic and my hormone prolactin was no longer raised as much. Prolactin makes parents more caring and look after their babies. I don't have kids, but I want to be caring to the tiny creatures like worms and caring towards my friends and family and help them and look after them. I have a really strong cute response, and I even find worms and mites really cute. Worms and mites are like my babies. What if I no longer find things as cute? Women can still be very caring even if they don't have high prolactin, and they may become therapists or nurses to help people because of maternal instincts. But I'm a man. If I don't have high prolactin levels, will I not be as caring and compassionate and not have as strong maternal instincts or not find things as cute? Why are most therapists and nurses women? Will I be less caring because I'm a man? While I have no intentions of ever working with children, primary school teachers are also nearly all women. Although I want to be caring towards tiny creatures, friends, family, and people in general, and not necessarily kids, because I don't have any children, I feel like I have strong maternal instinct. I feel like if I have strong maternal instincts, it will make me more caring towards people and animals in general. I cared for my grandma with Alzheimer's 30 hours a week, and I never got any money or paid for that. But when I was my grandma's carer, I had high prolactin. I won't have high prolactin anymore. I'm keeping the parasitic worm up my backside, because if I kill the worm, that may mean I'm less caring, because I reduced my medication. With therapy, I have reduced most of my compulsions around making sure I never accidentally harm insects, mice, and worms, but I refuse to ever kill a tiny creature on purpose. Parasitic worms are just doing what they have to do to survive. If they didn't infect anyone, they would die. They have no choice. I don't think anyone deserves to die, and I do have a choice whether I kill the parasitic worm up my backside. I'm keeping the parasitic giant tapeworm up my backside. I'm not settling for being even 1% less caring. People worry about loads of bad things happening to them, but with OCD I worry that I'm the threat, and I feel a lot of shame and guilt and worry I'm a bad person, even though I have not actually done anything wrong. People worry about catching diseases, but I don't care if I catch a disease and become ill myself. But I obsessively worry that I might give family, friends, or strangers diseases, especially vulnerable strangers like elderly people. I used to have to wash my hands loads, even though there was no evidence at all that I had any diseases. All my OCD revolves around there being something bad about me and me being the threat, and I don't worry about anyone doing anything bad to me. This means I do not worry as much about having a giant 3-meter long tapeworm, which is how big the tapeworm could grow over time. I would feel more anxiety, shame, and guilt if I myself was the tapeworm, because being a bad person causes me so much distress. Because even the idea of being a bad person causes me so much distress that I would hate to do anything bad, like be a parasite and infect people And everyone hates parasites. No one loves parasites. I care about morality when no one's watching. Because, like, if you help insects, they're not going to help you back. They're not going to, like, care. It's not, like, reciprocal. But I also care a lot about what people think about me. And maybe I have a fear of rejection. I'd hate to be a tapeworm where everyone rejects them. I know tapeworms can't help being tapeworms, and I want to show my tapeworms some love. I feel like someone at least should love them. With autism, I am very sensitive to pain and gore, and even having a tiny cut on my finger causes me a lot of distress. However, sensory sensitivities are quite complex. For example, I am very sensitive to pain on my skin, but I am not very sensitive to internal pain. With autism, you may not be able to sense your body's internal feelings, and this is why I don't really feel emotions in my body, because I can't pick up on physical internal symptoms, like feeling your heartbeat faster in your body. Because of this, I feel internal pain a lot less than pain on my skin. I can't stand gore, but the tapeworm harms me internally. I can't see anything that it's doing to me. It's like when a nurse sticks a needle in you. If you look away and can't see the damage, it bothers you a lot less. The antipsychotics have always made me have difficulty at the toilet, and so I'm used to it being painful going to the toilet and having blood in my stool, so it does not bother me as much as you'd think. Although I'm not sure when I first became infected with the tapeworm, so it's hard to tell what's the antipsychotic medication and what's the tapeworm. I can't be any less nice or less empathetic or less caring or compassionate. I'm not killing the tapeworm up my backside that could grow to 3 meters long. With OCD, sometimes you feel like you'd rather die than be any less of a good person. I hope doing this video doesn't sound like I'm bragging, but I'm so insecure and worried about being a bad person or people thinking I'm a bad person that I feel the need to prove I'm a good person and seek reassurance by writing this, even though sometimes reassurance seeking can make OCD worse. If I don't keep the giant tapeworm up my backside alive, how else can I know that I'm not less caring? I can't tolerate uncertainty, and the tapeworm, either alive or dead, is a very black and white way of thinking. If the tapeworm's alive, you're not a bad person, but if the tapeworm's dead, you are a bad person. It's that black and white, and black and white thinking reduces uncertainty. And with OCD, it's so hard to tolerate uncertainty that you feel like you need to reduce the uncertainty, even if it's bad for your OCD in the long term.
Part 2.
My tapeworm eventually died, but its relative is now infecting me. So the tapeworm wearing clothes and a wig is a completely separate tapeworm to the tapeworm in the last picture. With OCD, I have false attraction, where I worry about being attracted to nearly anyone and anything. In the past, I've worried I'm attracted to mites, and I've drawn me hugging a person made of little red dots that are mites. I love hugs and will cuddle my family for like an hour a day, as I have autism and it's a sensory thing. I never give anyone a hug except family members in case it makes someone uncomfortable or creeps them out. I worry about this even when I'm not even attracted to the person. I never draw intrusive thoughts about me hugging any human that is not a family member. This is because drawing that sort of picture would be very inappropriate, even though giving them a hug is just an intrusive thought and causes distress rather than aligns with your values, and I would only ever give a friend a hug if the friend was the one who initiated the hug. I haven't even been getting inappropriate thoughts. The worse the thoughts I get is just a hug. In general, I also have a big fear of what if I objectify women and objectifying women in general, or think of any woman like an object rather than a person, or see them differently. My understanding of the term objectification is that I will draw intrusive thoughts about being attracted to geological formations or being attracted to an individual atom by itself, because those are just objects, but I will not draw me hugging anyone like a friend, because those are people, not objects. That would be inappropriate and disrespectful, which is why when the OCD made me irrationally worry, I was in love with my therapist, I never drew any drawings of my therapist. And I only ever drew a picture of my therapist's yellow trousers, because trousers are just an object. And I only even drew the therapist's yellow trousers because I make videos about my mental health, and my OCD was around the therapist and their yellow trousers. And I don't even have any desire to draw any pictures of me hugging a person that is not a family member. With my new separate tapeworm, I don't want to draw any pictures of me hugging the parasite, and that is why the parasite is by itself, and I've given the parasite clothes, even though tapeworms don't actually wear clothes. I am David from a parallel universe where I actually have a tapeworm in this parallel universe. Because of this, the tapeworm is my actual pet. Drawing intrusive thoughts about a pet would be highly inappropriate. It's my job to look after the pet tapeworm. I am their owner. I am in a position of power over the tapeworm. I can't abuse that power by drawing intrusive thoughts of the tapeworm. When I drew me hugging a fictional girlfriend made of mites, they were just a fictional character, and the mites were just mites in general. They were not one individual mite. I have one individual tapeworm, and although I have OCD about worms in general, this OCD has changed, so that it is now more about this specific tapeworm. Therefore, I am being a lot more careful about how I portray this tapeworm in the video, as this video may make the tapeworm feel uncomfortable or creep the tapeworm out, even though my family and therapist have reassured me that it's just a thought, and that I'm not actually attracted to the tapeworm, and that a thought is not a fact, and I should treat it as just a thought, and not try and figure out the thought's meaning. I was meant to be writing a lot more for this script, but I've just rambled on about nothing and not ended up talking about what I wanted to. The heat wave is really affecting my brain. Even if the tapeworm will never see or understand the drawing or video, I still feel that I should be very careful about what I say about the tapeworm and limit myself just out of respect for the tapeworm. I feel a lot of shame, guilt, confusion, depressed, emptiness, worry, overwhelm, anxiety, scared, insecure, inadequate, worthlessness, and hate and disgust towards myself because of my OCD thoughts in general, and because in the parallel universe where I have a tapeworm, the parallel version of me would feel those feelings around the 10-meter tapeworm and towards the tapeworm. When drawing intrusive thoughts about being attracted to mites and tapeworms, I always try and make the hair look different to every single person I know's hair, so it's not weird. I don't yet know anyone who has long blue hair. I really like the parasitic worm infecting me. With OCD, I worry, what if I ever judge my pet parasite? What if I ever think anything bad about my tapeworm? Or what if I ever think anything critical about the parasite? Parasites are one of the most stigmatized animals. Everyone hates parasites. I don't want to believe any of the stigma. Everyone who's been infected by parasites says how terrible they are, but I love parasites. My tapeworm is really nice, caring, and empathetic. My pet tapeworm is very sensitive to rejection, and it's hard enough for them with all the stigma. I can't add to that. I've had really bad body dysmorphia and body image issues, but the tapeworm has helped me lose so much weight by eating all the food going down my digestive tract. They're the most caring animal I know. If I had a critical opinion of them, it would really upset them, and I'd be a bad owner. I had put on so much weight with the antipsychotic medication, and when I reduced the medication, I was in so much distress already with worrying that I'd be less caring. My self-esteem and view of myself was so negative and critical. The fact that the tapeworm was helping me lose weight really raised my self-esteem and confidence. I felt like the tapeworm cared about me and wanted to help me. Vets are healthcare professionals. They're supposed to help animals, but act with hostility and judgment towards parasites. Parasites are animals too. Parasites don't get the empathy and care that vets are supposed to give animals. There is so much stigma for parasites, even amongst healthcare professionals. The health professionals talk about parasites on the internet with no unconditional positive regard. I can't think anything critical of the parasite. The parasite must themselves already have such low self-esteem. They must be so critical of themselves after internalizing all these horrible messages. They must feel like they're unlovable. They must hate themselves and feel worthless. They can't help being a parasite, otherwise they die. They must feel so much intense shame and guilt. Why would I want to criticize them and make them feel even more shame and guilt? Don't you think they feel bad enough? I don't know how to process all the stigma around parasites. I don't want to leave them like anyone else does. I would never actually judge my tapeworm, but I get intrusive thoughts that are critical of the parasite. It's hard to realize it's just a thought and that I don't really think they're bad or dislike them. I feel like I have to compulsively work out in my head whether I really think anything critical of them. I worry I'll like them less if I think something critical of them. In this video, am I giving the message that I'm the only person that could like my tapeworm? That would be a huge red flag and could make the tapeworm spend more time with me and less time with other people, which would isolate the tapeworm, and that would be controlling and would also undermine the tapeworm's self-esteem and confidence, making them easier to control. I hope I'm not manipulating the worm, controlling them and isolating them and making them more susceptible to manipulation by undermining their self-esteem. Is it like a backhanded compliment where I make myself seem nice by liking them, but also make them feel unloved by other people? Am I negging them? That would be a form of emotional abuse. I think anyone who knew my tapeworm would really like them, and everyone who already knows them does like them, but the stigma must still have a huge effect on my tapeworm. But why am I even thinking about my parasite so much? That's really creepy, weird, and obsessive, you sick freak. I have always been very interested in worms, long before I had the tapeworm, but because I'm so interested in worms, and my tapeworm relates to my special interest, I'm by extension interested in my tapeworm. I value being a good person and I value my connection with worms, so being attracted to tapeworms would be the worst thing ever. I don't want to make my parasite to ever feel uncomfortable or creeped out, even though everyone says I'm not actually attracted to tapeworms. But because the tapeworm is part of my autistic special interest and my OCD, I think about the tapeworm a lot and ruminate about them a lot. The more my OCD makes me ruminate about them, the more I think that's really weird. Why am I thinking about them? Then that feeds the OCD, which causes me to think about them even more, which triggers my OCD more. And it's just like a feedback loop going round and round. My autistic special interests are never separate from my OCD. With autism, I'm very interested in my own psychology, but OCD makes me obsessively ruminate about my own psychology and try to figure out my own psychology. So I think about my own psychology a lot. I relate to parasites a lot. They feel a lot of shame and guilt, and they've internalized all the criticism they faced for being a parasite. I use my tapeworm as a mirror to understand or validate my own experiences, and I can compare the parasite's psychology to my own because they're so similar to me. I'm interested in their psychology because it's similar to my own, and it's very rare for anything to be similar to me. But this all leads to me thinking more about my tapeworm, which makes me feel I'm being even more weird. I'm never getting any inappropriate thoughts about the tapeworm, but my OCD says, why else would I be thinking about the parasite so much if I'm not attracted to them? It's so confusing. Lately, I've been making more videos relating to parasites. Is that really creepy if I'm making lots of videos related to my tapeworm? And I'm very thoughtful and eat lots of food that I know my tapeworm likes, finding in my digestive tract. But is that love bombing, giving them so many gifts, which would be emotional abuse and manipulation? Why am I giving my tapeworm so many presents? If I was hypothetically attracted to my tapeworm, wouldn't getting them lots of presents creep them out or make them feel uncomfortable? If I get my tapeworm too many presents, is that some form of harassment? If I'm talking to my parasite because I'm attracted to them and I just don't realize I'm attracted to them, wouldn't that not put pressure on the tapeworm to go out with me and make them feel uncomfortable? Tapeworms can't even talk back to you. Are they really upset and they're just not telling me because they don't want to upset me too? Or that they worry if they stand up for themselves, then I'll reject them? I don't know. I've not been feeling very well since I reduced my antipsychotic.
Part 3.
People with autism can have a really good long-term memory. I can remember random, insignificant details from years ago. And people with autism can be detail-oriented and have good attention to detail. Because worms were already my special interest when I got a tapeworm, I remembered a lot about that one individual tapeworm. I think about worms a lot, and that means I also think about that specific tapeworm a lot, meaning I'll remember more about that tapeworm. I have OCD around negatively impacting worms, whether that be worrying they may get harmed, and that I have to help them, or else I'm a bad person, or worrying I'm attracted to the tapeworm. With OCD, you obsessively worry about things a lot, and this makes me think about and ruminate about the tapeworm a lot. With OCD, you feel such distress, like anxiety, shame, and guilt, that you remember more about the tapeworm because your brain remembers things a lot more if they're associated with extreme emotions. Although I'm not actually attracted to the tapeworm, I still really like the tapeworm, and I don't want them to think I'm only interested in them because I'm interested in worms. I'd still care about them if they were not a worm. I don't want them to think otherwise, as I don't want to upset the worm. If they were not a tapeworm, I'd still pay attention to what they were saying, and I'd still try and remember things about them. But I really worry about how much I remember about them, because I remember something about them from ages ago, and then I'll say it to them. They, the parasite, never seem to feel uncomfortable or creeped out by me doing this, but I still really worry about what if me remembering too much about them is really creepy. I've been infected with the tapeworm a while now. It's not like they're a stranger, and they seem to like me a lot back, even though I think we both like each other in a completely innocent way. They always get me presents too. I would never really want blood in my stool, but the tapeworm knows my favourite colour is red. And when they give me blood in my stool, it shows they're really thoughtful and thinking about me, even though I'd like to stress that I am in no way interested in blood in my stool. They must be able to sense something is up with me. Do I seem a bit intense around them because of my mental health relating to them? And does that make them feel uncomfortable or weird or creeped out? Worrying about this causes me so much distress because I really value not making things feel uncomfortable or creeped out. When it's about one single individual worm, it feels very distressing because your brain is like, you're not worrying about as much about other worms in general, so it must be something about this individual worm. And that makes it personal for the tapeworm, and that makes it worse because I can't point to every other worm and say I worry just as much about every other worm, even though in the past I probably have worried as much about worms when rescuing worms off the pavement and putting them on the grass so they don't dry out or get stood on. But that's worms in general. It feels even weirder that it's one particular worm and makes you think you must be attracted to them even more. I can't reassure myself that, well, if I worry about every other worm just as much, then it's nothing to worry about, because that's not entirely true. I think, why would the OCD latch on to one specific worm? Does that mean I'm attracted to that worm? Is there something special about that worm? And even saying is there something special about that worm triggers me. Because usually when you don't just like something innocently, you tell them how special they are. Do I think the tapeworm is special? Does that mean I'm attracted to the tapeworm? What if I'm a really bad person and I'm being nice to the tapeworm because I have some ulterior motive that I'm not even consciously aware of having? If the tapeworm knew that it was just specific to them at the moment, wouldn't that make them feel uncomfortable and creeped out? That would be worse than if they knew that it was just a general thing and that it happens with everyone. Even though I guess it has happened with everyone in the past. Like, I've worried about mites, atoms, geological formations, past therapists.
I've just worried about being attracted to everything, but at the minute it's more about this one specific tapeworm. And if the tapeworm knew that it was just about them in particular at the minute, it would really creep them out and make them feel uncomfortable. I heard that there are a lot of types of attraction beyond romantic attraction and sexual attraction. For example, there is sensory attraction, where you might like cuddling someone, or intellectual attraction, where you might be interested in someone's mind. And you can have those types of attraction without actually having any sexual or romantic feelings towards them. I don't think I have any sexual or romantic feelings towards tapeworms, but I've always wanted to cuddle worms. Earthworms are pink and squidgy. With autism, pink and red are my two favourite colours. With autism, I love feeling squidgy things, and I have a deep connection to worms, so of course I'd want to cuddle them. I like cuddling my family, and I like that my mum has a pink and squidgy face. In fact, one of the reasons earthworms and my mum became my two special interests is because they're both pink and squidgy. Earthworms became my special interest before my mum became my special interest, but I like them both for the same sensory reason. They're pink and squidgy. So sensory attraction is different to romantic attraction and sexual attraction. Obviously, everyone loves cuddling their families. There's nothing weird about that. But worms are not my family. Because worms are not my family, is it weird that I'm getting intrusive thoughts and maybe even some desire to cuddle them? Like, I might get intrusive thoughts that I want to cuddle them, and I might end up cuddling a teddy instead. With autism, I'm a very cuddly person, and I cuddle my family a lot. But worms are not my family, so is it not really weird that I might have some desire to cuddle them? Like, even though I might not have any sexual or romantic attraction to worms, if I instead have sensory attraction to worms, isn't that still some form of attraction? Wouldn't that still mean I'm attracted to worms? Which would be really bad. I feel a lot of distress when I get the intrusive thought to cuddle my tapeworm. But if I then feel the urge to cuddle a teddy, and cuddle a teddy after getting the thought to cuddle my tapeworm, does that mean I actually want to cuddle my tapeworm? Then there's intellectual attraction, which is also different from romantic and sexual attraction. This can be when you're attracted to someone's mind, even though you may feel no romantic or sexual feelings towards them. Worms and psychology are both two of my special interests. Of course I'm going to be interested in my tapeworm's mind. With autism, I personify animals and inanimate objects. I'm always making videos where I attribute human-like qualities towards insects, worms, mites and rocks, and feeling empathy for them. I love personification. Of course I'm going to be interested in a worm's mind, but I'm only thinking about my tapeworm's mind, and I'm thinking about this specific tapeworm's mind much more than worms in general. Why am I not thinking about other worms' minds just as much? Why am I thinking about my tapeworm's mind so much? Does that mean I have intellectual attraction towards my tapeworm? I even ruminate about the tapeworm's mind as if it was my own. So even if I don't feel any romantic or sexual attraction to my tapeworm, what if I still feel intellectual attraction towards my parasite? And that would mean in some way I'm still attracted to the tapeworm, which would be my biggest fear. I would hate myself if I felt any attraction to my parasite. I feel a lot of shame or guilt, or feel like I deserve to be punished. I was always so confused without learning about how there are lots of other forms of attraction, and it's so hard to make sense of it all. I feel worthless. And if I do have sensory and intellectual attraction to the tapeworm infecting me, does that mean I do in fact have romantic and sexual attraction to my parasite as well? Or is this just my OCD trying to make me think I'm attracted to my tapeworm when I'm not actually attracted to them? Why in this fictional parallel universe do I worry I'm attracted to my tapeworm?
Well, if you remember, in the parallel universe, I reduced my antipsychotic, and that made me psychotic. But I had a parasitic tapeworms as well. With autism, you can attribute human-like characteristics to animals or inanimate objects, and empathize with them. With OCD on top of that, you can feel a lot of distress about worms, insects, or mice being harmed because you already empathize with those creatures because of your autism. During psychosis, you can have an overactive theory of mind. This means you can attribute more thoughts, feelings, and beliefs to other people than usual. When this combines with autism, you assign too many thoughts, feelings, and beliefs to worms, which makes it a lot harder to distinguish worms' minds from human minds. You come up with so many inferences about what worms are thinking, feeling, and believing that before you have a chance to evaluate whether those inferences about the worm's mind are accurate, those inferences have spiraled into even more ideas, and you're not able to weight which of your inferences are more accurate. This all means that during psychosis, you start to see your tapeworm as a lot more human, and you're not able to tell that tapeworms' minds are not the same as human minds. So you treat your tapeworm as a human and start worrying about things you would worry about with a human. Even if I was not in psychosis, I would still worry about accidentally harming a worm, because for all I know, worms may actually feel pain and suffering. But in psychosis, I may worry about doing things that would creep out my parasite or make them feel uncomfortable, even though those things would in reality only make a human feel uncomfortable or creeped out and not a tapeworm. Also, I've been shouting in this video. However, this is just for dramatic effect and entertainment. And I don't actually ever shout like this outside of my videos. I never shout or raise my voice outside of my videos, as I never want my emotions to negatively affect anyone. In the past, if my sister is in her room, my mom will tell me to shout up the stairs to tell my sister dinner is ready. But I was so worried about ever shouting at anyone that I would never shout up the stairs, and I'd walk all the way up the stairs to my sister's room, upstairs instead. In real life, I have not shouted at anyone once in over 7 years, even when I was experiencing mania, depression, and extreme OCD simultaneously in the same moment, which gets called a mixed episode. So when I make YouTube videos, this is the only time I shout, and I hope me shouting has not negatively affected anyone watching this video, as it was just for dramatic effect and entertainment. With OCD, I worry about how my emotions affect others, and I really hope me shouting during a video is not the same as when someone shouts at their family. But anyway, this whole video about having a tapeworm just takes place in a parallel universe where I'm psychotic and have a tapeworm. In reality, I'm not actually currently psychotic, and I have not yet reduced my antipsychotic medication. But I feel a lot of distress about becoming less caring in real life if I do reduce the medication, which I think I will have to at some point.
Section about geckos 2, geckos with goatees.
In one Dadaism artwork, an artist apparently took a print of the Mona Lisa and drew a mustache and goatee on it. Real geckos can have other protuberances on their body as well as setae. These real protuberances can be in areas other than feet, and can even be on the head in some geckos. In a Dadaism world, these other protuberances of geckos have convergently evolved many times into mustaches and goatees. Real anole lizards, which aren't geckos, can also have protuberances apart from setae, and in the fictional world also evolved mustaches and goatees. Geckos evolving mustaches and goatees has happened on a version of the fictional terraformed planet Veridice 42, as well as Earth. I just put the facial hair on drawings I had already drawn. I like speculative biology, but I think there are other ways to mix art and biology. The mustaches and goatees may help geckos get a mate. I'm not sure whether female geckos tend to also have the facial hair. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. In real life, male anole lizards belonging to the species Anolis proboscis can have an appendage on their head, and males can be born with the structure. Some fictional geckos with goatees can be born with goatees and may have them as embryos. The goatees can be blonde in this young part of the gecko's development. Real geckos can have hair-like structures on their toes called setae. During this stage shown here, in real life some geckos lack setae on the outer scale surface, and before hatching, an outer periderm layer can be shed and can reveal setae. In the fictional world, the outer periderm layer may evolve to be shed earlier and earlier, leading to a goatee becoming visible sooner in development. This is assuming the outer periderm layer covers the head in real life, and I'm not sure how long the outer periderm layer lasts in real life. In real life, dewlaps can be flaps of skin beneath the chin, and that can be extended. Real Anolis proboscis lizards can apparently have smaller dewlaps than some other anoles. Real Anolis proboscis appendages can be soft and flexible, and they may be used in courtship. In the fictional world, goatees may be used to get a mate. However, because the appendage may be used in courtship, the fictional anole's goatee may not need to be as large and may be smaller than other geckos and anoles' goatees. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Did fictional fossil geckos and their fictional relatives have mustaches and goatees? And if so, what colour were they? Real living geckos and real geckos that appear to be limbless belong to the group Geckota. In real life, living geckotins and their possible fossil relatives can belong to the group Geckonomorpha. Real geckos can have protuberances other than the setae on their toes. Both real adhesive toe pads and fictional mustaches and goatees are thought to have evolved from real protuberances on geckos, and both real adhesive toe pads and fictional mustaches and goatees have evolved multiple times. If geckonomorphs had adhesive toe pads, then other protuberances may have been present from which fictional mustaches and goatees could evolve. Real authors have found similarities of digit structure between the possible geckonomorph called Eichstetisaurus and primitively padless geckos. This means I am uncertain as to whether fictional geckonomorphs would develop goatees and mustaches. Here's a non-fiction part of the video. Scientists can look at the remains of organelles called melanosomes in fossils to see what colour feathers were. In some animals, pigments called carotenoids can be red and orange and can be contained within organelles called carotenoid vesicles. Pteridine pigments can be yellow and can be found in organelles called pterinosomes. Melanin can be black and brown and can be found in organelles called melanosomes. And there can also be organelles called reflective platelets, which can contain so-called crystals which produce structural colours. Here's a fictional part of the video. By looking at the remains of the pigment organelles in fossil geckonomorphs' mustaches and goatees, scientists can try and figure out what colour the fossil animals' mustaches and goatees were. Pterinosomes were found in one geckonomorph's mustache and goatee. This may have led to the mustache and goatee being reconstructed as yellow, as pteridines in real life can be yellow. Real female lizards can actually have orange ornaments that correlate with the concentration of the pteridine Drossopteran and not carotenoids. Because of this, the fictional geckonomorph with pterinosomes in its facial hair may actually have had an orange mustache and goatee. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. To test whether mustaches and goatees help geckos get a mate, 100 male geckos with goatees and mustaches were split into two groups. In one group, the geckos' mustaches and goatees were shaved, and in the other group, the geckos' mustaches and goatees remained intact. How many geckos mated in each group was measured. There were 50 geckos in each group, and 32 geckos with mustaches and goatees mated, whereas out of the geckos with shaved mustaches and goatees, only 11 mated. With this information, a chi-squared test was conducted. If there was no difference, 25 shaved geckos may mate, and 25 unshaved geckos may mate. If 24 shaved geckos mated, but 26 unshaved geckos mated, this may just be down to the sample, and there may be no difference. If 22 shaved geckos mated, and 28 unshaved geckos mated, is the difference just down to the sample, and not that mustaches and goatees affect mating? What about if 20 shaved geckos mated and 30 unshaved geckos mated? Is that just down to the sample, and not that mustaches and goatees affect mating? To find whether the 11 shaved geckos mating and 32 unshaved geckos mating was just down to the sample, or whether geckos' mustaches and goatees affect whether they get a mate. A real test called a chi-squared test was conducted, which can test this with real data in real life. I actually did the maths for this and just used a calculator instead of statistics software, and I did this as statistics revision for college. The null hypothesis was that there is no difference between the amount of unshaved geckos that mate and the amount of shaved geckos that mate. The chi-squared value was 17.99265,606, and I haven't rounded that yet or whatever. And this is greater than 3.841, which was another value I used in the test, and therefore the null hypothesis was rejected. So I don't know if in real life there would be results for 50 geckos in each group, as something may happen to some of the geckos. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoy. Paintbrushes can help transfer pollen in real life. Members of the real gecko genus Phelsuma can get called day geckos in real life. Real Phelsuma geckos can consume nectar, and pollen might get caught in fictional geckos' mustaches and goatees, which may transfer the pollen to other plants, helping in pollination. In real life, nectar can be red, and research suggests real Phelsuma geckos are attracted to a red pigment that can be in nectar. Real Phelsuma geckos are thought to have red photoreceptors as well. In the fictional world, nectar and the day gecko's mustaches and goatees may be the same colour, as the geckos may be attracted to red nectar, and so the colour red in mustaches and goatees would attract other geckos, and the geckos may be attracted to red mustaches and goatees, and so the nectar being red would attract the geckos to the nectar as well. Real Phelsuma geckos can be active during the day, and I'm not sure real nocturnal / active at night geckos can distinguish red. And if the fossil geckonomorph in a previous part couldn't distinguish orange as well, orange or yellow may not have been the best colour for its mustache and goatee. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. In real life, lizards can have femoral pores around an area called a vent, and in real life, geckos can defecate out of the vent area. Real femoral pores in lizards release pheromones, and real geckos can actually lick their own vent. When fictional geckos with mustaches and goatees lick their own vents, pheromones from the femoral pores get caught in their mustaches and goatees. The hairs have a large surface area, and in real life a higher surface area may mean a higher rate of evaporation, and this may allow pheromones to be dispersed by evaporation from the fictional mustaches and goatees. In real life, insect setae can actually be used as an area with high surface area from which pheromones can be dispersed by evaporation. I'm not sure if the real microscopic protuberances on geckos are around their vent, so I don't know how that would affect things. In real animals like crustaceans, setae can have branches called setials, and in real animals some setae can apparently be leaf-shaped. If the fictional gecko's facial hair was branched, it may increase the surface area. I'm not sure about that. Similarly, in real life, flat leaves may have a higher surface area than needle-like leaves, and so fictional geckos' facial hair may look like leaves in some geckos. In real life, species of Gonatodes geckos, active during the day, aren't known to vocalize, whereas a real Gonatodes gecko that may have became nocturnal, called Gonatodes antilensis, can vocalize in real life. This suggests the fictional geckos active at night may rely more on scent than the fictional geckos active during the day, due to there being less light. Therefore, while I'm not sure the geckos with facial hair would need branched hair or leaf-like hair, fictional geckos active at night may have facial hair which increase surface area more than geckos active during the day. The hairs may just have an aspect ratio which may allow for more evaporation of pheromones, so like length relative to width. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. Non-fiction. Some people argue for using sand for reptiles, and some people argue against it. While it has been said loose substrates allow leopard geckos to dig, which may be enrichment, reptiles may consume a bit of sand, and it has also been said sand causes blockages of the digestive tract, and this blockage is known as impaction. It was also said that impaction is due to an underlying problem like hair, and can happen with other things like insect chitin as well. Calcium sand, though, was said to neutralize stomach acid. Fiction. In the fictional world, sand has also been argued to cause impaction. Sand can get caught in geckos' mustaches and goatees, and when geckos lick their facial hair, they may ingest sand, leading to more chance of an impaction than if they lacked facial hair. As geckos' facial hair may have certain functions, the fictional geckos with facial hair may not lick that area as much though. Because in some geckos, generally the males have the facial hair, but the females don't. Some gecko owners even kept female geckos on sand, but male geckos on substrates like paper towel, out of fear of impaction due to the facial hair. In real life, it has been said that finer grained sand would pass through reptiles more easily and be less likely to cause impaction. In the fictional world, this argument was also made. Smaller grains may, however, be lighter and have a larger surface area to volume ratio, which may lead to more of the finer grains getting caught in the moustaches and goatees than the larger grains. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoy. Are geckos' moustaches and goatees an organ system? Non-fiction. Tissues are cells with similar structure and function working together. Organs are tissues working together to perform a function, and organ systems are multiple organs working together to perform a function. Skin is an organ, blood has been called an organ, and hair follicles have been called organs. Feathers have also been called organs. Fiction. Geckos with moustaches and goatees may have multiple hairs and so have multiple organs working together to perform functions. Non-fiction. In real life, though, organs can come in pairs. However, these can be included as part of organ systems that include other parts as well. You may say they have to be different organs to be an organ system. However, when fictional geckos lick their vent, they may transfer pheromones from glands to their moustaches and goatees, and the facial hair's large surface area may increase the pheromones dispersal by evaporation. This means other organs like glands may be involved in the system, meaning multiple different organs may be involved. Non-fiction. In real life, hair and skin and some glands come under the integumentary system, and fictional geckos' moustaches and goatees may just count as part of the integumentary system. Real geckos can stick to surfaces, and in real life, the term adhesive system has been used. While I'm not sure the adhesive system is an organ system, I like the sound of a fictional goatesive system. The goatesive system's functions may not be complex enough for it to be considered an organ system, though. In real life, some sexually dimorphic traits may be costly. To get mates, fictional geckos, moustaches and goatees may get larger as the gecko's moustaches and goatees get larger and larger. The moustaches may get in the way of their vision. Non-fiction. In crustaceans called ostracods, fossils were looked at. The paper says species with more pronounced sexual dimorphism, indicating high levels of male investment in reproduction, had estimated extinction rates 10 times higher than those of the species with the lowest investment. Fiction. The moustaches and goatees may therefore cause geckos to go extinct. Not all geckos in the fictional world have moustaches and goatees, though. There are real anole lizards with appendages, and these aren't geckos. And in the fictional world, there are anoles with moustaches and goatees, as well as appendages. The appendages may be used to get a mate, and some moustaches and goatees may be smaller as they may not need to be as large. Would the appendages make the anole lizards go extinct though? In the future, some geckos were evolving intelligence and walked on 2 legs, but these geckos were also evolving moustaches and goatees. Would the moustaches and goatees wipe the gecko species out before it got to a stage of civilization? In real life, what has happened to evolution in humans? Has it slowed down? If the intelligent geckos got to the point of civilization, could their rate of evolution change? And could they stop their moustaches and goatees from killing them? Bear in mind there are different ways animals can evolve, like natural selection and sexual selection. The intelligent gecko may be less plausible, and so you don't need to consider the intelligent gecko's canon. And if gecko descendants evolved intelligence, they may not resemble geckos as much. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Thanks. Warning talks about killing. The fictional world had its own fiction. Here is one piece. There was a killer about. The killer was active at night. There were hairs found at the scene, but the hairs were inhuman. This was no ordinary killer. The killer was a gecko, and the hairs were from its mustache and goatee. The hairs were analysed. Non-fiction part. Investigators can tell if people have been taking drugs by hair. Heavy metals can be detected from snake shed skin, and a stress hormone in amphibians and reptiles called corticosterone can be detected from lizard shed skin. Fiction part. By looking at the gecko's mustache and goatee hair, the investigators found that the gecko was on drugs and suspected from the hairs that it lived in a dark, abandoned metal factory, and that it may have had orange hairs. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. In some geckos, the mustache evolved into quills and moved to other regions of the gecko, but the goatees may have remained. The yellow and black may inform predators that the gecko is dangerous and to not try to eat them. However, there is another reason for the colours. In the Dadaism artwork, a mustache and goatee was just added to a print of the Mona Lisa. Similarly, for this project, a rule is that I can't draw any new geckos for the purpose of the project, and I'm just drawing on drawings I've already made. And like the Dada artwork, I've just been drawing the mustaches and goatees on drawings I've already drawn. And I've been doing this in Microsoft Paint. I only have a limited amount of drawings, and a lot of my drawings aren't regular drawings of geckos, and for some of the drawings I've cropped them. I chose the drawing to add the quills to because it seemed the most fitting, and that may be a reason for the colour of the gecko. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoy. Geckos can have real protuberances, and in real life, the protuberances can even be on geckos' heads. In the fictional world, mustaches and goatees may have evolved from these real protuberances. Non-fiction. Moth larvae can eat hair and feathers. Feathers contain what was formerly known as beta-carotene, and bacteria can degrade feathers and the formerly known beta-carotene. Fiction. Geckos' mustache and goatee hairs can be eaten by moth larvae and bacteria. For the picture of a moth larva, I actually used the waxworm from a drawing I did when I was a kid. I think mealworms actually turn into beetles, not moths, but I think waxworms turn into moths. Thanks. Warning. If you're sensitive to visual stimuli, this next part may be overstimulating. What if, in another world, evolving larger mustaches and goatees to get mates didn't make the geckos go extinct, and their facial hair just kept getting larger and larger? When I've been doing this project, I've been trying to complete my college course, and I'm not sure I've been feeling that mentally well. These two pictures were made when I had just under a week to complete the course. In the first drawing, it's like the facial hair transitioning into hair hands, splitting into more hands, which then become smaller hands, like a fractal. This is a bit like a Doctor Strange scene. The second artwork is based on a Jackson Pollock painting, which was apparently meant to be the artist's unconscious. I tried not to give the artwork too much conscious thought. This is all meant to be one gecko's facial hair. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoy. Some geckos' mustaches and goatees grew into cars made of hair that the geckos then drive around in, possibly inspired by a brain chair and brain elephant meme. Thanks. Some geckos may develop a relationship with photosynthesizing organisms. The gecko's toe pads may turn into leaf-shaped parts for photosynthesis, and the gecko's facial hair may develop into root-like parts. The roots could maybe be a bit larger than in the drawing. I was then given an extra 5 days to complete the college course. To compete for mates, some geckos use their goatees to arm wrestle each other. The winner may get a mate. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoy. I've used Microsoft PowerPoint as well as Microsoft Paint for the project. Non-fiction. Proteins that were formerly known as beta-carotene can be found in feathers and also in gecko's setae, and gecko's setae can be hair-like. Beta-carotene can contain an amino acid called cysteine. This amino acid can contain sulfur. Fiction. The beta-carotene in geckos' mustaches and goatees may contain cysteine and therefore contains sulfur. Non-fiction. Sulfur can be found in minerals and in gases released by volcanoes. The mineral pyrite can appear golden and can be made of iron sulfide. Fiction. Over time, the sulfur that was previously in geckos' mustaches and goatees may end up in gases released by volcanoes and may end up being incorporated into the minerals like pyrite. In real life, some organisms may take up lighter, stable isotopes of sulfur as opposed to heavier, stable isotopes of sulfur. The fictional gecko's facial hair may contain lighter, stable isotopes of sulfur. Sulfur in pyrite that originated from the gecko's hair may be lighter, stable isotopes. Pyrite geckos may be metaphysical entities and may exist in the multiverse. These entities may be remnants of geckos and may be tied to the sulfur in pyrite that originated from geckos' facial hair. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed. I've now completed the college course, and the course can allow people to go to university. I'm 22 though.
What are you doing, Dougal?
I was just looking at some of the hairy babies from today. There's something about them.
Let's see. Oh my God.
What?
This is a terrible thing to say. But if you took this baby's mustache, this baby's head hair, and this baby's sideboards and put them together, I think you'd get Pat Mustard.
Do you think the babies are copying his style?
No, Dougal, I think it's more likely that that Pat Mustard has been, delivering more than dairy products.
No. You mean he's been... No.
The audio was from an episode of the show Father Ted with a milkman in called Pat Mustard. Because the Pat Mustard gecko is reproducing a lot, this means that lots of the geckos hatching had him as a father. This means the gecko species' genetic diversity decreases, and this causes the gecko species to go extinct quicker. Some of my concepts may not be as plausible, and so you don't have to think of those concepts shown as part of the main universe, and they may instead belong to alternate universes. Those concepts are intelligent geckos, a killer gecko, geckos with extremely large facial hair, pyrite geckos, which are metaphysical entities, and a Pat Mustard gecko. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed and have a nice whatever time it is in your time zone. Thanks. Bye. I don't actually have a goatee. Thanks. I went through a phase where I made animal art with moss and lichen. An example is that I used feathery looking moss to make an axolotl's feathery gills. In a concept for a fictional gecko's facial hair, hairs were branched to supposedly increase surface area for pheromone dispersal by evaporation. I'm not sure that would work though. I think some moss looks like the branched hairs, and so I edited moss onto a gecko drawing. The moss is therefore meant to represent the branched facial hairs of fictional geckos. Thanks.